Well, it's time for some more Rocket League as the European Open Qualifier number 5 continues on. We've made our way through all of the daunting brackets, Swiss and everything, and into the playoff bracket. Top 8 is on its way. 8 hopefuls vying for that one championship spot. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. We've got some stuff to talk about. I'm Leaf, and my friends have joined me again. We've got Herc, we've got CJ, and Stumpy joining us on the desk to chat it all out. Herc, yesterday was a good start to the weekend.
Oh my gosh, yesterday was so fun. It was a little call for some teams like BDS, and then other teams like Oxygen were generally just crushing the dreams of all the KC fans out there. So it was a great day if you were an Oxygen fan, but I feel like it was a great day for Rocket League too.
Yeah, it's CJ, it's interesting having a Swiss, no KC involved.
Yep, it's certainly rattled a few people, including myself. But you know, sometimes life goes on. Well, always life goes on. Actually, it always does.
Hopefully, that's the hopes.
I'm still kind of expecting to see them. You guys saying like I think they're going to come in like randomly, like they're a wrestler. The lights are going to dim, the music's going to play, then they're going to charge into the finals. But I don't know if that's against the rules.
There was something in my head that said like, what if we put together a show match just to have them on Sunday? This is too many Sundays in a row without them. But we do have to carry on with the teams that are involved here. Let's talk about a couple things before we get to talking about the games themselves, the schedule, so the season schedule specifically, where we are. I said we're in that open qualifier number 5 because that is true. We are on our way, CJ, towards that second major and world championship soon after.
We certainly are. It feels condensed. 3 splits down to 2. So I know Johnny mentioned it yesterday. Just places more importance on every single event. And the 6 qualifiers every weekend. It's so important. Everything's so crucial. And today is no. Can we start again?
What's
wrong?
Life goes
Today
on.
is no different. Is what I was going to say. There we go. Beautiful. I found it.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm very proud of you. But that, of course, is always going to be fun with live events coming. We'd love to see you there. Grab your tickets. Ticketmaster.co.uk. I almost said CO, and you guys yell at me when
Co.uk, yeah.
Co.uk. So go grab your tickets. Anyways, let's take a look at the weekly schedule. I mentioned the EU is popping off this weekend. It's not the only one. We do have OC and APAC going on as well. But First Touch episodes are always there on the Wednesdays at 11 a.m. PT. Screenshot this. Put it in your calendar. Don't forget it. But while we're on the topic of this weekend here, CJ, OC and APAC are going off. I know you got a little bit of involvement there.
Yeah, 2 days through already for OCE and APAC. You can see it right there. Just had the playoffs Super Saturday there in OCE. The top 4 is locked. It's a gap between the top 4 and the rest outside of Ground Zero. You can see that went to 6 games. But Kib, Gang, Power, Chiefs and Pioneers, they're your top 4 in OCE. It's been like that all split long. And Team Power, Stumpy, still just, we might just be a one-team region.
I think that's how it should be. I really do. It's nice having Power again at the top. They didn't perform in Copenhagen. It was a disappointment. Everyone was saying the strongest team we've had so far. They can make it again to London. We've seen them upset there previously. I think we'd all be excited to see them do it again.
And of course, APAC as well going on. This has oftentimes been a 2-team region here. Elevate and Gladiators have been those competitors. Herc, these are the 2 teams. You think we're going to get that in the grand? That's going to be the grand finals for sure.
I mean, I don't expect less. If I'm on, it has to be. It's kind of like the script for them at this point. I don't expect them to both not be there. Although I would love an upset. I love when the teams start to like catch up in a region a little bit. So good luck sailing. And what is this, Le Fichet? Fichet?
Le Fichet. Well, this is why we have open qualifiers, is because it just lights the fires under people's butts to keep it up. I mean, you see it again here in Europe, even KC feeling the weight of all that. But again, next week, North America and a few other regions kicking off as well, and First Touch in the middle. So there's a lot of Rocket League action happening here on the stream. So
Hey, Leafex.
Hello.
I would like to, seeing as we have First Touch podcast on there on Wednesday, the 22nd. Okay, it's got TH all over the place. At 11 a.m. PT. Today, T-Bates graduated. Congratulations to T-Bates.
Let's go,
amazing.
T-Bates.
I saw that Daz went to his graduation ceremony. Rolders was there as well. So everybody in chat, congratulations to T-Bates. Make sure that you wish him all the best, because that man has grinded through to get... He's a lawyer, by the way.
Looking for a lawyer. man, trust me, his opinions are second to none. He can win an argument against anyone, even Johnny Boy. So congratulations to Bates. Yeah, he's worked super hard.
Huge dub.
Yeah, make sure he feels the love too. Go hit him up on Twitter. Give him the congrats. That is wonderful. Looking back at here though, what people can. Well, I try to transition that. Here's the points, and this is what players are fighting for. There's some prize pool on the line, and having some extra points there is going to be huge. We'll be talking about the implications of that later on. For now, let's give you guys a little bit of recap. We got a few storylines to run through here. Yesterday was our Swiss bracket. It's a fun one. We all love this format. It gives teams extra opportunities to get those dubs because you have to get 3 losses before you're out, but 3 into what we're going to see today, the playoff bracket. But throughout all these games, there's a lot there. We had a lot of storylines popping off. And starting it off here, why don't we talk a team that hadn't been able to make it into top 8 before. Hark, it's top Cougars. They had a fantastic run.
Oh my goodness. I love this team. They were so highly rated by all their peers, by coaches like the likes of Farah and everybody all throughout the early stages of the season. And then what ended up happening was they didn't quite perform. They're just now putting on the performance that everybody's been waiting, and it was so impressive. It was a little shaky at times, but they did still manage to make their very first main event. So congratulations to them, and I'm super excited to see how they compete in the top 8.
On the other side there, though, CJ, Luna Galaxy not making it was a bit of a surprise, I think.
Yeah, they're looking all right. Look, the top two, obviously, well, aren't they looking good? We absolutely. Stop me. What's wrong?
Why are you saying it like that? This is how you say it every time. You've got such a funny little voice. Yeah, it's the accent.
Can I say a funny little... Oh, you're a funny little Australian. Stop it. I'm sick of it. No, look. It was a great result for the top Cougars. Fantastic to see them. They'll be the first series today, not to get too excited, but they're excited.
Hey, well, do you have any other teams you want to talk about? Maybe a team that had a couple struggles throughout that Swiss rather than domination, CJ?
Oh, yeah, there was a couple. One of them in particular I think I want to talk about here. That is Team BD.
Yeah.
They just, well, they did it the tough way. They went down to 1 and 2. I can see it here. They took them down 3-1 in round number. And then obviously the Luna Galaxy, they did them, but yeah, interesting to see from them.
Okay, well, I mean, the fact that we had BDS, of course, the fact that there were we've seen them have a couple of problems. We've seen them, they've underperformed. It's been disappointing for them. I think they're going to feel that disappointment as well. I think anybody to say, right, they have been performing to their top level would be, it's disingenuous towards that team. But we're always going to expect them in the top 8. But the fact that they ended up going through in 5, and they were losing to both Jobless and Luna Galaxy, and then Luna Galaxy didn't even make it. It's a real
How devastating is that, by the way? Like you beat BDS and then you don't make it. That's like, what do you have to do to get to top 8 in Europe, CJ?
You have to accept it for what it is, and you tweet at them, you say life goes on, and then you quote CJ, and then you try again in the last qualifier.
Life always goes on, guys. Life always goes on.
It goes on. All right, hey, Stumpy here. It's your turn to give her a go here. Let's talk good stuff again. Oxygen. Yeah. Oh my God, what a domination these guys had. Joyo is at home right now.
He is. And Oxygen were a breath of fresh air yesterday, let me tell you that much. They played a couple of teams where you'd say, like, well, yeah, obviously they should be beaten. And it was Top Cougs, it was Jobless, and they also played Daystar. However, with the goal differential of 36-8, it's ridiculous. Per game, they locked in 3.6. Which is ridiculous, and there were 0.8 goals conceded per game. Like, they were dominant throughout. And yeah, okay, the teams weren't of the absolute, the top 8 quality over and over again, but that is still an unbelievable scoreline, and they come through as the #1 seed as well, only losing a single game with a game differential of +8. Incredible job from Oxygen. And doesn't Joyo just look at home?
That was the win as well. This one here in the round number 3, 2-0 stage against Jobless, against his former team, doing it in that kind of fashion. That's got to be a great confidence booster there for Joyo. Yeah, against his former comrades there on Jobless.
Yeah, no, I think overall Oxygen's coming into this top 8 with a lot of confidence. As you alluded to, what will be our first matchup later. But again, we'll talk about that specifically in a bit. You know how this bracket works, though. Single elimination. It's do or die. You lose and you're out. But those games come later. Let's get a little more recap. You know I love my top 3. So let's get into these, the best of the best from yesterday. Yesterday was quite exciting. There were quite a few plays that we could have had in this top 3. Honestly, it was difficult to put this together. But let's start off with the number 3. Is that where should we start? Should we start at number 3?
Go.
Is that right? Okay. Let's start it with Acro because, again, this team was popping off overall. Top Cougs looking good in Acro. He's just bringing that forth in this play here. What a fantastic first touch off the wall. I can't do that. That's so clean. The reaction time, go off the ceiling. I used to be able to do that, CJ.
Yeah, well, you never used to be able to do that, actually, Leaf. But number 2, you definitely couldn't do this, and it was C-Mash popping off against Resolve. First series of the day, the top Stumpy. How good was this first touch? Let's have a look at his POV. He gets the reset. He doesn't need the backboard. Finds the tight angle as well. Number 1 coming up.
Listen, there's nothing better than a nice, clean pre-jump, and that's exactly what Rezi did here. Look at him, pure anticipation off the touch there. He tried to send it up. You can see his brain processing like, hey, if I just stay here, I could actually hit this one in, and that's exactly what went down. So top play goes to them. Congrats on you, man.
Why was he up? Why did he stay? That is just
that you could physically see his brain processing. Like if I stay here, it might come to me.
But you know what, guys?
I should sit there.
You know what? There's some better plays. There's always better plays than just a couple of goals. Because you can score a goal in the opponent's net as much as you want. I want to see what you can do against your own net. Okay. Now, these own goals are from across the world, bear in mind. This was yesterday in the overtime. And look, he tries to chase it. Doesn't get a touch, completely fumbles on the wave dash.
Walked it in.
Yeah, he escorted the goal. He saw the ball and said, you know what, no, after you. After you? Okay, onwards you go. We got 5 here, by the way. We go to North America. It's JNAP. That side wall. And you think, okay, maybe an easy save, get a little tap. passes it. It's an assist. It's a team own goal. And CJ, you don't see that every day, let alone out of an OG that have looked brilliant recently.
Oh, it's beautiful. You can see that Nolly tried to clear it across, but he couldn't quite get it. Number 3, have a look at it. It's Dan the man. It's Dan the man. Where's he going with that one? They lost the series because of that goal, Stumpy. You can't afford to be doing that. that goal, he tried to hit the ring. Oh, he stuffed that one up.
Yeah, he had time there. And then we got Edge B as well. This goal is one of the best I've ever seen. Put that in black and white and put that in your montage. No one know which side it scored on. An assist from Exotic. Thinks he's going to the ceiling. Doesn't quite. He's already up. He's committed. He's used the boost. But finally, we got to go here. It's negative all the way in OCE. It was 0 seconds. Game 5 there, tied for all. And the timing could not have been better. Look how perfectly he hits at 0 seconds. It's 1, 2, in. Bang! It's the ice in the net, but no ice in his veins. Gets the OG. It's beautiful, and it's the global own goals.
That is absolutely brutal. That hurts. Like to be the thing that sends you out is that just hurts. Hark, are you sad with me? Because that hurts.
I do that quite often, so I feel it, man. Your life goes on. That's the quote of the day for me. So.
Life goes on. Okay.
In the next one.
Right. Life goes on. Well, I guess we have to continue talking. Let's throw some points here just to get people caught up on what's going on again scenario-wise. We talked about this. We talked about this before Stumpy the show. This is really close. Like this is. Really tight at that bottom end. I mean, like Vitality, they're kind of cruising ahead, but look how close 3, 4, 5, even just being 4 points behind for Jobless and BDS.
Yeah. It's terrifying at the moment. Bear in mind as well, there's just the major 2. Vitality, they're currently sitting, of course, at that 28 points after getting 20 for their win previously. But we see that close battle. Jobless and BDS on 16, and they have got some incredible teams behind them who are going to be wanting to pull up from behind. Lunar Galaxy are close, and they didn't make it through this Swiss stage this time. I think we expect them to when we get to Open Qualifier number 3, but then you look 2 or 3 places below them, Carmine Corp. 9 points. That is a dreadful number of points when they're not even competing. They're not going to earn any here on. We're going to still be seeing BDS potentially earn some more. Jobless, Oxygen, Resolve, Alpine, and Vitality all getting some more. Now, there's a couple of scenarios here, of course, when you look towards the major as well. And basically, it comes down to, every single team who is currently 5th or below wants that Gentlemates versus Vitality final. They've already got the points for 1st and for 2nd. They're vibing. It doesn't matter. So anybody from 5th down, they want to be seeing them go through as far as they can. And of course, themselves who progress up through the table too. When we then look towards the season's points, if we can throw them up, we're going to be seeing, of course, Gentlemates on top and Karmine Corp looking much, much better here. A lot of people are talking about Karmine Corp missing worlds because of their performance and not making it through to this open qualifier. That doesn't really matter too much when you look at how they're doing so far. They did incredibly well at the Copenhagen Major. Right now, look at BDS. They are short by 15 odd points behind Vitality in 4th. And who is right behind them? Who is currently on an upswing? It is Oxygen Esports. If they can do well and they can keep making these quarterfinals, semi-finals, grand finals appearances, they are going to be looking much, much more comfortable than BDS when you look towards the World Championship, especially if Oxygen make it through to that major.
It is honestly insane how much closer EU is. I feel like over in NA, everybody's like, oh, like 2, 3, 4 points behind. Like you're talking like 1 through 12 is low-key, with the exception of G2 and Gen G, are incredibly close and far away from everybody. But over here, that 1 through 4 or 1 through 3, it's like, okay, y'all are fairly solidified, but the jump from 4 through what? You could even argue all the way down to 12 is so just incredibly possible, which honestly makes Europe so much fun. I think it's going to make this qualifier extremely interesting. It's going to make the major super interesting. I'm very curious if any of these teams are going to upset their way into that top 8, top 4, maybe even. Do you have... As somebody who's been obviously keeping up with you a little bit more intensely, is there a team that you think could like jump in and freak everybody out right now?
There's a team that rhymes with Schmoxygen Schmeeschmorts, and it may well be Oxygen Esports, because they're primed. If they can get through to the major, I am absolutely certain that they're going to be doing a great job there, especially with Joya. When we see him actually make it through, he is going to do a good job when he gets onto that into those land situations. I'm excited to see him, especially then when you have Oski and Archie also doing usually pretty well on land, especially in favor of Oski. Archie, I think with this team and with Snasky, hoping they can do a little bit better. But yeah, I think Oxygen for me is one where BDS, they should not feel secure. And then you look realistically at these quarterfinals. I think we're of course going to get into our predictions a little bit later on, but I think there's a clear team in each of these, Herc, that should be winning them, right?
Yes. Well, granted, I would give the exception to our first match. I don't know if that's considered a hot take or not, given how incredible Oxygen was yesterday. But top Cougars have been freaking everybody out a little bit. Outside that one, yes, I would sit here and say this is...
Yeah, I agree. I mean, then I think Oxygen taking over top Cougars is obviously we're going to be doing predictions later on, everybody. But yeah, Oxygen, they are going to be the ones I think probably taking over top Cougars. And again, that should be scaring BDS, who have been shaky, went to round 5. Also, everybody, as I'm sure you can figure out, having a few little tech issues right now, so bear with us. Me and Herc are sitting here monologuing. We're doing our best. Just a few little connection issues going on. So talk amongst yourselves if you would like to.
Stumpy, will you shut up? I am absolutely sick to death of the sound of Stumpy Goblin. I'm brave enough to say that I speak for everyone when I say that. So what's going on? I've not been drafted in. It's my turn now. How are you, Stumpy? You good, mate?
Yeah, not bad. I love this bracket.
What's your favourite part of this bracket?
This bracket.
I like the fact that now Jobless and Team 3, they've got little logos that are actually their names rather than just like, you know, the little Rocket League car. I was never a fan of that. This is way better. So that's a W. That's a production W.
Cole, I have a question for you, real quick.
Please, throw it at me, my friend. My podcast hosting pal.
Yeah, go on then. We've done a podcast a little bit. Herc asked me a little bit earlier on, which team was I looking at who's going to be making it through to the major as maybe a surprise over our somewhat locked-in top 4 teams that, of course, sent to Copenhagen. Are you looking at anybody else other than Schmoxygen Schmeeschmorts?
Other than Schmotch and Schmeeshmots? That's a big question. I mean,
Take your
Jobless are
time to
doing pretty
answer it.
well. They're doing okay, our Jobless. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else who sort of has that opportunity of really breaking into that top 4. And Production W, yet again, chucking at us the major points, so I can use those.
Thank you.
I mean, the fact that Team BDS are down there in 5th, do they count as an outsider at this point? I mean, they only made it through the Swiss in Series 5 yesterday. They made it to the quarterfinals last time around, and now there they are 4 points below. I mean, do they count? It's your question? Because I'd say them. I'd say they're my outside pick. You know, if I were to be giving some tips to everybody, I'd say probably Team BDS.
BDS are
That's my
our
brave
former team.
My brave
That's
call,
huge.
yeah.
I think so. I think right now as well, obviously, Carmine Corp, they've got 9 points. I back the comeback. I also, by the way, have no idea, Cole, who else is here with us who can talk. So it's going to be a conversation between us until somebody pipes
those
up.
shows where they go into haunted houses and they're like, I think someone's there. Oh, did you hear
Spirit
something?
box.
Oh my goodness, did I just hear Leaf? Oh, who knows?
If somebody's here, wait, Cole, give it a sec. If somebody's here, drop us an Oh, Herc's here!
Wait, can you hear me?
We just heard you.
It's almost like you can hear me in the distance.
Okay, well, okay. Chat, I don't know if you can hear her. It's exciting if you can.
I hope you guys can.
That'd be nice.
It was such a like lovely thought. Like, like, I'm here
I
as
was
well.
terrified to speak. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if you can hear me, chat. I'm seeing mm-hms in chat though, so
Everyone in
I'm
chat,
assuming
as well.
I'm
Nice.
you're audible at least.
Thank you, chat. Chat, you're killing it. You're our third
You guys are
eye at the
goats.
moment.
Yeah,
This is wonderful.
I love the for a little peek behind the curtain. Everyone, it's such a staple. Whenever there's sort of tech issues or if your mic's being a bit dodgy in production, will be like. Production will be like, Cole, like turn down your mic or whatever. Then the other caster will pick up until they hear and that means
And then
hi,
you're
I'm
back
back.
in, baby.
Yeah, so
reckon-
expertly done, Herc.
I reckon, guys, because we have, I think, 8 minutes or so left, unless I get shouted at my ear in a minute, we can potentially go to kickoff unless the production machine is completely broken. So maybe we can move on and chat about our first series here, which is going to be...
I thought you meant just start the match. I thought you meant,
Yeah.
you know what,
Oh,
enough of this. Stumpy's called it. Let's get the players in. They're not
Kickoff on
prepared
the
yet.
pre-show, dog.
A big
Right.
party. We're gonna put all of chat into
Back
the
to the
lobby.
bracket, baby. It's back to the bracket, baby. We're here. All right.
My favorite place to be.
Should we make our prediction official?
Hello?
Oh,
Leaf is
Hello?
we
here.
hear Leaf.
Where am I?
Okay.
What's
Leaf,
going on?
Leaf, take it away. Oxygen
Camera?
Cougars.
Hey! We're here.
Whoa. We're alive.
All right. I don't know where we're at right now. What we're doing? Are we following the L bar?
Let's
Did we
play
get
it.
to the silhouette?
So Leaf, we're skipping silhouettes. Are we doing silhouettes?
Are we still? I think production.
I've
said
been
let's
waiting
go.
for this all day. We're sneaking it in.
We wanted to play a game, and we're not going to let anything get in our way of playing a game today. We were doing something yesterday, having some fun, and said, this is a great game to play. Let's test our memory. And chat, you can get involved in this one, too. When we were at Copenhagen, we're seeing all the players at live events. It's so fun seeing them in person. But how good is your memory? If you saw just a blank silhouette of each of these teams, could you guess who it was? And that's what we're going to do today. Is we're going to see some teams pop up. We're going to work together, try to solve out which team from Copenhagen this is, and then production will let us know if it's correct. So, first team is on the board.
Oh, I know this.
Who is that?
immediately.
CJ's back. There he is
right.
on the left.
I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I just need to check who actually went to Copenhagen real quick.
But yeah, these guys are all at
Oh,
Copenhagen.
are we
right? They're all
allowed to do
Copenhagen
that?
qualifiers.
I suppose.
Yeah, don't ask them. They can't say no.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to let you do that, but at the same time.
Okay, no, I've stopped.
Okay.
Hands
Okay,
up.
Stumpy,
Okay,
stop.
the front one kind of looks like Nolly.
I feel like
Oh, it
also
does.
I thought middle looked like Ixo, but Ixo didn't like none of Oxygen made it obviously, but it feels
Wait,
like it was
kind of?
I think that
Go
could
on.
be Com, Nolly in the middle. No, Nolly on the
Is that
right.
Nolly's hair?
But doesn't
And then
Nolly
Jane's in the
have,
middle.
Like, earrings?
OG is my
Alright, lock it
my
in.
guess.
That's not calm.
You're guessing
That is
OG.
not calm.
I don't think it's.
There's no shot that.
don't
It's
think it's
definitely
OG.
not OG.
Oh, but it's only a two
somebody
times,
said-
so we gotta lock it in.
Elevate.
Elevate. Oh,
Okay, chat said.
LCT
Chat
hair.
said elevate.
yes, that's
that is-
Kevin. Yes.
Okay,
Elevate.
lock it in.
Huge.
Chat.
But sadly, we locked an OG.
Elevate.
Yeah, he locked in OG. We locked in elevator with chat.
Yeah.
Yes, good job, chat. Let's go.
Was that her? Well done.
Well done.
Excellent shout.
Shout out to
let's see.
chat.
How many more of these?
Rettles in the middle.
Okay, next one's
That
up.
is Rettles in the middle
That is
all day
Rettles'
long.
neck. If ever I've seen Rettles' neck.
And a little semi-spiky hair. Little scruff ball.
Are we locking this one in? Do we?
I recognise that neck anywhere. That's Rettles. Yeah.
All right, we're locking it in LG.
No problem. Lock them in.
Let's see. Did the neck give it away?
Surely.
Cheese on the left.
Zen neck.
What? Chat you.
Rettles' neck.
Chat you. Guys, get it trending. Hashtag Zen has Rettles' neck.
Neither of those guys had cheese or MB hair.
That's the only thing that Rettles shares with Zen.
That's Rettles. Middle's Rettles.
That is
100%.
That's
Rettles'
I
Rettles'
think
neck.
that's Rettles.
Okay, lock it in. All right, let's see.
This is Vitality. Now.
That's cheese and MB. That's a cheese silhouette if I've ever seen
Yeah.
one.
It's
All right.
All right. Fair enough.
Oh, we need it. We have a neck database apparently. We'll have to
The
check that out.
long neck club.
Oh, that's great. Well, we kind of already did all of our points and everything here. I don't know if we need to go over the full recap, so we can just talk about maybe the schedule and what's going on today. Here's your matches in the order they're going to be coming at you. Of course, Gentlemates Jobless will finish off the day just doing quarterfinals today. It's single elimination. This will be the last chance to look at 4 of these teams, so make sure you're rooting hard for them. The first matchup is going to be Oxygen versus Top Cougars. Both of these teams looking hot coming into this one, maybe more so than the other. Cole, you're joining us in here. Let's get you talking a little bit. Oxygen looking great with Joyo, but Top Cougars finally making a top 8 are going to be feeling good.
It's going to be nice for Top Cougars. I mean, it's been made official that they've separated with Gregan somewhat. They've been going their own way for a little while. Perhaps they're playing with a bit more freedom. They'll know for the most part that their season is over, so they can play with that same level of expressionism. But I think the fact they are against Oxygen, they were 3-0'd by them comfortably yesterday. It's going to be a bold prediction, Stumpy, to say that Oski and the lads aren't going to take this one.
Yeah, I think with the quality that Oxygen showed yesterday, yes, I would absolutely put them as the clear favourites because, my word, the cohesion that they showed together. I was watching Hootie Hoo and Fear on the Oxygen stream and seeing how they're reacting to everything. And they were so happy. Every single time that a goal went in, it was like it was choreographed. It was well played. Nothing felt like it was out of place. Incredibly impressed with them across the board. But with Top Cougars, we've seen them take scouts before. We've seen them do a great job to earn their spots in these top 8s. Previously, of course, not this season so far, or not this split so far. I'm be very intrigued to see just how well they do against a team that is probably the hardest opposition they could have aside from Vitality. And there's Reagan. He's got his full-time job at the moment, but he is still coaching them kind of on the side. There he is.
You seem shocked.
I thought he wasn't a part, and then sometimes he is, and I hear different things all of the time. But honestly, I'm happy
I'm
he's
happy to
here.
see him there. Yeah. Very happy to see him there. Hey, chat, get your predictions in chat. So, quiet, Stumpy. It's chat's turn to talk.
Hold on.
They're getting their predictions in. Why would you try to interrupt? Okay, now you can talk.
No, I'm scared now. I'm scared and scarred.
Oh, man.
I mean, OXG for Oxygen, I think that's probably going to be the biggest shout. I think that's probably the most likely. I believe. Tell you what, I'm going to cue production. Can we see what all of us predicted, please? Because
very
I would like to see the blue wave across the bottom of the screen.
There it is.
Surely, ref. Like, I think, as we were saying earlier, between me and Herc in the carousel of analysts that we had on the desk, it's basically a win for the blue side, I think, on pretty much every shot.
Let's see if the coin decides to be terrible yet again.
Coin's going to be orange.
Come on, coin.
It did go orange.
Oh.
Hey, I will say, I don't think there's not a chance for Top Cougars. I think if there's one team I would count to give Oxygen a run for their money, if they were not as consistent as they were yesterday, it would be the squad.
Well, chat is going to lock it in with us to a whopping 81%. The game is ready. We've gotten through it all. Points on the line. Playoffs are here. It's single elimination, do or die. Oxygen versus Top Cougars.
Well, things may have got somewhat silly in the pre-show over there, but now, Stumpy, we are down to the serious business. Top Cougars, their season may be over, but they could spoil Oxygen Esports' run.
They're absolutely going to do their best to make sure that Oxygen, right now sitting in the back seat of the car down to London, it's not a big drive for those boys, all being UK-based, and they're going to make sure that they give them a puncture so they do not make it there as easily as they alluded to that they would yesterday, considering their 36 and 8 goal differential. It was outrageous. The audacity they put forward to every team they faced. It was a matter of no respect and sheer cohesion with the green side.
However, on the side of top Cougars, Simas with his beautiful Fennec, I love the styling of that one, the pink and turquoise, was scoring some bangers. They are by no means unable of damaging Oxygen, and when a team is new, they brought in Joyo, things are going great, and it's all well and good to keep the momentum going, but, one tough loss, and that's where you see a real test of their mettle. That tough loss may be coming in a game or two here. They are going to have to rebound, potentially, if top Cougars can upset them. But the 3-0 yesterday will mean a lot to them, and Joyo, early doors, confidence man, gets that first goal.
Kicking things off, who else but Joyo, the new addition to this roster? Archie, however, utterly unchallenged, going for that pass. No one fancied actually trying to commit any competition. The ball then can pop out quite nicely towards Joyo. Challenge versus Simas, who was nearer the ball first, had the opportunity to steal it away from Joyo, and yet did not quite have the speed for it. And these two teams have faced each other previously. It's been twice, and both of them have been taken by Oxygen. This is the third time they're meeting up. Third time the charm, potentially, for the Cougs.
Joyo, the man who everybody will be speaking about, really. He's such a known figure here in Rocket League Esports, but you have to think about his teammates as well, about Archie trying to qualify for another major after doing so well when he first burst onto the scene. And also Oski, the man from Team Liquid last season, qualified for every single event, had to watch on from Copenhagen, and now he too may well be back for London.
It's a minute and a half from that goal from Joyo, still being the only one that's standing, but Joyo low boost passes to Oski, the net utterly open, nobody with a chance. And I said it was only 1 at 1.5 minutes, well now it's 2.
Yeah, it's looking good for Oxygen right now. Oski making things look as simple as you like. So far, they are toying with top Cougars, who seem to be giving them too much space, seem to be allowing them to make their passes and find their connections. They're going to have to do much more than that if they are to slow this roster down, because, I mentioned momentum for Oxygen, and it's really starting to build, both within this series, as Oski makes a huge save, and in general.
Also, I'd say, Cole, you said earlier about top Cougars making the major. Everybody can still technically make it from Europe. Like, we're only in the second event, and Relating Wave wanting to put a goal on target, making sure that they're not going to be out yet. But the fact that they've still got that chance, it's a credit to the open qualifier in the era that we currently find ourselves in. And shooting top bins against Joyo, who finds himself a little bit awkward on the goal line, is going to be a good start for them. However, just quickly in brackets, they'd have to put forward an incredible run, a record points-breaking comeback if they want to make Worlds.
I don't know if I misspoke, but if I said they're going to make the major, I stand by it. I definitely meant it.
No, you said it was impossible, I think.
But it technically
it's not quite.
It's not.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Got you. Well, it is very possible for Oxygen Esports. Yeah. That much is true after top 4 last time around. And they have conceded the first goal. The first potential chink in their armor will be showing through as Simas has a chance to do some more damage. Joyo's beneath him. Joyo has full boost. It isn't even called into question because Archie getting involved there. How great as well to see Archie competing a real top-tier team, Stumpy.
Yeah, the quality that Archie's been putting forward too. And I'd say that, obviously, alongside Joyo, and I know, obviously, Oski as well, the performance he put in was probably MVP on the team when we saw them last time round. They got to that top 4. They couldn't make it through Gentlemates, but they were 3-1 up. They had such a good chance of making it through to that grand final, but they just couldn't shut it down. And I think that part of that is because I think Archie previously, when they were playing against Carmine Corp, he was the best player on the pitch. I think that for them to really succeed, he is their star man. Even though they're bringing Joyo in, Joyo fills in that rise role, I think, a lot of the time where he can elevate a team, and that has been proven to happen.
Well, here's Oski in the far corner, wanting to send this one long, but Relating Wave seems to have continued top Cougars up to pace, really charging down Oxygen now, not letting them have all their own way, which is something that somewhat disappointed me in the first minute or two of this one. They were looking a little bit languid and slow and sluggish in the centre, and they seem to have stepped that up. A bump comes in from Relating Wave. Acro in front of the ball as Simas gets the ball towards him, but Oski charges down. Oxygen challenging the midfield excellently so far. Joyo's bullying Relating Wave, and look what happens when you don't let top Cougars out.
Oski just had to hold W here. Just drive forward, and Joyo's going to do the rest. Hits Relating Wave with a left hook, and a right hook sends him flying well above the goal. 3-1, minute and a half remaining, and it has been composure from Oxygen, continuing their streak from yesterday.
there's been a couple of occasions where I've thought, the defender's going to be in trouble here. The goalkeeper's going to have to do some work for Oxygen against top Cougars. But each time I think that, someone flies in from the center, and that is a truly cohesive unit right now from Oxygen. The midfield player is always making the correct decision, whether that's comms or synergy. Look, there again, Joe goes up for it, meaning the goalkeeper can stay on the goal line. Archie's still there with full boost.
Lovely.
It might pull to him, but he's good enough to get in the way there with what he had left in the tank, and it might even lead to a goal for them.
Tell you what, though, Oxygen, they committed 3 men to that final save. Yes, it managed to sneak its way out, but not completely infallible on the side of Oxygen. And the offense from top Cougars was excellent yesterday as well. They just couldn't make it work versus Oxygen, but clearly not a lot of teams could.
Lots of people calling you out for saying that there's a W key on a controller. He knew what, it's a phrase, isn't it? It's a thing. It's a thing. You say W key, exactly, mate.
All you controller gamers in chat.
Yeah. 30 seconds remaining, and Oxygen looking to show a professional performance from here until the end of it. As Oski goes to the double tap, can sink it here. He does. It's almost in. Acro with a decent little save at the near post. Top Cougars staying alive. Can they do any more? One more goal in the next 5 seconds would give them a chance.
Oski wants to shut down that chance as best he can. That's 1, that's 2 above the crossbar. Acro has to make a play on that ball, but with low boost, he's challenges versus Joyo. Doesn't work its way out of the orange half, and game 1 are going relatively handily over towards Oxygen. Nearly a doink from Archie. Joyo, he's going to be extending the game just a little bit more as well, so thank you for that one.
I'm pretty sure Archie dodged here as well. Why would you not doink? Look. Why would you dodge there?
That's just got to be a doink.
That is actually frustrating to me. Pro players, I know I'm trying to be professional after the pre-show was tough, right? But pro players not doinking is like my pet peeve, Stumpy. Pull me away, I can't handle this.
I remember years ago, and I'm going to... There we go, that's a doink, large Oscar.
See? Look how much power he gets.
That would have rocketed home if that was Archie a little bit earlier. Fortunately, he's not got the composure to do it. Relativo takes it all the way the other side. It went from a 3-1 into the 4-2 with literally 1 second left, so congrats Leighton Wave. But look, I'm intrigued to see how top Cougars can work back into this series. They still looked very good. It's just Oxygen, when you look at the quality of the teams, they just did it better.
There's a long series as well. Best of 7 here. The first time in Open Qualifier number 5, we will see a tactical timeout, I presume, at some point in this series. So plenty of time for players to talk things through, see what's going wrong. Snasky's turning around, just looking at his team, thinking, are they saying anything stupid? Not yet. Not yet, Snasky. You can avoid getting involved for now. It's all going very well for Oxygen up to this point.
Oxygen, we said a little bit earlier on, they've got great chances of making the major, and pretty much, as I said earlier, every team below 5th is going to want them to do well as well. I think when you then see the Vitality versus Gentlemates, if they win later on, that's, again, everybody below that 5th spot. When you look at the points, they want to make sure that that does end up happening. So everybody else, they want Resolve and Oxygen to be losing here to give them a chance. Because as soon as that 4th, 5th place starts running away, as we saw for the Copenhagen Major, when the top 4 was just so disparate from the rest of the region, it makes it impossible for you to catch up, even if you end up securing a win in the off chance that any of the 4 teams aren't going to take it in the theoretical best spot. So top Cougars, they need to step it up for anybody who is below that 5th spot right now.
That will be where our favourite concept of winner's tilt begins to come in. For teams like Oxygen, who've not been to majors for a while, for teams like Resolve that you mentioned, who, maybe have sort of never really been competing at the very top, when they start to think, if we don't mess this up, we could make it all the way, that pressure may well tell. But so far here in this series, Stumpy, we are seeing no sign of that for Oxygen, continuing on their huge surge from yesterday. 4 more goals to add to the collection, I believe takes them to 40 for this entire event. But they may just go behind at the start of game 2. No, even now, their goal living a charmed life. Defensively, they're not bad either, and I wasn't expecting to say that about this Oxygen roster.
I mean, bear in mind, though, you say you weren't expecting to say it. Yesterday, they had 0.8 goals conceded per game.
That's what I mean, like in general.
Their goals for. Yeah, they have done an outstanding job. That's a great movement as well from Oski. Somewhat of a fortunate bounce coming from Acro, going central to Archie, who is right place, right time. Leighton can't quite work his way back either. Again, in just over 20 seconds, the vibes are great in the Oxygen camp, and with 1 goal on your side, why wouldn't they?
That could be a nice quick equaliser, though, for top Cougars, and I'm still just waiting to see that little bit of a spark from them. One of the goals that they got in the last game was when the game was already well and truly over, so it could easily have been a 4-1, and that's a lot worse than 4-2, more dominant. And it's seeming pretty dominant to the eye test right now. Some forward launches from players like Acro could change that.
Yeah, definitely.
Mechanical spice put into the pot as Relating Wave tries to find Simas. It's beautiful, and that is more like it.
What a little bit of magic coming out from top Cougars. Acro bumps Oski out the way. He has no chance. Relating Wave has opened up entirely, and Simas pre-jumps his birth date to get to that ball. Dab taps it in. 50 seconds in, it's one apiece.
Keep it going, top Cougars. Love to see that. Here comes a Relating Wave as well. Got a chance from this kickoff. A quick 1-2 could be absolute fire for them. No, Simas nips in instead. And then he charges down Oski on the goal line. Top Cougars, huge step up now. Acro in the far corner. Joey's got no boost, but it's going to wrap itself around the back wall. And Oski can come in. I think both of his teammates will be having to rotate out because they both charge down there. So it's tough for him. Relating Wave can be the beneficiary, tackled by Joyo. I like what I'm seeing right now from top Cougars.
I can't see him from Joyo as well, getting a couple of resets with low boost, but Relating Wave to the backboard. Archie called into question. Does get the touch. Relating Wave hoping that he wasn't going to be able to, but I like the idea. Push forward with no respect for the opposition. Make sure that you don't give them any space. Joyo moves Simas from the pitch. Back down. Oski finds Archie above the bar, but he's there for the Champ 3 double tap.
You gotta love the Champ 3 double tap. You hit the crossbar, you follow it up, smush it home. But all the hard work was done earlier on by Oski. Beautiful, clearing the way there for Archie, who in the end could not miss to return Oxygen to a lead.
It's great movement too, coming through from Oxygen. Make sure that they play just as aggressive. I think aggression is going to be the call for both of these teams. We saw previously, you don't want to respect your opponent. And I was watching the...
Hello?
Joyo. Oh. I was watching the Resolve documentary the other day, a brilliant documentary, by the way, about how they ended up beating BDS and just the way they approached their boot camps. A lot of it came down to make sure you're aggressive. Don't give them respect, because as soon as you do, you get a symptom of, I think, somewhat vitality in the spring last year of, okay, well, we think they're untouchable, therefore they are. You need to push them as hard as you can. And look, you are going to be near enough as good a player as they are and better in some ways. Don't let them bully you otherwise. But Joyo and Archie are bullying that back line, and it's 3-1 to Oxygen.
Just keep an eye on how often top Cougars are completely boost-starved on the back line. Keep an eye on how often the ball is going onto that orange backboard. And finally keep an eye on how often Oxygen players are getting the first touch on the ball, and a clean touch as well in the top Cougars half. You put those ingredients together and you can see right now why they're 2 goals for the good. But down the other side, top Cougars do have some damage to do themselves. Simas seems to be most likely for me for top Cougars, as Relating Wave comes in to help his teammate out, but Archie clears it long. This is where Oxygen are dangerous. Oski, no boost at all, still does all sorts of carnage towards the top Cougars defensive line. And now Joy is coming in, and it's these clearances, Stumpy. They're always falling to a blue player. And look what they can do with them.
Yeah, the sheer amount of space. And bear in mind how they got their goal previously. Aggress, pre-jump, get out the way. Of course, Oxygen may well end up reading that. It's a good chance as well with every single player coming in like a conveyor belt from Oxygen. Joy is not going to fall prey to it. 1-2, the cycle doesn't go as far as he would like. So Oski is up, gets a reset defensively. Hasn't used it just yet. Tries to land, gets that back corner boost, continues to challenge, is just harassing over and over again, gets a dunk as well. Relating Wave called into action in a position that I'm sure he was not expecting.
That would actually have been insane from Oski. He was on the opposite backboard, just sort of arced his car around, used his dodge. Here he's going again. Oski is insane right now. Joyo is flying in. Oski is having one of those days where he's just demanding the ball from every single angle. And Oxygen, they're like, yeah, man, you're the man today. Have it, you've got it.
When you see Oski on that full moon of boost, you need to make sure that you're going to be paying attention to every single micro movement his car ends up making. Otherwise, he's going to be forcing his way through in every single opening that you get him. Joyo forgoes the ball, goes to the man instead, Relating Wave. So the next one back, and Archie tries to outdo him, isn't able to. Oski, ball, boost, space. Finds the ceiling. Archie tries to find Oski again. But regardless, a couple more seconds ticking down as we enter the final minute. Still 2 goals to pull back, and Acro, no respect whatsoever for the Oxygen defender.
It was out of nothing as well. Everything seemed to be going for plan for Oxygen until Acro uses his reset to barge poor old Joyo out the way. And suddenly a big old question mark has been dropped here on Forbidden Temple. What will be the answer to it? It's a great kickoff there from top Cougars. It does fall to Archie in the end. Relating Wave misses the touch. This could kill it. Archie shoots, Archie scores, and instantly the chance may be gone.
It's got to be frustrating though when you see Acro make such a great play earlier, and then he sees his teammate Relating Wave completely miss the ball as it flies towards the backboard. It's a tap in, respectively, for Oxygen. And again, they're back clear by 2. And will it just be a repeat of that previous game, a 4-2 scoreline?
Well, let's have a look. Let's see if Acro in particular can do anything about that. He seems to be the one now that's woken up for top Cougars. His relating wave tries to make up for the error by charging down Joyo. Archie has a chance here, but good pace from Acro. Now here comes Simas. Up to the ceiling with him. Oski's already up in the air, and Archie underneath the ball beats relating wave to it. All ends up. Relating wave do something with it in the end. He's going to get the little smooch towards the goal. It was followed by Simas. A nice idea from relating wave, slowing it down. Not quite effective enough on that occasion, but more nice ideas from top Cougars.
I mean, great ideas from top Cougars. I love their aggression is proving well. At least they've had the possession in that blue half. Fortunately for them, they've not had a goal in a little while. Approaching 10 seconds remaining. 2 to come back from. We're going to need to see a lot of magic out here from Acro. Sends it high. Who's there first? Joyo misses. Simas misses. And there's going to be another win coming through for Oxygen Esports. 2-0 in the series so far. 2 more, and they see another semi-finals.
Now, I'm already seeing a future where this series finishes 4-2 and every game is 4-2. That would be my favorite thing ever. You know, fans of weird scorelines will be happy about that. And fans of top Cougars will be happy about the fact that Relating Wave has immediately called a timeout.
Going to be seeing... I mean, Gregan told us earlier, he DM'd us saying, oh, boys, I'm not really coaching anymore. Make sure that you don't give me as much credit as you usually do. It all goes to the boys. And then we see him sneak on the camera. What do you... Gregan, if you're not coaching them, mate, get off the broadcast, all right? Get out of here. But clearly he's going to have a couple of wise words to make sure that he is going to be able to put forward to the fellas.
Yeah, I'm sure that even Gregan, not at 100%, is still a very worthwhile coach. The man has more knowledge in his brain that he's forgotten than I will ever know. I'll say, he's a true genius of rugby league, I think Gregan is. I adore that man. Best of luck for him in his full-time career. But yeah, his team right now, they're up against it, Stumpy.
I mean, they need to make sure that I think the biggest thing is... Obviously, I think that one goal where there was the miss from Relating Wave, don't worry about it, happens. That's the kind of thing that you can't coach out of somebody. It's just don't do that again, but it's fine, whatever. I think the biggest thing is make sure with the word respect. Do not respect Oxygen. Push them, force them, make them awkward. Because you see how much boost they use when they're up in the air. Joyo and Oski especially, they're using a lot of boost on these plays. The reason why they're successful is because they're unchallenged. Or the way that they're being challenged is so... understandable from the position that they're going to be attacked from, that they're able to move the ball away, or at least move their cars away. They're able to work around the 2-foot challenges that come their way.
I do feel as well that right now top Cougars are trying to play Oxygen in an even capacity. They're trying to out-mechanic their opponents. In my opinion, they sort of need to just drop the ego a little bit, because right now, Oxygen Esports are mechanically peaking. Oski in particular looks stunning. He is at the top of his game, and his game is already, always a 9 out of 10, right? If I'm top Cougars, I'm thinking... we can't necessarily face that. Let's play a bit more simple. Let's go for 50-50s, which, in fairness, Relating Wave tried to at the end of the last game. Almost led to a goal. Clean rotations, clean play, and then just chuck in that little bit of unexpectedness, merge in the sort of spices, what you described, Sumpy, of being aggressive and stuff like that. But I don't think they're going to peak on Oxygen today. I can't see that happening.
We'll see. We saw Acro give a shot on target and use his flip reset to bump the defender. A goal that I would love to see in tomorrow's top 3 if there's not two or three more wonder goals that end up usurping it, because that is something incredibly special and isn't to be snuffed away because a top 4 team or a top 5 team, whatever, didn't score it. That quality. I want to see Acro 2 days in a row get a top play in our top goals. But in game number 3, is Joyo opening things up with an immediate dunk, and it's pressure from Oxygen.
I didn't know you were so passionate about the politics of our top 3 plays, Stumpy. I'll be sure to come to you next time I push one forward.
Thank you. I have to battle Leaf every time.
Simas charges down Oski. That's the pace that we want. Follows it up as well. Simple plays, but effective right now, potentially, against Oxygen Esports and the way they're playing. Acro goes for it again. He gets it again. Simas shoots. Oski saves. Acro still lingering up top. In the end, the ball falls to Archie. He tried to just see it across his fair neck. Didn't quite get the first touch. He's still able to do something with it, and that's getting the ball to Oski. Little bit of a cheeky spin en route, and it's 1-0.
Double tap it across the path of the net. Gets bumped, continues, and Relating Wave sees that bump and therefore thinks, I can move up, steal that corner boost. Archie recovers, gets it sidewall, finds Oski. Oxygen get the goal. And then a couple of times, Relating Wave, I've seen them out of position as well, where Simas and Acro are working so strongly together, and Oski just shooting wide a target on that, but that is an absolutely brilliant kickoff to even give them the chance. And yeah, I think 2 out of 3 players on top Cougars right now very impressed with. I want to just see Relating Wave get his head a little bit more in the game.
He can be a player that goes very quiet and then suddenly plays like an absolute world-class specimen can Relating Wave. So any second be expecting to see that switch flick, but for now it's just more a bombardment from Oxygen as Joey refuses to leave, just gets in front of the ball. Look how much time they've always got. You know what I mean? It's like Top Cougars are trying to dribble it away and Oxygen just parks in front of them.
Archie shooting just one of the net on that chance. Was completely open. Oski with a catch, with a touch. Cutting inside when nobody on Top Cougars expecting it either. And it was Archie again with that shot wide, and Relating Wave takes it away from Acro. His teammate had that covered. The communication was not there whatsoever on that play, and it leads to yet again another sloppy goal conceded.
More good stuff, though, for Oxygen Esports as they continue their surge towards London. Of course, one of the members on this team was the last winner of London. It was Joyo with a little team called Moist Esports back then. Things have moved on a lot since then, but how beautiful would it be to see him and Oxygen back in those hallowed halls?
Fully English team.
Exactly.
Fully English team.
They'll have a lot of
Three
love.
lions on a shirt.
Oi, oi.
Oi,
Coming
oi.
home, etc. People are tuning out. We should stop talking about English football.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Archie gets that one long. We do have a little bit of pressure from Top Cougars, which is good to see. As Acro underneath Joyo, staring him down. What's going to happen now? It's going to fall to Simas. Go on, Simas. Relating Waves following up and watching. But yeah, I mean, I said before last game something that the defending from Oxygen's really impressed me, and that continues to be the case. Like how solid they look when they defend. Joe on the goal line just taps it towards Oski, and they keep control.
Just about. I think the biggest boon to that play is the fact that nobody from Top Cougars ended up following it up. Acro trying to reset it over Joyo. Joyo with more than enough boost. Both players committing to that ball as well. Relating Wave and Simas. And you know what that leads to? Another sloppy goal for Oxygen. Relating Wave doesn't need to go up here. Simas has it covered, and yet he does. The amount of boost and positioning and placement that's wasted from him on that play leaves it utterly open. Oxygen, yes, they're earning these goals, but they've got a fourth player on Top Cougars.
Something, can we have the interesting fact alarm that's just come through?
There's an interesting fact. Here's the alarm.
With Oxygen most likely winning... Okay, let me rephrase. If Oxygen win this series, KC and the other teams outside the top four would need Resolve to lose to Vitality.
Because Resolve previously got to a top four, and therefore they're a threat.
Exactly. So this is a huge series for Oxygen. They are locking themselves in more and more with this second top four. But for the other teams watching on, KC and others alike, they're like watching through their fingers going, oh my goodness. Come on, Acro, you can do it, son. See?
Good
they
shot.
Believed.
Relating Wave. Relating Wave on the end of it. Make sure that he shoots with a lot of conviction. Simas fakes it going high, ends up going low, then goes for the man. Brilliant play from Simas across the board. Minute 45 remaining, just 2 goals to bring back.
It is possible. Top Cougars have to keep on going. It seems to be these bumps and demos seems to be the most effective way to get past Oxygen right now. But also the double commits. You mentioned that earlier about Relating Wave. Double commits aren't all about both going for the ball. It's the sort of more general double commits. You know, not just being on the same wavelength when you have to be against a team like this. But they're going to score again, and they have.
It was open again at the back from that kickoff. It was, I think, convincing from Oxygen. They earned it. Relating Wave lets the ball go in the midfield, and I don't want to keep harping on about Relating Wave in this series, but he has been, I think, mispositioned or just in awkward places, or puts himself into awkward places, or makes touches that are definitely not going to be the play frequently. But that is an interesting kickoff strat in favour of Top Cougars. Relating Wave can't get the touch, and instead Archie picks it up. Acro then works his way around midfield. Sees Simas now chase it towards that right-hand side. Joyo fakes out going for the pinch, and you see Simas back off there. Joyo has him wrapped around his little finger.
It's Oski's turn this time. Archie in the centre. Oski tries to go for the bouncer. Well read by Top Cougars. Another slight double commit there from Relating Wave on Simas, but Simas calls him off. Could get another 4-2, Stumpy. That's what I'm rooting for right now. One more for Top Cougars. And we're on 3 4-2s in a row. Almost there that time.
50 seconds now, ticking down. Archie pinches it midfield. Joyo can pick up with about 70 boost or so. 100 now. Acro midfield. Decent little turn, but with low boost, he's going to have to go via that mid-100. Nobody's midfield for him. He tries to work it there, but even if he gets it, no one there really to sink it away. Acro moves Archie. Simas gets a reset, bumps Oski. And tell you what, the defense from Oxygen, it's not the cleanest. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect, but it is effective right now. Simas with a catch and a reset, but Oski with the big man challenge sends it long.
Relating Wave might have one more chance for Top Cougars to keep up the 4-2 streak. Oski, though, is going to try and kill that here, and now he goes for the double tap. Can't quite get it in the corner. Archie was flying in. Relating Wave had more composure than anyone in the center there. Tees up Simas, gets the flip reset. Joyo to the side. Oski's coming in against Acro. Can Acro get this read? It's still up. I still believe Simas goes flying past the ball, and Oxygen get a 4-1 win this time.
All right, streak's dead. The 4-3 streak is dead, or 4-2 rather, streak is dead. But Oxygen, incredibly alive, making sure that this is a series that is going to be routine for them. Another top 4 is on their doorstep. They just need to turn the key.
That is now as well 6 games in a row that Oxygen Esports have won against Top Cougars after 3-0ing them yesterday. So, you know, more good signs for Oxygen, more just dominance in this open qualifier. I can't remember the last time we saw a run that was this dominant through Swiss, so far through quarterfinals, and then, you know, if they can keep things going, get to the semi-finals and final, then it's just a tip-top performance for the ages right now for Oxygen Esports.
Yeah, I think clean for the most of it. A couple of defensive plays where, like, it's not exactly the best, but it still works, and that's fine. But the goals we're seeing out of Top Cougars, I'm very impressed with them. The quality that they need to get past anybody on Oxygen is... It's going past what Oxygen need to get past Top Cougars, and that is, I think, mostly what that score differential is about. The defense is not impressing whatsoever from this side that are much newer to the top 8. And right now, in this open qualifier so far, Oxygen Esports have scored 48 goals and conceded 13. It is an outrageous performance from them so far.
They're pulling away further and further as it stands right now, but a best of 7 is a best of 7 for a reason. Nothing is done 3 games in. We've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen turnarounds, and now we see Sinas in the Esper.
Honestly, cool. Switch it up. Go something different. Cars are just completely placebo anyway, realistically. Like, let's see what ends up happening. Oski finds Joy at bottom corner, not quite sniped. Oski can't get on that second touch. Opposite corner found again. Immediately, Top Cougars on the press, but defensively, very strong.
The Esper buff was real there. What a save on the goal line there from Simas. Archie still charging him down yet again. Oski up against Acro. Huge clearance. Joyo's going to go for the Psycho. He'll get half a touch en route for Oski. It's decent enough. If this leads to a goal, it could be special. Not quite there as Acro saves.
And already seen a couple of chances. Archie again shooting wide of the net. Previously, Oski's been there to clean up a couple of them, but on that chance, unfortunately not for him. Joyo ceiling gets the pinch. Relating Wave taps it back corner. It only goes towards Oski, though. Archie shoots, Relating Wave to block it away. A couple more errors, and we're going to be seeing a goal flying in from Oxygen incredibly soon. Archie can take a snapshot. Wide again, but a very awkward position. Bumped his Acro. Oski shoots. It's 1-0 in a minute.
It's one of those ones where one of the teams on the day is just better. This is a better performance from Oxygen. They are superior in every way against Top Cougars. I would say best on what I'm seeing right now, at least today. I mean, the double tap there from Joyo was sublime, and then the follow-up bump. It's glorious attacking play from Oxygen right now. Top Cougars had survived for the first couple of minutes, and maybe they can get back going again in this one, because they have been getting goals.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lead. They've got 2, 2, and then 1. Like, they've not been actually swept in any individual game so far. I mean, a minute 20 in, and we're just seeing a couple of errors now coming out again for Top Cougars. That ball flying central. Oski can't quite sneak it on target. Joy pinching above the net. Oski fakes away from that ball. Doesn't want to fly to it as Acro is there first. And I feel like right now we're seeing a lot of chances where there is a stretched defense coming out from Top Cougars. And Oxygen, they're putting forward, a couple of shots. Not all of them even on target, but just making sure that they do not feel comfortable attacking at any given moment. And they have not got the word mercy in their vocabularies.
Oh yeah, they're going to want to keep on scoring because they are trying to build as much as possible as Oski comes forward up against Acro. Just forces it into the top corner.
I believe Acro helped this one in. I might be wrong, but Oski with a lovely reset gets the backflip. It's going in regardless. Acro just got a touch on it. So in fact, Oski, fair play, pal. Did not see that was going in. That was going top corner. I love the reset into the rotation and then a backflip. It just looks so cool. And Acro, quite Relating Wave could look even cooler. Isn't able to find the net, unfortunately.
That'd have been a nice one straight from the kickoff as well. A kickoff play, fake kickoff into a pre-jump from the ceiling from Relating Wave. Still not enough quite to get past Oxygen, as Relating Wave can't quite get that one up against Oski, but does take out Oski's car for his troubles. Wave going up early again against Archie. Oxygen winning that particular race. Joyo follows it up against Oski. Could it be a third? They're going for the 4-goal sweep, 4 out of 4. That's a thing. It's not quite as impressive as all being 4-2, but 4 goals out of 4 is pretty good.
That almost felt like you were like begging for anybody to say, yeah, that is a thing, goal. Good job. You're like, that's a thing, right? If they get 4 and 4, surely.
Type 1 in chat if that's a thing. 4 goals in each game in the best of 7.
Surely.
Yeah, right,
4 in chat. If you'd look at that and think, that's quite a fun statistic.
If you would care. Well, here we go. They sent in a couple of goals to make it happen. Joyo puts that one over the top of Acro. Should be able to clear this one. But I mean, are you seeing anything from top Cougars, Stumpy? Is there something, some spark of life?
Yeah, there's absolutely spark of life. I think it's harsh to say that there's not spark of life from them. I think to me, in their heads, I feel in this game they have given up. Like they're not attacking as much as they were previously. They're getting each other's way a lot more than they were earlier on as well. There are, I think, a few more problems arising. I don't think they're going to look back at this individual game and think, oh, what could we have done better here? They're going to look back at games 1, 2, and 3 and think, okay, well, that's when we were really putting in absolutely every ounce of effort that we could. Why did Oxygen defeat us so thoroughly?
Here comes that Crow, though. Might get them on the scoreboard again. Still yet to not score a goal in any of these games. That's something I want to keep going. Not give Oxygen any clean sheets. A few nerves will certainly come in if top Cougars can get one now. But it's Oxygen on the attack once more. Joyo almost over the top of Relating Wave. But Archie just places it down for his Fennec. Joyo takes the boost that I think Archie wanted. We'll see what Joyo can do with that in a little bit. As Archie just wraps himself around the back of the field and carries on going. 57 seconds left. One chance needed from top Cougars, Stumpy.
Relating Wave trying to start it off. Finds Acro. It's on target, but Joyo's going to be there to intercept. Archie just waits in the net and allows Joyo to continue on that play. Oski now low on boost as a challenge versus Simas in the Esper. It's a bump. It's a poor touch from Acro. It's a 1, 2, a 3. Finally! Relating Wave on the end of that pass. I said it was a poor initial touch, but fair play. He got it central. Top Cougars got it done. Only 1 separating them from an overtime.
Beautiful touch of Macro and a lovely turn of pace there from Relating Wave as well. 41 seconds is plenty. Can this happen?
It's 35 now. Oxygen might well be thinking, oh boys, you know what? We do not want to be losing this game. Relating Wave chips it around the side of Archie, with the ball now flying high midfield. Acro challenging, but with low boost, can't really force it through. But Relating Wave, Cole, he has boost, he has ambition, and he has a massive pinch at the end of it.
It could be controversial. Admin's already paid out on predictions for Oxygen, but there's still 10 seconds left, and top Cougars have the ascendancy. They have the boost. They have the pass towards Simas in the Esper. Can't quite get from left to right, and then for good measure, sends it all the way back to his own half. Interesting strats. Archie up against Simas. It has to be now. It's not gonna be. And that is that. I'll tell you what, Stumpy, MVP for me, Admin. Admin knew.
I think it's also very pertinent to say, top Cougars, bear in mind, they knocked out Carmine Corp getting into this event. Like, we can laugh, whatever. I think that's harsh to them. Like, they knocked out Carmine Corp the first time that they have not made one of these main events. That was an unbelievable achievement for them. That was not the team that we saw today, unfortunately. Yes, they made it through yesterday through the Swiss. They went all the way to 5. They took down Lunar Galaxy in the end to make it here as well. But they were not able to get it done versus a clearly better Oxygen team on the day.
It's just a complete professional performance right there from Oxygen. I feel like, top Cougars didn't play particularly well. I think it's fair to say as well as Oxygen peaking. But even if they had, the way Oxygen were playing, would it have been enough is my question. I'm not sure that anyone could have taken out Oxygen today.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be able to figure that out, see if they can continue that form over towards tomorrow. But as we saw, a 4-2, a 4-2, a 4-1, and then a final 2-1 in the end. A brilliant performance overall for Oxygen. The next game that we have got coming up, it is going to be an absolute belter. Vitality versus Grid Serve Resolve. I'm intrigued to see how Vitality do, because Resolve are the giant killers, but after the break, that's where we're going to get all the answers. A relatively routine dispatching there from Oxygen over top Cougars. That puts them in an even greater stead and yet another top 4 in favour of this brand new team. I'm going to be here joined by a player that has been around for a little while, that we don't get to chat to particularly often, Archie. Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, mate. I'm good, and you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. You normally dodge these interviews, so it's nice to actually have you on.
Nah, you know, I used to do every interview when it was me, Oli, Joey, so I needed a little relax, step back from interviews, but I guess I'm back, bro.
Yeah, it's nice to have you back. I mean, look,
Thank you, mate.
It's not just having you back on the interview, it's back having you guys in the top 4. I think, what are you thinking right now about the quality of that series in particular? Because a 4-0, is that what you expected today?
I mean, we know they're a good team. Like, we played them yesterday, and you know, they were pretty decent. Like, they just was bumping us quite a lot, so it's kind of awkward to play. So we knew today it wouldn't be easy, but like we knew if we play our game, we're gonna win. Like, I think we have the confidence that we can beat anyone in the game. So we always just know if we play disciplined, play our style, we can beat anyone. So we did that today, and it was quite an easy win. But they play well.
I mean, of course, we saw previously in the last Open Qualifier that you guys in our top 4 in the semi-finals went versus Gentlemates. It was a Game 7 after you were 3-1 up. What are your thoughts on the fact that, you know, you did unfortunately not lock out that series and make it to the grand final for the first time as your new team?
I mean, I'll take the blame, but I bowled in Game 6. So if I didn't miss a ball in Game 6, we win the series. So. Yeah, but I mean, I can't be mad. It was our first tournament together, and we lost to the major champion, so it's not that bad. But hopefully this time we can get a win.
I mean, of course, you've also got a new player on your side in the form of Joyo. What's it been like integrating him into the team?
I mean, this guy's insane, bro. Like some of the touches this guy gets on his car, is bro, I'm mesmerized, bro. Like, I feel like I'm awful at the game when I see this guy play, free play and stuff. So. Yeah, but I mean, it's great for me. I can just sit back and let these guys, do the creativity on offense while I just sit behind and get free open nets. That's pretty much what I do. Where I just go open nets, and yeah.
You can live your best life as a tap-in.
Yeah, pretty much.
What you're saying.
Yeah, of course, it's the best. It's the best thing.
I mean, of course, when you look previously at Joyo making a major at the Copper Box, especially the last time he was there. He ended up winning with Moist Esports. Are you guys thinking about the major at the moment? Are you thinking it's a little bit too early to say, okay, we're excited to get there?
I mean, nah. I feel like for us, we want to focus on every tournament as it comes. Even the Open Qualifiers, you see KC didn't make it, Moist didn't make it last split. You can lose in them series. So take it game by game. Nothing's guaranteed. And hopefully we just keep playing well. And hopefully we do make the major, but I'm just looking forward to playing tomorrow now. And then after tomorrow is next weekend again.
You know what? Tomorrow is still yet to come, but Archie, mate, you're done for the day. You can go off, get a cup of tea, chill with the boys.
Of course, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it, mate.
I think the thing that excited me the most was just how excited he got when the mention of Joya come up, and how much respect and awe he has for his teammate Cole and Herc on the desk with me. Herc, I love when teammates just can look at each other and say they're the best.
Oh, I know. Honestly, I think having that amount of respect for your teammates, especially when you're playing with somebody that more than likely you looked up to at some point, they've been in a position that you want to also be in, right? Obviously, Archie and Oski want to get to that major champion positioning. It's a huge inspiration to have somebody like Joy on your squad. So I love hearing the respect all the way around on the team, and obviously it's working out well for them.
It does. I'd say especially who's working out well. I know that Archie mentioned for himself being able to be the tap-in merchant is a beautiful thing, but Oski was looking sublime at times in that series. He was really, demanding the ball. So I think when you have a player like Joyo join, it can be tempting to just chuck everything at him. Yeah, let him do it. Let Joyo do it. But I don't get that sense from Oxygen, and I think that's why they're working so well. So it's also a good job from Snasky as well, bringing them all together and making the max out of every tool at his disposal.
Well, I'm excited. If they keep looking like that, I'm very excited to see their next matches, but we won't be able to until tomorrow because they're now into the semi-finals. So as Stumpy said, they get to sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea, and just chill out, watch the rest of the game, see what the competition is going to look like, because their next match will be the winner of Gentlemates and Jobless. And I guess we'll give you the schedule just so you guys know the order of the matches here, because they do kind of swap around. We're not going straight down the line there. Coming up next is going to be Grid Serve Resolve versus Team Vitality. So why don't we start talking about it? Because Vitality winning the last qualifier obviously want to come in and continue to make that statement. There's no KC here, Cole, anymore. These, in my opinion, are the guys with the targets on their back.
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, it is the fact that they are trying to reassert themselves as the world's dominant team, and one more open qualifier victory here in the grand final, and that conversation may well sort of be decided by then. Remember as well, Herc, that last time around in the semi-finals, they defeated Grid Serve Resolve, who'd just beaten Team BDS by 4-0. So Cash and the gang gonna have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, I definitely think they do have their work cut out for them. However, it's been nothing but improvement from them, right? They've looked so good over time, although it is kind of baby steps, and it's been a little bit rocky. Like yesterday probably wasn't the cleanest run that they could have had. I will say, I don't count this as a 4-0 matchup, one-sided in Vitality. I think this is one of the fewer teams that you can say this is gonna be a little bit of a fight. There's going to be some work cut out for the boys over there, for Alpha and Zen and all of them, but I don't know. Like you said, it's pretty much just Vitality re-solidifying themselves as a top team.
I mean, we have to remember as well that the last time Resolve played Vitality, it was in their first tournament together after sort of mixing up their team. So there were still those early door sort of mistakes that they may have been making, which Team Vitality are obviously a long way past. From spring last year, they've been playing as a 3. So Resolve will be better than the last time they faced Vitality in a 4-0. And Leaf, hopefully that will be the key to them getting themselves at least a couple of games and really making a series out of this one, because we don't want another sweep today.
Well, I was also going to say, Vitality's not always past making mistakes. There definitely have been some.
What I mean is the synergy is there. I'm not saying they're mistakes. I'm saying they can't go, we're new together. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
You're ancient in Rocket League terms now. And look at that chair, by the way. What's going on there?
That lean back.
Wow. Does he actually press the little chair jump up button before the series starts?
Hey, to be fair, according to Silhouette, bro's got a long neck.
No, this is why we got it wrong. He's been working the neck muscles by sitting like this.
He's eye level, technically.
So it's not our fault we got it wrong. It's that Zen's been working out too much.
Yeah. That's the new meta, is neck meta. Just get the longest neck. Get your votes in chat. Who's going to win? Is Gridserve going to fall through, or is neck meta going to win this one with hashtag Vitality?
What would be class is if literally Resolve win the first couple of games, and then you see Zen go, and he just puts his chair up and actually starts playing. The meme brought to life would make my life complete.
That's wonderful. But again, this is a squad. I do have to agree, ultimately, while we do see them falter from time to time, this is one of those teams that hasn't faltered quite as big as some of the others. I mean, BDS, KC obviously having the biggest fall right now. BDS struggling through Swiss. We'll see how they do today. But Vitality has been one that's like, okay, their floor and ceiling, you know where that stays. You know where that lands. So I kind of have to say, Vitality comes into this with probably knowledge that they should be ending in semifinals. It'll be up to Gridserve with consistency. I think we know they can pop off. We talk about it a lot, but we have to. Is Cash, such a high peak, but sometimes we're not seeing that from the squad. They look locked in now, and I love the synergy I'm seeing from them. They're ready to go. They're ready to face one of the big bads of EU, but it is still a hill that they're climbing up. Well, let's see what we think here. If we think that hill is going to be overcome. I don't think we do.
We don't know. We don't. Some teams will be hoping that it is. Team BDS, Jobless, Luna Galaxy, even Calming Corp will be praying that the upset can happen here and Resolve don't do an oxygen and really cement themselves in that top 4.
All right, come on, Corn. You got to do something here. We need a stick to
big spin.
It's
big spin.
It is big spin.
I love it. Classic coin.
Use opium.
Is it at least 50% on on the season at all? I don't know.
Definitely blue.
Yeah, this coin is not doing too well. Yeah, 82% sitting with us on Vitality. I think that makes a lot of sense. We've got our match ready, though. CJ and Shogun in the casting booth. Vitality is looking again just to lock towards that major spot through the bracket, while Grid Serve Resolve are trying just to prove to the rest of the region they can stand with them.
So a team that has decided to launch themselves into contention for London looks to take one step closer, but in front of them, blocking the way, CJ, is just the world champions.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest of quarterfinals here for Resolve, but they did it last time, last event, and that BDS Game 7 was nothing short of spectacular on their way to that top 4. Now they've got to do it all over again.
Yeah, BDS will be watching on whilst they prepare for their match later on, hoping that Vitality can do them a favor. KC will be doing it. There's an awful lot of the French community that will be pulling for Team Vitality here to try and bolster their opportunities to go to Worlds, to go to the Major. But right now, Ivan's got the chance. He's taking it, ripping that defense apart.
The best possible start here, and it's Ivan takes it up, gets the reset, fakes out for Redosin. He's got no boost, no way he's getting their top corner. And that composure, Shogun, game 1 against the world champs, that's what you want to see for Resolve.
It does seem like the respect has gone now from a lot of these teams that have been teetering on the outside of the top 4. Everyone's just happy to go for it these days. Don't give that respect. Here goes Zen. Gets a good block. It's out to Redosin, who can't get there in time. Had to scramble back. He's done enough, and Zen puts the ball to safety.
He's done well there. His Cash goes again. Takes the air dribble. Early pressure here. This is not really what I was expecting, but I mean, you said it perfectly. These teams outside the top 4 show going to time and time again now. We're seeing them just play fearless Rocket League. We saw it with top Cougars against KC in the qualifiers last weekend. We're seeing it again here. Fantastic start.
Oh, goes out to Alpha, who can play it wide. Ivan made himself big. Plays to the far side. Cash didn't get too much on it. Vitality will be happy to see that. Infield shot. And Cash, he'll know that this came from his misplay.
Yeah, just handed it straight to them, and look at the way they set up. Redosin recognises the space, out for 54, 100 boost on the left wing. Finds the net. Easy as you like for Vitality.
They're just trying to play too fast. They played against a shadow. It's all well and good to disrespect, but you do need to play what's in front of you, and Cash will hopefully realize that. No more of those in the near future. Minute and a half, both teams on the score. Cash looking to the wall, also sees Zen. It can also be target man downfield, but look at how well Vitality are spreading themselves out, avoiding the demos, claiming their own boosts. Vitality have now settled after what was a whirlwind of a start, but here you go, Cash in again, gets a low block. Ivan sets up, wants to go far corner again, doesn't get the brace.
Yeah, I like this from Resolve, though, pushing forward. I tell you what, they're not exactly the best in the Swiss, but get them in these quarterfinal matches. And it feels like they're a side that plays up to whoever they're playing. You know, they seem to struggle or go okay against teams around them, but once they get against these top teams, they do tend to enjoy these sort of matchups.
Yeah, there's always been a few of those teams around the scene. I just remember the old Methods team was probably the greatest example I've ever seen. I don't think they ever won anything outside of barely getting past in the game decider. As that's such a narrow angle to work with. Razier's not too far off, but look at the pressure coming out here from Resolve. Just ran out of boost. Razier's couldn't jump on in, but this time around it was Vitality playing against a challenge that wasn't really in the realm of existence. Still, Resolve are trying to put on that pressure.
They've been all over them. This ball has been in the orange half majority of this game, number 1. Score still level, though. Vitality will take that. Really not used to this kind of pressure from a team like Resolve. Ivan on the backboard, low boost, helped out there. His ears pushing downfield as well. All Zen can do is get a 50. It's not the one that he wanted, though. He has to go again. Ivan throws it. Could have been the goal. Catch follow. And I think they just baited each other out there. A whifty in the midfield. Resolve still on the attack.
Well, that was a massive opportunity, and Cash just believed there is no way he is missing this ball. Well, seeing was believing, and he already saw a car go straight past it. Zen now off the backboard. Razier's not going to let him have any of it. Didn't even aim for the ball, just went straight for the car.
The aggression coming through time and time again here for Resolve. And I mean, how often the ball just travels down the blue end Resolve so quick to transition it straight down the other and keep that pressure on. Alpha, that's a nice win. It's a fantastic reset shot on Ivan. Just keeps that to safety. Again, the defense just as impressive for Resolve as their attack thus far. That's again not the best clear though. Radosin is going to keep that one in. A dunk as well. Cash has to go. Shot on, just wide. Zen so quick on the follow. Vitality get the lead.
Well, this might be why they were so adamant on staying on offense, because in defense, this was a lot more shaky. Cash wanted that ball to go low. Didn't end up being the case. And it's a pretty easy goal there for Zen. Vitality, it does feel, have had less opportunities, but have made the most of the time that they've had on the ball.
It's barely been down here, has it? But the two good chances they've had, and both times, mentioned the first time there, Shogun, it's just giving them the ball, giving Vitality space, and handing it up in the midfield. That's where they get to work. When Zen has a little bit of time to just back off and set something up. These demos have been phenomenal, but the shot hasn't been great. Cash follow-up. That's great speed from Ivan. He gets a brace in game number 1.
I can't believe how good this touch is from Cash. Just cuts rotation. I'm just going to stuff it. Pops the ball down. Ivan knows the task ahead of him. And they've got this back, because we've already seen how good Vitality can be when they set up that defense. Resolve needed something before the brick wall could be set. Radosin, very heavy first touch, and gets Cash's car whilst the ball into the blue side of the field. Everyone's trying to just guess where the air dribble's going to be. Alpha, midfield, and there they got another one, almost. Zen now back against Cash. Looking again for Zen's car. Well, they're not having any of Zen at the moment.
Look at Cash as well, just cutting rotation, 0 boost, but just being a nuisance. Here he's again taking on the ball. He has no respect for the back post tutorials that you'll see on YouTube. None of that nonsense. Just stay on the ball and keep the pressure on. It's worked so far. We might get overtime here, but Ivan takes it up, blocked by Zen. Last chance here, perhaps Vitality in the blue end. Can they get anything to work? There's a great pass off. Radosin with the pre-jump. Clear downfield. Does Zen want it? No. We're going to have overtime here in game number 1.
Yeah, Resolve have left that infield open a few times now. Vitality have it, targeted it. Now that's off the wall. Radosin just pops it. Oh, what a touch. Surprised he managed to get that infield, and I think a lot of people were as well. Radosin sticking with full ball chase. Ball drops down, resist, clears. Can Resolve set up yet again like they have done previously? Radosin's going to try and chase up, and he's forced Cash to play that a little bit more safely than he would have liked.
I still love the way Cash is playing in this first game, though. Radosin with the challenge. I'm just getting that ball. It's just been demoed, and that is almost leaving that net open. It's not going to be on net, but it's enough to worry out Resolve, perhaps. How aggressive they have been positioning. Raziz gets the challenge. There's a bit of space downfield.
Pop up. Not any further than that, though, because midfield is already covered. Radosin with a bit of pace. Good challenge. Up goes Zen. Easily wins the race to the ball. I think that has been so solid. No steps wrong to this point. Zen, backboard. Who's next up? It's Radosin as Ivan makes himself strong on the goal line.
He's been strong at both ends. 2 goals to his own. He gets a save, but there's more pressure in. Cash. That's great positioning. Bit fortunate as well. Zen just keeping that ball down there. Ivan again. Pass downfield. Cash refusing to rotate out. Just being a nuisance in this front half. Early flick. Now Ivan grab 100. Going to turn on this one as well. Looking to control it. That's a fantastic first touch. Zen bumped into it. He's able to get that ball to the corner. But Vitality again, Jogan. It's just so much defense being played. It's not what you're expecting against Resolve here. Radosin with space. He won't be able to get a reset. He might be getting a huge dunk, though. He's trying to launch it in. Raziz clears to the side.
Yeah, the goalkeeper just expecting something's going to happen at some point, and as the seconds ticked along where they weren't, panic almost settled in. Yeah, Resolve have put themselves in a lovely spot throughout this overtime. They'll feel like they need to get the result here. We know Vitality will adapt. They'll come up with new stuff going into game 2. So get game 1 routes on the board. Cash sealing, he can keep this going, goes underneath. Radosin just waiting on that backboard. 2 minutes of overtime played, no goals just yet. Ivan's looking for a goalkeeper, Zen's still coming back in. I think Zen's getting a little bit sick of being targeted. Now sitting on the goal line, he's got some time.
Look at Cash straight back in. The half rotations have just been superb. The way that they're challenging this ball in the forward half. Really has caught out Vitality, but Zen's looking for a bump. He's hit the ball accidentally. Redosin and Alpha in the same spot. It's going to be awkward for Vitality, and Alpha's just left the ball. He's lost the challenge. He's lost the attack. Cash downfield. Alpha's helping out. Someone check which team he's on. A triple commit, and Ivan still lands on it with a reset. It's unconventional with a goal out of it.
Greasy Meister is smiling somewhere in the water at the moment. The strategy is always going to work. Back into the mid. Zen, zero boost, just has to get rid of it. Breakneck pace from both these teams. Ivan's still looking for Dosen's Kai. Managed to offset him a little bit. Vitality have played so much defense in this game. They're holding on. And you get the feeling, CJ, that it might, again, only take one look at the goal for Vitality to score. Resolve have got to make this work. They need out of this position. Zen, off the ceiling, goes for the shot, and it was one chance, one goal. Vitality take it.
An exhibition on how to be clinical in the front half, and look who, but Zen, hat-trick, or 2 goals even. Thought he might have got the third. OT win, however, off the ceiling, off the sidewall, and you said it perfectly. They sat in net for 95% of that game number 1, but job done down the other end.
Oh, Grits of Resolve, are you going to regret that one? You had so many chances. I think fair to say, majority of momentum throughout that was Resolve's. They were looking like the better team, but Vitality had the better defense.
Well, that could be the one that got away. You look at, in the context of this series, we'll have to wait and see the conclusion to see just the nations of that game, but Resolve, I feel like they drew it up perfectly, Shogun. They were playing a fantastic style. You saw Cash looking to cut the rotation, to be a nuisance. The aggression was there. They were catching Vitality out, but as soon as they gave them an inch, they took a mile. Vitality, just clinical up front. They didn't need much aggression. They didn't need too much offense. They just needed 3 good chances.
I feel like I have one criticism there of Resolve, which is their goals were coming from scrambles during the regular game. And it felt like when we got into overtime, they didn't want to necessarily commit those players into a scramble. It could go wrong. You could leave either nobody back or one player back. So they were going a little bit too heavy for just clean outplays. You're going to struggle to get a clean outplay against the Vitality defense.
Yeah, you've got to get a little bit ugly, I think, with it up front. And the one time it did work, you mentioned it was Cash just getting that 50 right, and he just turned and just
pure cut rotation.
Yeah, completely killed the ball. It wasn't clean. It wasn't a flip reset pass or anything, but it wasn't enough for Vitality to go, hang on a minute, that's not on. But tell you what, he's on. Zen on the counter attack. He's just going to leave it. There's no way Cash is getting there. Redosin says, Zen, do not touch it. I'll do the rest.
Lovely pop-up. Redosin gets the boost on its way through. And that will feel awfully good after the long overtime that they just played. Resolve now need to steady the ship. This can get ugly very quickly when you lose overtimes like that one, where you had so much going your way. It can get a little bit easy to maybe find your mind stuck in the past. Cash low on boost, can't make any more of that. Raziz gonna cut straight across. They're gonna need more of those. That has been Resolve's main strength throughout this series. Cut rotation, steal the boost, get those 100s, make Vitality sweat.
They've got to maintain it though. If they give them a little bit of space like this with Zen, they'll certainly get punished. Won't be this time. Ivan just throws it forward. Redosin just landing off the backboard. Gets the clear as well. Over to Cash. Takes it up, looks for the pass. Ivan waiting, ground pitch comes in. It's not the best clear. Redosin trying to score the ball himself. Zen clears it to the side. Again, it's messy defense showing from Vitality, but they've still always got someone there. There's no hole somehow, even when they double commit.
It does seem to be the way to go at the moment, though. I mean, we already looked at Oxygen. It's not pristine. It's just get someone there. We will recover. It will be fine. It might just be the way to go now. Redosin popped up. Zen, yeah, he's got a few receipts from the last game that he's got to try and pay back. Got bumped more than enough on his own goal line. I don't see a goal for it, but that was certainly cathartic for Zen.
A bit of aggression. I think it was tax return time for him. I'm going to collect a few, but here goes Redosin. No boost. He'll be able to land. Oh, Alpha's tried to pinch it with him. He's trying to tee him up. Someone tell him it's not golf. Nice beat out from Ivan, though. Gets it down. Here we go. 1-2. Almost the perfect shot coming through, but well, Cash couldn't quite get that one to work. Raziz trying to track back. Redosa, no boost. I think they'll be able to get this one out resolved. It's fantastic challenges coming through. Zen has to wait side. We're going to leave this one. Let Redosa attack and get this one down into the blue half here. Cash has been slow. Ivan had to go. Right now, we're not seeing a similar aggressive resolve. It has been Vitality getting the offense. Just keeping this ball stuck in Resolve's defensive half.
Not everything I said earlier, it's difficult to convince yourself that you can commit everyone forward, because in the last game, every single time Vitality had a true attack, they had a goal to go along with it. Ivan, heavy first touch. That is 100 boost used for not exactly much territory gained. Redosin and Zen. Redosin calls Zen off, goes ceiling, drops down. Raziz having none of it, but it's almost role reversal here. Vitality now with all the offense in the world. It might be any moment now that it becomes 2-0, although if Vitality do plan on outplaying themselves, it might give Resolve a way out. No, instead, pure panic. And Alpha has doubled it.
That is absolutely disgusting from Alpha. He goes to the pop and he dodges the bump. Look at that. He backflips, gets down on the ground and still beats Cash in the last. Man, I mean, I tell you what, that is forward thinking. He was going to be cleared completely out of the way if he didn't get back down to the ground. That's why he's a world champ there. And Vitality, well, Shogun, they're starting to flex their muscles a little bit here in game 2.
I mean, that was just Alpha reading the play. Like, he knows whoever's next on Resolve doesn't have any boost. Otherwise, he would not turn for that. Instead, it is 2-0. And, yeah, Resolve, what have you got left? This could get very ugly very quickly. Cash, 0 boost backboard. Ivan avoids getting hit by Redosin. Zen, ceiling, looks to drop it. It's not happening for now. For all those French fans out there that were hoping for a Vitality win, they'll be beaming at the moment. Zen going to chase over with Alpha. Who are you going to play against? Oh, it was an impossible position, but Zen hits the crossbar. A get out of jail free card.
Still love that from Zen, though. Gets the fake and delays his flip to the last second. And half a second timer, using every single millisecond of it. So Alpha still keeping this ball in, and as you said, Vitality looking fantastic at the moment. That's a great first touch from Cash. We get a reset. It is wide, though. There's no follow. Redosin going to land on it. Doesn't get connection. Raziz with boost, flicks it on. Alpha has to go. He cannot get there. Important goal. Timely manner as well. Still 34 seconds left.
That was a great cut in there from Raziz. He's brought everybody from Vitality with him to the corner. Says, I'm going to try and... No, I'm going towards your net. What, you think I'm doing this? Nah, I'm doing that. I'm going to bring my team back into this game. Raziz doesn't get the ball. Cash instead. Pretty much the play they would want has been left relatively quiet so far this game. Drops out. Raziz got time on the ball. Can he double it up? It's off the backboard, and Zen pretty comfortable.
And Zen's been looking like the best player on the pitch at the moment. That's just going to be wide open. Redosin says, I'll have it. I'll have a free goal if you got to regress. They had to go Resolve. They threw everything at the attack, but in the end, Cash, he had 2 members in the front corner, and he opted for that infield or shot on net. Probably not the right choice. And they will have to drop game 2 unless something crazy happens right here.
Yeah, it wasn't too far off from working either. Zen was demoed a matter of milliseconds after he got the hit. They did find Zen's car. That might have just trickled its way on through, but instead, it is going to be 2-0 in the series for Vitality. And Resolve, who do have access to a timeout, need some answers now, because this one looked very different to the first.
Yeah, this is the time to call the timeout. You don't want to go 3-0 down against the world champs. Resolve, thought that game 1 was the recipe, Shogun, but, you know, now I'm starting to think, was it as much? You know, Resolve's game plan, was it Vitality not quite warmed up? Because we saw a different Vitality there, 11 shots to 6. The aggression compared to Resolve, and, well, that was a lot more convincing there. Still super impressed by Zen so far this series. Love what he's doing on the ball. Just so threatening.
And apparently, they are not going to use the timeout. Well, that is certainly a decision. Right or wrong? Probably wrong, but still, we will move on to the next
Definitely
one.
wrong. hang on a minute. How many people are in that room there at Resolve HQ? How did no one say this might be the time to call that timeout?
I mean, we have, I think it was top Cougars, actually, that back in the very first Open Qualifier didn't know how to call a timeout, so. But Resolve have been here. They ain't got that excuse. They know how to do it. They know how to get there. They know how to get top 4. Right now, the results going the way they are, maybe not adding another one to that tally. Oh, as apparently Shogun has joined the team. Whoops.
Oh, Shogun.
I've pulled a James spot.
Get that guy out of the lobby. Here we go. Game number 3.
That
No
felt
timeout
really
call.
good for a second. That felt fantastic. Thankfully, the players are actually very professional. They apparently know how that's gone because a lot of them went straight into spectate, rejoined, and didn't affect anything. So I've got away with that.
Completely fixed the kickoff. Almost complete chaos at this quarterfinal. But as we said, no timeout. Interesting. I feel like, you know, it's easy for Resolve to say, no, we've got it. We're in the groove. Let's keep moving. But I think it's as much, I keep saying it, it's as much, you know, working on your own game plan, talking it out, Shogun, as it is just to ice out the other team a little bit. You know, Vitality are feeling good at the moment. Take the extra 90 seconds and make them think about it as well. Get in their heads a little bit. Use the timeout buff. It's there for a reason. Well, we'll see how it goes in this game. We'll see if they made the right decision.
Oh, Radosin can't quite get there, and he gets a second touch. Thankfully, no one for him. Vitality was anticipating the original rebound. Radosin back in. Radosin on target. His pace is impossible for Resolve to really deal with at the moment. He is the one that is causing the most hassle.
Yeah, and Cash just went. Didn't even think about it. Double commit from Resolve in net there, out of defense, and in the end, just Radosin's placement, way too good, catching out the entire Resolve defense again. I mean, Vitality, you have to think about that timeout now. Zen's first touches are just impeccable as the reset goes low, still gets the pop, bumping everyone. They're having a bit of fun at the moment, Vitality. Alpha looking to get involved as well. No damage done, however.
Cash was not there. We were looking at the slowest RLCS goal of all time, because I guarantee you Zen would not have hit it. Just allowed that one to trickle on in. Cash now. Off the side. Resolve still looking for answers here. Oh, it's over the top of his ears. Radosin! He's just too fast. He's just too smooth. He's just too good.
Have they swapped names or something, Radosin and Zen? He's just 1v3'd them in the counter-attack in transition. It's too easy. You cannot be giving goals like that away if you Resolve. 2-0 to Vitality. This snowball is looking bigger than ever.
I'll tell you what, for all of the criticism, all the memes that have been around Radosin, he is unbelievable so far in this split. On the way to the London Major, he looks revitalized. Driving force for me at the moment behind Vitality's recent success. Zen back down the line, gonna try and chase up. Ivan's got to try and figure something out, and he figured it out a little bit too late to save his own car.
Yeah, that man there, job security, Radosin. I mean, I tell you what, you measure his performance, how he's going to play in bounces per minute, how many times he's bouncing up and down on his chair, just how much fun he's having on the pitch. Fantastic to see when he's in full flight. And right now, he's probably taken over as the MVP of this series, really dominated and been just so much trouble for Resolve. Cash perhaps setting up a psycho, no boost though, won't be able to follow it up. Now he's got 0 and he's passes straight to Zen. It's a worst play you want to give the ball to. The reset, Ivan, he's going low. Oh, they're in all sorts. Radosin trying to wedge it in and does so. It is none other than a Rado hat trick.
I mean, what do you even do at this point? They have got them puppets on strings. Vitality are storming them. And Resolve, oh dear. Well, I said it might get ugly. It's now a horror movie. Vitality have got them on the ropes. Oh dear. Okay, that's... Hey, guess what? I'm a play-by-play caster. So CJ, this is all you to break down.
Yeah, so what you see here is a nice clear from Alpha 54, and then, unfortunately, Cash just getting a nice little skim on the ball as well. It's so unfortunate. The position flawless from Resolve in net there, and there's just nothing they could have done about that one.
Thank you very much, CJ.
Good. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that went very, very well. Okay, there's one. Cash was sat there for quite some time. He knew exactly where this ball was going to end up. Resist has at least provided it and provided a small trickle of hope here for Resolve.
Yeah, a little bit of life, but I'm still starting to think, you know, do they have a bit of a mental block against Vitality? I mean, you look at the last event a couple of weeks ago, they took down BDS, they took him down in 7, and they looked fantastic. Here's another one. But then they came up against Vitality in that semi-final, and they got absolutely stomped, and it's looking that way again. They are yet to take a game off Vitality. It might just be a matchup issue. Skill diff, you might say, but as much mental as anything.
I'm sorry, I've got a massive smile on my face right now. I'm so happy the bot kickoff actually resulted in a goal. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Considering yesterday, I think we saw a bot kickoff get completely stuffed by, was it Acro? I think it might have been Acro, but that is also me sort of pulling names out. Pull back out here, 100 seconds left in game number 3. Ideally, about 240 seconds away from game number 4. Resolve do have that timeout. Surely now. Surely it gets used. As even the crossbar is not going to play ball.
Yeah, it's a question now, do they take the timeout or do they concede that this one...
Yeah.
Has this one run its race? Has it run its course here? Another counter-attack through Dosen. He's got to keep that one in. He's having fun. The amount of times he's gone for a bump in defense for no reason. You see it again here. Zen's pre-jumped off the ceiling. Found Redosen with 100 boost. He wants more. Zen's got to wait as well. Reset comes through. Alpha's pre-jumped. Goodness me, is this a free play session? It's the quarterfinals, for goodness sake. What is happening? 50 seconds left. Still a 4-goal lead. Resolve, can they get one back? Bumps coming through. Resist gets a double. And Alpha still parries it to the side.
Cash is going to try and get something for them, but he's out of boost, something that's been said quite a bit here. Cash wants to start those plays on 100 boost. Instead, he's had to start most of them with mid-40s. Just disappearing as Zen over the top. Redosen on the follow. And a dynamic duo throughout this series. Now required in defense, and Zen not only has saved it, he's caught the ball. He's ready to go to the opposite side of the field. Pre-jump here from Alpha from the ceiling. They get the left, and they get the pinch!
They're just absolutely clipping on Resolve. Someone tell them it's the Rlcs. Someone tell them it's the playoffs. They do not care. No nonsense, Rocket League. Ivan in net. 6 goals. Ladies and gents, can we get one more for the Brazil?
I'm sorry, K-Dot thought he was getting unlucky with everyone clipping on him. Ivan is unfortunate. He's the only one that was there. There's your consolation prize. But Ivan will now be forced to be the defender in what was an unreal play. Vitality, yeah, I think they are very much intending to defend their world championship.
We did get one more goal. It's just down the wrong end. Vitality. Wowee, what a time to come into form. You saw them take down everyone in front of them last time in Open Qualifier number 4. Open Qualifier number 5, it might be a rinse and repeat so far. This has been dominant. Do we get the timeout? Do Resolve put the Q in the rack?
Well, let's just get it out of the way.
I think we've got it. Timeout confirmed. Finally.
I mean, yeah, too little too late, to be honest. Unless they are going to pull something off miraculous. Vitality.
This would be the craziest reverse sweep in history. Just in terms of just the way, the manner in which this 3-0 has... Yeah, the 3-0 has been so dominant. The momentum, they're freestyling. They're in free play right now, Team Vitality. I don't know what are you saying this time out? How do you reset? You almost have to pretend like it's a brand new series.
Resolve, because I think one's easier than the other.
Probably.
Listen, I can't even speak French, and I can get Vitality to win this next game. Okay, I can motivate them.
Resolve?
Just go and have fun. Honestly, I think it's have fun meta time now. I mean, score. I'd actually just tell them to go and score some clips. If you get one, you'll see how things are going, but. Maybe don't let Vitality get away with that 6th goal. That's at least paying back.
We can see it now.
Right, I've got good news, by the way. Whilst the timeout is on, I got a chance to really zone in on where that spectate button was.
Good.
So
you've locked in.
No more mistakes. No 4v3s, although the offer is
could
still
help.
there.
It could, well, you know, if anyone's Resolve, if you're interested, you see Tadpole going through the motions there, trying to get the troops, trying to rally
You have
the
a chance
troops.
to really hurt my feelings here. What side do you think I could do more work for for Resolve? If I was on Vitality's team, or if I was on
Definitely
Resolve?
Vitality.
Okay.
You would be a human traffic cone stealing boost and being a roadblock in defense. So I think Resolve would want you on the other side. But look, timeout called. Let's see what they can do. They're looking a little bit rattled, but like seeing Tadpole, Coach Tad, get there. They're trying to motivate them one game at a time. That's all it takes. Sure enough, if they can get the first on the board, they can build some momentum of their own. But right now, boy oh boy, when Radosin's playing like this, I mean, how do you take down this Vitality lineup?
I mean, it's all rhythm and tempo, and he's the one that sets that. You know, we already know how good Alpha and especially Zen can be, but you don't want them to be the ones attacking every single ball. You want them to get the ball in space. You want them to have time. They can't do that unless Radosin is playing at his best and causing havoc. Right now, that is what Vitality have got.
Just
Okay.
absolute chaos coming through, and they nearly let one just slip through here. Zen grabs 100 boost. Decided to take a little bit more of a methodical approach here, but look at the catch. They're just getting space, and Zen just taking it, doing as he pleases on the ball. Alpha just going to keep that one in. And oh, it's just absolute chaos. What's happening right now? Resolve. I thought we had a timeout. I thought we spoke about this. Not exactly what we want to see there, but no damage done for now, and pressure coming through. Zen gets up still so quick. They're just looking mechanically on at the moment, just better individually. That's winning all these challenges across the midfield.
And Resolve, for as good as their cuts of rotation were, they completely abandoned it now. In the last few games, Vitality got some wins in those positions. As Resolve, we're trying to just cut rotation. Now, Vitality were just quicker, and it's a strategy that's been left at the wayside for now. Ziz has the reset, goes low. Not going to get any further than that. Zen going to have to back up to the defense. Narrowly avoids getting hit, but there's the chaos that they were after. Radosin pretty comfortable to clear, and now Alpha's on the chase down. Pre-jump from Zen, backboard, double tap.
Come on! I mean, seriously! Look at the pass for Radosin. Zen was up a minute ago. He was up in game number 3. And he's caught it here in game 4 on Utopia. The double was phenomenal. The placement even better. I mean, GG's. Someone call it. Someone call GG's in chat. That is ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, you had a timeout. You gave time for Zen to think about what he wants to do next. Now he's over at the backside of the field trying to attack Cash. Wow, I mean, the top 5 plays tomorrow might end up looking a little bit biased, all right? There's just a little bit of a preview for you all. Vitality are trying to take all 5 of the spots.
Is this a Zen montage? What's happening here in these highlights? That's what we'll be asking ourselves on the pre-show tomorrow. But for now, well, they're in big trouble, especially with the bumps. Look at Radosin just hunting. They're trying to get a squishy save. Cash couldn't get there in time. 2 goals to Zen. I feel like we're back at the World Championship Grand Finals. Same map, same situation, and Zen just going to work.
And very likely, same result. It is a montage right now. It's a showcase for the world champions. I mean, just imagine the confidence that this team has had. Imagine the amount of calls that there were for they need to make a change. There is no way that this team can regain their world championship unless they make a roster move. Well, those calls have been silenced at this point. This team is unbelievable.
I feel like even when Radosin's not, well, he was trying to score, but he jumps up for the double. He was thinking maybe that's backboard. No, it's barred down straight in. It's a phenomenal shot. Little toe poke as well. Don't have to do much to get that one in the back of the net. 3 goals already, half a game, and look at Alpha. I mean, what is going on with these pre-jumps? That's an enormous flick. Probably should be a goal, but even when they get these bounces, Zen is reading them.
I'm going to say right now, it is actually a very good thing Vitality are not playing against it, because the positive tilt would be unbelievable. They would go to that semi-finals, try some of this, and it just would not work. But they're going to have a chance to reset. I know, very brave of me to try and call what the result is going to be. Alpha is pre-jumping on the backboard. 2 minutes left. And suddenly my team talk from earlier might actually be the best thing for them. Resolve. Let's just go and find that clip.
Yeah, I think you need to get in the lobby as well. Something needs to happen. Zen's got to go 1, 2, 3. He's got a free double almost. Just a bit too much on the angle there. But that pinch is not where you want it to be. Going out for 54. Gets number 4. Vitality, I tell you what, the way this Super Saturday is going, Shogun, it could be a very quick day.
I mean, we are speedrunning at the moment, aren't we? We're usually used to about, what is it, about a series per hour? Yeah, that's sort of pushing the higher end of it. Right now, we're towards the faster. There's surely someone out there that is the fastest broadcast that we've had. It's about 3 hours, 20 minutes. We are currently on the range to target and beat that. So Resist is going to get the ball in. Zen is now past even more. There's a hat trick for the Prodigy. 5-0.
How on earth has he not only pinched that off the post, saved it from Raziz? He's got the 50 as well in midfield. He's got the open net. He's just 1v3'd, starting at his own post, if you don't mind. 5 goals on the board. Another hat trick for Zen. 806 points to his name. He's stat padding, and he's having a good time.
Alpha's already pre-jumped. Alpha decided, I'm just going straight from kickoff to the opponent's backboard, pick up the 100, and just going to jump. We have hit the point in time, CJ. These guys are so accurate with their passes. I think I could actually join the lobby now, jump up, and one of them would find me. I could jump anywhere, and they would find. They've gone for the triple pre-jump.
And they're still getting back in transition. That is how disrespectful it is at the moment.
You have to score. No, you have to. You can't let them get away with it.
Again, Alpha's already up. Another pre-jump, reset on net. Another one. 6 goals to the good of Team Vitality. I'm not sure if we need a cast anymore or we just watch the montage.
This is the single most disrespectful game of Rocket League I've seen at the pro level. Vitality have just tossed them away. They don't care, put them in the trash, and said, come back in 2 weeks. You're not ready yet.
They've basically said you are nowhere near good enough for the top level. They get one back. It's a similar story to last time. They're on the brink of a Brazil. Team Vitality, even the mods in chat, they've already paid out the prediction. There's 43 seconds left. What are you doing?
And that's the second time today as well. They got a little bit lucky earlier on, I would say. This one, not quite as lucky.
Well, what are we witnessing here? I mean, just when we think, we spoke about it. It was a narrative to start the series, Shogun, of the other teams learning to be aggressive, learning how to play against these top teams, to be disrespectful towards them.
Yeah.
It's like Vitality were listening because they've just completely flipped the script. The disrespect has been handed straight back, and they've got a Brazil in the final game here of the quarterfinal.
I think they've just sort of reminded everyone else in Europe why the respect was there to begin with. We can do this when we are on form. And I thought I was pretty comfortable saying Oxygen looked like the most informed team at this moment in time. I don't know anymore. This is both of the teams that we have seen going through today. Rocking and rolling, destroying the opposition in front of them. A merciful countdown has popped up. 5, 4, 3, 2. It is finally over for Resolve. I'm surprised I haven't actually kept that one up. But for Vitality, try and top that.
Wow. The most dominant quarterfinal I can remember, and for Resolve, it was rinse and repeat of the previous event. They got the top 4 that time, but it still was a sweep against Vitality. It was almost as dominant, but this was a whole nother level, as we said. It felt disrespectful. It felt scary.
Personal, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I was.
You wouldn't do that to. I don't care what level we are at. Vitality don't have to play again later on today. They could have left it alone.
Yeah, I started to feel bad towards the end of that. That's kind of where I was at mentally on that one, but that's got to hurt for Resolve. They still get a top 8. They'll be happy with that off the top 4. Still well and truly right up there in contention for the major, but as we said, it could be a very, very quick day the way it's going.
Yep, 4-0, 4-0 in dominant fashion. The only thing that's really padding this out at the moment is the amount of goals that we're seeing in some of these games. But I tell you what, for those of you out there trying to put together a player of the day, an MVP, yeah, good luck with that. There's like 3 or 4 players that are really in contention. There's still plenty of teams still in contention for this tournament. 2 teams gone, 6 teams left, CJ.
2 down, 6 to go, and well, the 2 that have got through have done so in flying colors here. You can see they're pretty happy with themselves. It looks like they haven't even played a series. It was so comfortable. It was so cruisy, and this win as well, ladies and gents, does put them above Carmine Corp in the season standings. They jump to number 2. Obviously, Gentlemates above them. Another huge win, and their consistency is paying off, Shogun.
Yeah, KC have had one of the favors done for them, but they could do with one more. They need Team 3 to take down BDS, and after this break, we'll see if that will happen.
It was an absolute demolition job, and that might be saying it kindly. That playoff there, Vitality just showed up. Resolve, well, it was top 4 last event. It was top 8 this event, but Vitality way too good on the day. And ladies and gents, we are lucky enough to have none other than Zen here for an interview on the mainstream. We've got Fairy Peak doing the translating as well, guys. Fairy, Zen, congratulations. First question for you guys. Were you expecting that result? Were you expecting a 4-0 just demolishing? I mean, the series was so one-sided.
Hello, and yeah, I will translate to Zen. So, il a dit, est-ce que tu t'attendais à ce que on les allume comme ça, quoi?
Bah ouais, on les a aidés. On attendait 2 et ça n'a rien fait. La dernière fois, on les avait.
Yeah, so we knew we would beat them most likely because we already played them, and even if they changed their playstyle a bit, we are still better than them. So yeah, we felt like we will beat them today.
And you guys as well, looking ahead in the tournament, going into tomorrow, you've got Oxygen on the other side, you've got BDS, you've got Gentlemates. Who do you think is your biggest rival? Who's going to be your biggest challenge going into tomorrow?
Demain, je pense que ça va être qui notre plus gros rival? Ça peut être, enfin, tu peux faire demi et finale.
Bah, on va yes.
Okay. So tomorrow he thinks we'll play BDS in semi-final and Mate in the final.
Ooh, okay, Gentlemates, I like it. I do believe you guys are almost secured for the major as well. What are your expectations going into London?
Normalement, on devrait, enfin mathématiquement, être quasiment sûr d'être au major. C'est quoi tes attentes, toi, pour le major?
Je pense qu'on a tous envie de gagner. C'est un peu.
He said that we all, of course, want to go back to win a big event with the team, and maybe Vitality is back like last year, so maybe we'll win it. We never know.
I've got a little personal question for Zen here, Fairy. I just want to know, he's won a world championship, he's a major champion. What does he want out of his career? What would make him feel like, you know, he's had the most success? What is his end goal for his Rocket League career?
Oui, il dit que t'es champion du monde, t'es champion de major, t'as déjà gagné pas mal de régionales. C'est quoi toi ton but? Enfin, qu'est-ce qui te ferait encore plus vibrer? Évidemment, c'est gagner championnat du monde, mais au-delà de ça.
Tu vas gagner le World.
Toi, tu vas pas de main morte. He said he's still young and he wants to surpass Turbopolsa as the most worlds win. Oh. Pretty good goal.
Keeping it simple. trying to jump over Turbo. Last question, and this one's for you, Fairy, as well, because I haven't really talked to you since, you know, obviously you've been a coach for a while. How are you enjoying, I guess, going from player to coach and having a different sort of, you know, feel, a different job in Rocket League, if you would?
I mean, I really like it because I like to help people. Like, I helped a lot of players, even on my stream when I was a player, even before I was a professional. And just coaching a big team like this with players I know, and we are close friends. I mean, it's a real dream job too. Like, I enjoy it even more than playing almost. Like, I'm really happy with it.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see you guys having so much success. Congratulations on the win and all the best tomorrow in Championship Sunday.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
Zen with the lofty goals of beating Turbopulse's record. And I guess if there's any player, I have Colin Shogun with me. Shogun, if there's any player to do it, you might look to him to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have something to aim for. I suppose give yourself a 5-year plan, if anything. So, Zen, I mean, results and performances like this, I can't believe. I sat forward. I was like, at the end of the game, I was like, all right, we are locking it. This is going to be an absolute banger. No, it wasn't. It was a one-sided beatdown for the world champions. Vitality might very well be the team to beat.
It was an absolute smashing. It's certainly the best we've seen Team Vitality play since Worlds last season. I would back this version of Vitality to have defeated last season's Worlds finalists if we could somehow clone the three of them and have them compete against each other. They were that good, they were that clean, they were that solid, they were that brilliant. That was genius in its Rocket League form. And like, look at that. They know it as well. All of them just jumping all over each other, loving playing together. And that's why they've stuck together.
I think that's the thing. They've mentioned it multiple times too, because obviously we as analysts, we see it from the outside, we question, okay, what's going on? There's some issues. It looks like frustrations with like some team issues on the field. Then we talk to them and they're like, no, we're friends. We have some speed bumps, but we're all great. We're all getting along just fine. And it shows there. I mean, from on field to off field, we saw Rados and carrying Zen. Usually Zen gets to do the carrying, but it's just such a good atmosphere for them. But now we take a look at the season points heading up to, the major points heading up into London. And Cole, Team Vitality, rocking themselves 32 there. They're extending that lead. Not exactly locked. Direct has made it clear there's still like a 1% chance they can't.
Yeah, they tweeted it out. The Team Vitality Rocket League crew tweeted out, we've made it, we'll see you in London. And D-Rec was like, oh, actually, not quite yet. There is, in his words, like a 1% chance. But I would change that, D-Rec, based on what we've just seen in that matchup right there, to a 0% chance. They are 100% good at, well, okay, 99.9%.
Statistically,
gonna be at London. Exactly. It could not happen in some bizarro universe, but I don't think we're living in that universe. I think, Shoga, one of your calls, we're still living in Zen's universe.
I mean, just look at the way they played that. Next time we play, I'm pre-jumping the way they were. The world's champions are doing it, so
yeah, let's see how that goes.
I expect you to find me mid-air, mate.
I can pass a ball. I'll find you. I'll ping it, Shogun.
You know what? We'll do it. We'll run that. We'll see how that one goes. But looking at this, Vitality, they are looking very good now. Not just for London, but to go all the way for Worlds. Still a little bit behind Gentlemates, but Carmine Corp, BDS, Carmine Corp are now very much anti-BDS heading into our next match, Leaf.
Yeah, and just looking at that, it's going to be one of these next two. Ooh, guess which one it's going to be? Is it Gentlemates, Jobless? No, if you saw the schedule earlier, you would know. Maybe we'll just show you again just to remind you. But we have Oxygen, Vitality.
Is that your way of keeping this stream? Like, which way is it going to go? Being like, ooh, which match is going to be first after all these 4-0s?
No, I just needed time to fill to the next graphic, and that was my way of doing it.
Sorry.
It's been pulled back today.
Now we do have our next matchup, so why don't we start talking about this? Ooh, it's BDS versus Team 3. BDS, seriously though, is on a bit of a lifeline. They had some struggles through Swiss. They're also having some struggles with points. They're falling behind the rest of their peers of the top 4 European teams. Shogun, Team 3 are looking to spoil that for them, but looking at their matchups, BDS should win, but it's a tough spot for them.
Yeah, looking at the matchups, they should win. Looking at them yesterday, you have no idea whatsoever. Obviously, we've got the good old storyline to go by, Mark by against his old team. But I think the big storyline here is BDS need a big result right now, because whilst all of the attention has been on KC, if BDS do not make it to London and do not overtake KC in points, they'll be the ones on the chopping block, not the blue wall. So they need a good result here. They need to take down Team 3. And most importantly, we need to not see Monkey Moon in the Fennec. No, I'm never having that again. That was atrocious yesterday.
We also need to not see Monkey Moon getting any open goals, because that was pretty painful in their last quarterfinal against Grid Server Resolve. But they will be a better proposition. They've hopefully got rid of any of the cobwebs that were there from the hangover from the tournament a couple of weeks ago, Team BDS. But they are against a team in Team 3, who are performing okay. They went 3-1 in the Swiss yesterday. They didn't have the easiest run in the world, beating Resolve in round 4, and they didn't find it as easy as Team Vitality did earlier. But Shogi, Team BDS, I mean, are they going to be back to their best now? Is it time to see that return to form?
I mean, I feel like I've been the one sort of clinging on to, yes, they're going to win something soon, please, please, please. But it just always seems to be pretty far away. And with the way that, Oxygen and Vitality are playing, it might be further away than ever before, given the way that the ceiling has been raised. So, I don't know, man.
I think this is the sort of quarterfinals that they need, though. If this, had some sort of chaos to it and Team BDS were coming up against a Vitality or coming up against an Oxygen, I wouldn't give them a hope, frankly, on current form. But against Team 3, they get some momentum back, get some belief back. Suddenly, if you are in that semifinals against Vitality, you'll think, hey, we are one of the top tier teams.
Sorry, before any of this, I want to throw a question actually to both of you here. Is this maybe the best team outside of the usual top 4 that BDS could have drawn, Team 3?
Oh, the best that they could have drawn? Oh, in top 8.
Their best matchup that they could have taken.
I'd say top Cougars. Top Cougars look like a team that was sort of playing exclusively for fun and messing about a little bit and giving up a little bit towards the end of that last series. I can't see Team 3 giving up Leaf if it does go 3-0. So for that reason, I'd say top Cougars would have been better.
Or Grid Serve Resolve, based off what we saw. But
I think that was just Vitality.
No, that was just Vitality. Yeah. No, it's probably one of the I'd have to agree with TC as well. But either way, it's Team 3, and this is who they have. Do you guys think they can win? I don't know. Hashtags in the chat. I can see 1 or 2, but they didn't use the hashtag, so it's not going to count as a vote.
Give it to them.
You got to give them to our hashtag BDS to take this one. Let's get a coin flip here after we see what we got.
This coin is really bad. The coin has got 6 picks all season long. It is
brutal.
We have an awful coin.
I'm just looking forward to hearing Leaf say the word orange again. So go on, give it.
Stumpy said it's very pretty. It's just not very smart.
Is it going to be? Oh,
it's doing a good one this time.
It's the Well, maybe we cursed it now. Everybody, we coined it.
Team 3 has brought them to Game 5.
Wrong.
They brought them to Game 5 before. Right? So it's possible. I don't know. We'll see if Team 3 can do it. There's 30% of you out there that believe it will happen, but chat overall. Going with BDS. We got Herc and Stumpy with the matchups. Let's get it going. BDS is struggling to hold on to their major spot, and Worlds isn't locked either. So win here is necessary for one of our European top 4 teams. We'll see if Team 3 can play spoiler.
Results have gone pretty routine today, as I'm sure our top seeds will be hoping for, and BDS would love for that trend to continue considering their spot in the European standings so far. And Herc, as Shogun was alluding to, I think this is a pretty decent team for BDS to be matched up with.
I would have to agree with that. Granted, I have said the same thing about every matchup so far, thinking somebody would be the one to take them down. So hopefully this one's a little bit different. Hopefully we get an interesting series here. Otherwise, hopefully BDS just takes this as a walk in the park that they would cross their fingers for.
I mean, right now we're seeing in Europe, as I said, those top sides taking the wins, 4-0, 4-0 so far. And BDS, they need this to go the exact same way because they are currently holding on to that spot in the 4th, 5th kind of area in Europe. And Monkey Moon, he wants to make sure that they stick in that spot, if not climb a little bit more with an opening goal.
Oh my goodness. Listen, I have been waiting for BDS to kind of get it together. After yesterday, they went round 5 in Swiss, which I'm sure freaked a lot of people out, including themselves. But this is the moment. This is where you start to come back. Now, granted, no kickoff goals. You guys can't let that happen. It could right here, but it's a small whiff from Nowasaki off the kickoff there. BDS just get to hold on to their own goal lead.
And they're currently sitting in that 5th spot when we look most recently towards the London Major. However, the biggest test is going to come when we see how Oxygen end up performing. That is their biggest team on their side, or rather rooting against them. Alongside them, Carmine Corp really desperately want BDS to fail as much as they can. Any win is going to be knocking Carmine Corp even further away. They then need to outplace them by that number. Every single regional that we see, or every single open qualifier rather, is Mark Bayedo taking a shot against his former team. Drali ends up high above the crossbar. We're seeing a lot of ambition come out early from Team 3.
We have. There's been a plentiful amount of shot opportunities for Team 3. I think right now, accuracy, a little bit not on their side. Granted, it could be a little bit of a warm-up game for them, right? You're still very early into the series. It's a best of 7, right? So, I don't know. I feel like at least BDS is having to work for things right now. And Team 3, they wanted to go, but instead, Monkey Moon's going to take this one, drop this one down over to Drali, and there you have it.
Beautiful play from Monkey Moon. The composure in the midfield is sublime. He ends with 0 boost as well. Gets the reset with 0 boost. finds Drali perfectly with a reset over the midfield defender, sends it left post, back of the net bulges. 2-0, minute 45 has elapsed. BDS is exactly how they want their series to start, but the rest of Europe, if they're below that 5th spot, they are cringing at a BDS victory.
I think, especially when people want you to do bad, that's usually when you do better, but same could be said for Team 3. They know they're here as the underdogs, but that's not gonna stop Noah Saki. Crazy flick here just to go right over Drali's head, and Team 3 closed the gap by 1.
And you know what? I've been super impressed with Noah Saki for a long time now. I've heralded him as one of those players that I think with the right team, he can absolutely excel. Exotic taking a very long shot, sees and chips the keeper right at the back, sees it midfield. No different Team 3 working their way back. Not even the fabled Noah Saki I was talking about.
Oh man, I think, who was that? Drali was all the way upfield and he got the demo and then the bump onto Noah Saki too. So they're just throwing people up, moving them out of their way. But I'm in the same boat. I think Team 3 as a whole, for a while, I've had pretty high hopes for them, but Team BDS seem to be crushing those.
Team 3, we're trying to give you compliments. Stop
Please,
conceding
guys.
and making us talk about the goals. Come on. Right, okay, off this kickoff, we only talk about Team 3 just for a minute here, because they had a brilliant Swiss stage as well. They managed to go through 3-1. The only loss, interestingly, was to forward, or fast forward rather. They beat both Top Cougars and Resolve to make it here. An excellent result from them, and I think they'll be disappointed if they fall into the camp that we saw earlier from Top Cougars and Resolve, where they ended up both going 0-4, because I think Team 3 will see themselves in a little bit of a different conversation to them. You know what? Their chances of going to the major, they are exceedingly low, but they can still play spoiler. And isn't that just as fun?
It honestly is. It's enjoyable when you're not on the team and you're just rooting for them and you're the neutral person. These spoiler teams are fun. I like when they mess with people. BDS fans might come at me on Twitter for that one, but it could be fun. Although it doesn't feel fun for them right now, BDS, it's just a runaway game. I think this is a little bit more along the expectations of what we had headed into this match.
I think, as we were saying, BDS, they'd be very pleased with how game number 1 has gone. Exotic with a 1-2 tick-attacker between him and Monkey Moon. Drali can't get that one central. Touch is not enough. Drali maybe would have taken a pass over towards the midfield man, the Exotic. He then picks up the ball, but with 90 seconds left, we don't want to be seeing BDS action because Team 3, they need to kick themselves into gear.
Yeah, there's I don't know. I didn't even know if it's like they feel a little bit slow. It's just BDS is playing a really solid game, getting around them right now, and they're kind of just making the defense struggle. They're trying their might. You saw Catalysm help out Noah Saki off that one. One of the few transitions we've got to see, but even then, backboard's always covered, ground's always covered,
Good
shots
pressure.
are slow. It's good pressure, it's just not enough.
Yeah, there was almost like they were gently pushing on the wound. They weren't forcing anything through that final line of defense, but with a minute remaining, they need goal every 20 seconds. Monkey receives a pass from Exotic, backboards his mark by a challenging Drali, who misses the ball. He's done that a couple of times so far, clearly not been a big problem in this game. Now Exotic receiving from Monkey, he tries to go top corner. Marbet had it covered by intelligently finding himself on the backboard. And Noah pushing along with Catalysm, a 1-2 50-50, and Drali winning them both expertly.
Oh, man. I mean, listen, if you wanted to come into game number 1 looking good and showing and setting the tone even for the series, this is exactly what you got to do if you're BDS, right? You are not letting anything through. You've looked so much more improved than what we saw from yesterday. Again, everybody was kind of like, whoa, what's going on with BDS? You had to go round 5 in Swiss. That just feels uncommon, but that's a solid double from Noah Saki. At least there's a confidence booster headed into game 2.
And tell you what, that is exactly the quality that he was showing on Resolve previously. He was then let go or moved on from that roster, but even when, and I mentioned it in the previous series too, or 2 series ago rather, the Resolve documentary, Jeff and the team over there were saying, look, fair play to Noah. He is brilliant. He has left Resolve and has beaten them multiple times. And the quality that he shows is absolutely sublime. And Team 3 is clearly a team where he's going to be able to do well off that kind of, with a little bit more mentorship or just a little bit of a different team environment. It was not enough, however. In game number 1, the BDS behemoth barreled through them and a 4-2 result to kick us off.
Yeah, BDS still showing up like themselves in Team 3. A little bit shaky in the beginning stages, although the end there, we did see some signs of life. And like you said, I think I also look to Noah Saki, kept up with this player for a couple years at this point, and I'm in the same boat. I think with the right team, he could be extremely successful, and the team as a whole. I love Catalysm and Mark Baye, and it's kind of been the same for them too, right? They're just trying to find that perfect clicked roster, and I don't know, it's been signs, good signs at least. It's just once you start playing against that top 4, right, the BDSs, the Vitalities and all of them, that's the difference between Europe's top and Europe's mid.
I mean, that's always been the problem too in Europe, is that it's very top heavy. We got the top 4 especially, and then you've then got, yes, 5 to like 12 are phenomenal, but it's just that extra cream of the crop on top that really does set Europe apart. Team 3, they're clearly doing good things so far. It was just BDS's game in that first one, but on Forbidden Temple, they're hoping that pressure is going to change. And when we talk about BDS as well, their position in Europe is extremely interesting. This is absolutely a must-win for them. They need to continue pushing through to that major, because if they can get there and get a good number of points, then first they're making Carmine Corp sweat, but they're also pushing themselves further and further away from Oxygen, who are hot on their heels.
Yep, this is, it's been an interesting weekend so far. Many attempts for there to be new kings on top in Europe. BDS just trying to stay at the top. But, I don't know, game 2 win. I think if they could take it in a sweep here, this would be a really good time for them headed into the weekend. I think it's been rough for them. I'm really wanting to see the consistency. But, my goodness, Monkey Moon, come to life again, man. I want 2022-23 Monkey Moon. Third!
My word. My word, Exotic. How dare you shoot that, quite frankly? How dare you go for this shot with Drali redirecting, Exotic then on that second touch, skimming it down the other side of the pitch. Nobody is home for the P-roller that rolls towards the Team 3 net. It's 1-0 for BDS, but the quality of goal, it might not have had the speed, the quality was absolutely there.
Oh man, listen, you take what you get every time, whether it's the most insane mechie shot on Earth, or if it's something simple and basic.
They all count as one. Does not matter how you end up getting it in the back of the net, you just make sure that you do actually do it. Drana now challenging versus 2, beats out to Exotic, trying to be the next man to it. Instead, Noasaki is going to be able to clear it away. Only goes as far as the midfield before BDS then pick it back up. Drana now back corner, tries to bump one out of the way. Mark by 8 though with very low boost. Most of the players on Team 3 getting low at this point. The pressure builds, but the pinch is going to relinquish a little bit of pressure for them until Drali brings it all the way back in.
I've got to give credit to Team 3. At least there's been a little bit more lurking on the back end, not trying to let anything through. Taking their time there, but that's a big demo, and Drali up into the air, just goes for the bump, leaves it for Monkey Moon, takes the reset, maybe a bump play off of it, but Noasaki kept it out. Mark by 8's got the clear pass over to Catalysm, maybe he can send it to the backboard, but Jolly's got a read. It's just been great patience on either end.
In fact, Catalysm there had a chance to send it down midfield towards Noah as well, who wasn't really marked. Didn't have a man on him to cover the pass, so it could have been a good opportunity. But unfortunately, that did not arise that way. 3 minutes now, ticking down. That 1 goal for BDS. The sole goal scored in Forbidden Temple. Marbe from the corner to Catalysm. Pumps it long. Monkey Moon handily back in time. Maybe should have kept a little bit close control of that ball. As Noasaki sent to the scrapyard. Monkey Moon hunting for a second kill. Can't quite secure it, and now halfway through the game.
I keep seeing BDS wanting to send someone up, and I know that they're ahead at the moment, but they do it when somebody's like so low on boost that you're like, just, you could turn around if you really wanted to.
Midfield again for Catalysm, the site of many battles so far. Patience on the backboard, pinches it low, it's a great pinch as well. It's Catalysm back, but Drali can just about tap that one away. Catalysm, a complete nuisance for the BDS defense.
Great pinch forward from Mark. Trying to just play catch up. He got 2 minutes left to do so. Catalysm taking his time. This one falls down. Noasaki had shot opportunity, but all 3 defenders clear up field, go for the transition. Monkey Moon gets the bump, but it's still not enough. Thankfully, Team 3 prevailing, giving themselves some more hope to try and catch up here.
I'll tell you what, though, seeing just that offensive pressure come from near enough nothing on BDS's side has got to be setting Team 3 on edge, because they're working for every single opportunity they get. Too committed to that one play. But with Drali trying to take advantage of Exotic's demo, only to the backboard he goes. Catalysm can block him out. Another midfield 50. Monkey turning around with 100 boost. He can get it over one, then gets bumped away. Drali actually doesn't make any contact with that. A little bit of a ghost hit. Nawasaki then faking out one, gets control of the ball to the ceiling. 30 boost. It's going to musty it over Drali, who is back as Exotic and Monkey Moon both going for that attack. On defense, BDS frequently send 2, so far unpunished.
At some point, though, you gotta make it through. By chance, you would think. And hopefully that's the case for them. If not, this could be extended to 2 over here. Mark's touch, very slow, but still manages to keep this one out. Monkey Moon's touch, gonna allow Exotic some time to collect and carry over. He gets past 1. It's Nawasaki versus Exotic right now. Almost 50'd it in, but it just went wide.
A little bit more boost, and I reckon he was going to be there for that as well. Now it's going to be Nawasaki trying to show off his mechanics against one of the greatest open era players. Monkey Moon is going to be winning that battle. Drali just edge over 1, 2. Monkey Moon on an open net. Can he score that one? It was close, but the Demons are not here on Saturday. Monkey Moon sinks an opener.
I love this, although it was a little questionable for a second there. Still manages to find his way through. 24 seconds left to go. You're up 2-0, and Team 3 hasn't been able to find anything. There's been a handful of shots on target. I've only had 3 registered in total, but my goodness. Again, it's still BDS at the end of the day, right? Whether they're struggling or not, even on a day where they're struggling, they are still one of the top teams in Europe.
Monkey Moon, I'm seeing a good few times here where the ball isn't really being pressured too much towards the orange half, and he still is going for bumps, going for demos, making it really awkward for Team 3. And I think if you sow those seeds in your opponent's head that, hey, you've got to watch out, keep that eye in the back of your head, because we are going to be there. We're going to try and send you off this pitch as frequently as we can. You're going to unsettle them, and it makes them jump much more awkwardly. And BDS did a fantastic job of doing that, Monkey Moon in particular. But 2-0 in the game, 2-0 in the series. And I've got to also say, firstly, it's a timeout to Team 3. And secondly, that new jersey from BDS, I commented on Twitter. It's so clean, Herc. I absolutely love it.
I saw the jersey come on my For You page, and I was like, this is something I would buy. Cloud9 didn't hear that, but I would totally get it. I love the collared jerseys. I can't lie. I love that this is becoming a trend in there, and I love how they look like soccer jerseys as well, because I don't know. It just
it gives me like old England kit vibes. It was like, it's just like the white looks amazing. One of my favorite jerseys.
The sponsorship cracks me up every time, though.
Hey, it's a normal brand, okay? It was a Twitch emote second, thank you. I remember at the Copenhagen Major, Power, their jerseys, with the collar, and it's like a thick like rugby jumper or a thick rugby jersey. So sick. I love the collar jerseys. But right now, we should talk about Team 3, because this is a time where they're not going to be thinking about what they're wearing, thinking like their apparel. It is all about how do we take down BDS, and how do we ultimately play massive upset in this tournament and give the teams below them more of a fighting chance to usurp them to a major or even world spot.
They look so extremely concentrated. There's a little bit of nerves on the faces of them as well. But again, we've talked about this before, right? When you come into something as an underdog, but without the added pressure of, hey, I'm trying to cling on to a major spot, right? Or to a world spot. In theory, this should be a little easier for you. You should be able to still play your game with confidence. And especially this Team 3 squad, I think, has the capability to maybe not pull off an upset, but stress out BDS. And I think that in itself would be a really good sign of progress for everybody. If you could pull off the upset, that would be huge. But right now, it's one game at a time territory, right? And mentality is going to play a huge role in this next game.
And you know what? Ultimately, Team 3, we'd like to not have 3-4-0s in a row, lads. All right? Let's not make us go 12-0. Let's not have people on social media saying, Europe's so boring because it's so one-sided. Saturday's pointless. No. Give us a fight, okay? Make sure that BDS are stressing here, because the quality on the side of Team 3 absolutely make sure that they achieve that. But game number 3, very much underway. It's a time for them after that timeout to make sure that they have got all of their ducks in a row, and they're going to be able to push BDS and make them sweat and earn that major and world spot.
Huge amount of demos. Extremely impactful if they wanted it to be. Trying to see who claims this one first. It's Monkey Moon out to the center, but Mark's going to pop this one up. Great touch there. Letting Team 3 finally transition out of their half, but can they stay there? Catalysm drives this one up. Noasaki trying to clear out a warpath for him. Oh man, BDS every time, they're just fully prepared now, even for these clears and these demos.
And they've seen these tricks before, they do them half the time.
Yeah.
And we saw very early on in the game, there was the immediate double demo from Monkey Moon coming out with the full intention of, as I said in the previous game, we're going to make you awkward. Do not sit still. And look, he's playing completely in front of the ball. Doesn't even need to make contact with any of the players or the ball itself, because Drali, from the back corner with 100 boost, hits it once, hits it twice, fakes out the reset. Monkey Moon makes them awkward. It's a BDS lead just 1 minute and 6 seconds in.
If Drali is playing like this, and more importantly, if he has the space to play like that, I feel like this one is kind of out of the hands of Team 3. You can't even allow him the opportunity to be starting up the montage for tomorrow's top 5. So yeah, definitely playing a little bit closer right now is what I want to see, especially just because you and I both know Team 3 genuinely does have the capability to make this so much closer than it seems on paper right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think making sure that they are able to push these teams, going 3-1 in the Swiss is such a good result for them. They need to make sure they build on that ability. However, BDS, as we've been saying time and time again, want it to be business as usual. See if they can take down one of these wins. 2 minutes, near enough elapsed now. Midfield sees Mark flick it. And both Monkey Moon and Exotic committing to that ball. Exotic's going to be taking charge. And Noasaki challenging against him in the corner. Drali, Monkey Moon. Pipped high on the backboard. Noah and Mark by 8, both so close you could chuck a bag over them. No chance for them to really make any good contact with it. Drali tries to dribble over one, and again a double commit defensively. They're falling into shambles right now, Team 3. BDS have not been able to take too much advantage of it. Noasaki sending that ball nearly into the path of Drali, and a dunk was narrowly avoided.
As time goes on, you can just feel the frustration start to come out, especially when these bumps are coming out so consistently. You're kind of just throwing your hands up like, what do I do? What do we do? Because even if you have 2 people rotating back on the defense, chances are BDS is going to send the third one to just keep it going, and they're going to let it slow roll because they're at that point in play. But you got half a game of regulation left. They're up by 2, and it just feels like Team 3 cannot get a grip on this game.
Yeah, aggression repeatedly. What a block from Monkey Moon too. Going for the initial challenge, realizes he can't get there, flies back to the backboard, then uses his flip to make sure that he clears it away. And that leads to pressure in favor of BDS. Noah awkwardly off the backboard. Catalysm getting a double touch. It just seems to be a lot of disjointed touches right now coming in for Team 3, but ambition from Catalysm destroys Exotic. Noah trying to beat out Drali, does so. Marbaya can come in, challenges versus Monkey Moon. Exotic takes it low because Monkey Moon calls in, says, I'm going for him. But now we're seeing the reversal, and Team 3 have got bloodlust.
Keep it going. That's pretty much all you can do right now. It's impossible. Here comes Mark. Into the corner there. It's a fight, but Exotic wins it. Tries to send this one over to Monkey Moon. It's a drop down pass to go 3-0 on Team 3.
That's going to come down to their 9th goal, BDS, compared to the 2 that Team 3 so far have secured. They went scoreless in game number 2. We're 1 minute and 36 left in this, so if my EU maths is right, that's over, I don't know, like 8 minutes or something of game time. They need a goal as soon as they can. One every 30 seconds. Drali trying to have a little appearance on potentially tomorrow's own goal montage that Johnny Boy very nicely made for us a little bit earlier on today in the pre-show. With 80 seconds remaining, those seconds become more and more valuable for them. Monkey Moon takes a shot on the net. Oh, Marbaye just taps it. The momentum is too much for him. Monkey Moon, he makes it 4.
This is what I was talking about, though, and what makes BDS so good, and I think we're all very well aware, is just how quickly they follow each other up. If you don't make those clears powerful, intentional, and out of the vicinity of your net, chances are somebody's already going to be there ready to send it through.
Minute remaining, 4 goals. Gotta be honest, Herc, not gonna happen. So it now comes down. Ultimately, it comes down to game number 4. Can they get anything really started? Because going scoreless in 2 games in a row, 10 minutes of game time, it's not the one that you want to be seeing. Drali just tries to push something towards that net, just keep him awkward, keep him honest. I don't necessarily know what BDS can do to lose from this point. Or rather, Team 3, what can they do to bring it back? Because it has not been a series they have had any control in.
Yeah, I think right now, BDS is honestly just playing a clinical game onto Team 3. You can't really do anything. You're starting to double tap off this one and make things so much harder. Exotic and Monkey Moon lurking together is just insane. They're just all there. This is just... It's bordering disrespect to just
it's hyenas.
sit there and lurk.
That's what they're doing. They're going around like a pack of hyenas, just laughing around them, taking chunks out of their ankles, saying, look, what are you going to do? Like, we can all sit as close together as we like because it literally does not matter where we play. And Team 3 have got more quality than they're showing today. I feel like we've said that about every single opposition, right?
Yes.
We have said they can put on more. We have seen more of them. They've ultimately come through to the top 8 in the hardest region in the world. And then we have a difference in caliber of team. In the top 4/5, now that we include Oxygen, we're seeing a lot of European teams struggle to really make anything work against them. Which makes it even crazier. Carmine Corp literally aren't even here. One of the best teams in Europe. And BDS, 3-0 so far over Team 3. They have used their timeout. We're not going to be seeing a BM timeout from Team BDS, which I was sort of softly hoping for. But here we go. Game 4, Herc. I guess there's another one.
Listen, it's just that the average EU Saturday at this point. It's people making their way through.
Don't join Twitch chat. No! No!
It's just an average day for you.
But look, Team 3, opportunity. They didn't get any goals in that. They actually, unfortunately for them, didn't get a single shot in that game either, which is not exactly what you want to be seeing after 5 minutes gameplay. I don't know how many shots they got in game number 2 either. But BDS are going to be doing exactly what Vitality and Oxygen have done so far and have a professional day of Rocket League. Not too much stress, not too much they need to change, not anything they need to change. It's on Team 3 to fully go full disrespect mode. Bump, demo, aggression, pre-jump, everything that you can think of, Team 3. Throw the kitchen sink at the team opposite you and make them sweat here in the Coliseum.
Honestly, that's exactly what I want to see. I want to just see pure disrespect from this squad. Just throw yourselves at this ball. Go for the crazy pass and plays too. Challenge everything way faster than BDS might even be anticipating. And it could work out in your favor. Big flick here, though. And they're still pushing forward. Here comes BDS, forcing Team 3 back in their half. But could be a little bit more in control of Team 3 this time, but I'm just not sure. I keep wanting to hold out hope for them.
That's such an awkward little bumper slot on the backboard. Nobody is safe in any position so far. And bear in mind, previously in the other series, we saw a few bumps come in. From my recollection, we didn't see a huge amount of physicality being the deciding factor. That is absolutely the game plan for BDS. They are playing it completely differently from Oxygen, playing it differently from Vitality, because they are unsettling that back line time and time again. Monkey Moon with a disrespectful pre-jump is Exotic up, backboard down, goal, 1 minute, and it's BDS, as ever, in the lead.
This is what I said. You can't give them any space. There was nobody on the backboard for it. You got to be ready for that, right? I think at this point we've accepted that BDS is probably going to do a ton of doubles. They're going to pass to each other off the backboard too. At least anticipate it a little bit. But this is good progress. Great flick there from Mark. Monkey Moon save. Hopefully the pressure can continue on for this squad. Noasaki keeps it blue side. Bump onto one. Mark's already up in the air, tries to pass it over to anybody, but Catalysm just not quite in a position. Most he can do is just drive it upfield.
Team 3 already have more shots in this game than they did in the entirety of last game, which is good. That is one shot. So cheers, guys. Appreciate the pressure. Minute and a half has now rolled through. Drali going central with it. A save actually does come through. Doesn't quite fall nicely for that final teammate. Drali beating out Catalysm, who gets the interesting double. Falls to Drali. Exotic's already up. It's 1. Beats out 2, and Catalysm has to force himself backboard bound. Now Monkey Moon shot on target, but it's simple. Routine save for Mark by 8, and so Monkey Moon removes his former teammate from the pitch for daring to do so.
You got 3 minutes left. You only have to answer to 1 this time. Don't let it turn into 2. Catalysm uses all of his boost. Most he can do is try and fake it down. Drali's going to take the shot. Noasaki pops it up high enough to keep it out. And the dream stays alive for now.
You know what I want to see, Herc? The admin so far, or the mod rather, so far, whoever is doing the predictions, have been extremely brave by cashing it out with, like, when the previous game was like 2-1 in the Oxygen series earlier, when there was like a minute left in the Vitality series.
I saw that.
Right, mod. How early are you going to cash out this series as a BDS win result? Okay, I want this to be a real risky one. Give it like a minute and a half left with 1-0. Okay, mods, how brave are you going to be?
What happens if they do it and they're wrong, though?
A goal! There's a goal! They've done it! They've scored the first time in 3 games, Hug!
I'm so happy. And listen, if the mods had cashed out at that point in time and that had gone down, I would have lost it. Tied game. Signs of life from Team 3 are with us. Can they keep it going? Noasaki around the corner. Pass to Drali. Gotta get past 2 more, though, and Exotic took it back. Catalysm just trying to slow it down. Rule 1 over in the corner, and he breaks it. It's over. It's chalked.
It's chalked.
You just cursed yourselves. Any possibility just went wayside.
This series started a heartbeat. It was weaker than a butterfly with asthma, the heartbeat that was coming through in this series. And then Catalysm had to go and terminate it by breaking the headlock. That's a shame. 90 seconds, though. We got a series. We got a game at least. Let's see if Team 3 are going to be able to do anything.
Let's find out. This one's corner. Noasaki getting challenged over by Monkey Moon. Wins it, though, and Catalysm's up next. Again, low boost. Most he can do is try and get the bump on the Drali, but he couldn't do it. Minute 18 left. Monkey Moon leaves this for Jolly to take a shot. It's just over. You still have the chance to do so, and more boost in the tank for Catalysm means opportunity has not quite gone away.
Opportunities time and time again, really working their way through so far. 14-3, Drali ends up trying to go for that bump. Monkey Moon's going to have to track back now. Under a minute remaining, we're seeing Team 3 taking big swipes at any of the final defenders. Monkey Moon takes it low. Catalysm gets rid of Drali. Monkey Moon with a reset. Not quite enough boost to get it fully on target. A lovely tap over the top. Now Drali sits central. Takes that touchdown. Marpe is going to pressure and picks up that corner 100. Boost advantage. Doing very well in favor of Team 3 right now.
Yep, they're looking really good. Solid. It's still possible, though. Last 30 seconds, and the pressure's in favor of Team 3. No boost for Drali. Most he can do is reset it up, but Mark's got the catch on it. Noasaki's up next. Half a tank to work with. Around the corner. Can he center it to somebody? No, it's just too far. But you keep going. You keep trying. Here comes Mark. Double it off the side. This one touches off Drali's car. It was a great pass. It's just not enough.
Tell you what, though, this pressure has built so well for Team 3. They are pushing BDS. That's exactly what you wanted. It's gone target as well. Monkey Moon taps it down. And an extremely uncharacteristic overtime has emerged at the death of this series. This is now do or die for Team 3. Mark by 8 takes it low, gets a 50. My word, Herc. Team 3 have a game.
This was the mark by 8 I was waiting to see, and the Team 3, that was sheer confidence, but also just aggression off of it to keep themselves in the series.
And you know what? In a series that looked like it was going to be Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby, the Coughing Baby has just taken a swipe at the Hydrogen Bomb, and I'm not sure it's going to explode anymore.
Sir? My brain went to like the Oppenheimer memes as soon as you said that. That one threw me for a loop, I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? I'm sure Team 3 just threw BDS for a loop. They kind of lost that one from themselves. I think they let up a little bit at the end, didn't quite expect it, which for the sake of Team 3, you have got to be fully prepared for an annoyed BDS in this next game.
And you know what? Regardless, we don't go through this entire Saturday where we don't have a single game from the losing team. Thank you, Team 3. And everybody in chat right now, and the mods, I saw it was Tiny Terry in the chat, one of the mods. He was like, chat, do I do it? He's not done it. He's kept his modship. He's okay. He did not cash out any of the predictions so far. And we have got suddenly a series on our hands. Team 3, they turned on the aggression. BDS did not know what to do with themselves when that came through. And with one game win for Team 3, they are on that track to at least making BDS sweat.
I like this. Bottled up aggression could be the answer to their problems. But like I said, it's game 5. You're going to be going up against a very annoyed BDS that fell out of their hands in the last few moments of that game there. The question is, how do they respond, and how does Team 3 hold them off?
And it's 20 seconds in, and I think we're going to be seeing, hopefully, fingers crossed, as much aggression in that final minute as we now hopefully will be seeing in a full 5 minutes coming out of Team 3. BDS want the opposite. They'll want them to run scared and sit back. But any fans of teams that are below BDS right now in the points are going to be extremely happy until Drali, he gets out the fire extinguisher and wants to rain on your parade.
All 3 members of BDS, by the way, in that orange half, just pushing up, forcing them to the back wall and just putting the ball through. And this is what I was expecting to see. A pure disrespect from BDS and confidence, reminding them exactly who they are, kind of a sit-down moment.
BDS, I think, with that sheer confidence in games 1, 2, and 3, that will be a shaker. They'll think that they should have won that one. They're taking one punt of a shot, Exotic. RBA is going to be able to save it away. Uncommon wants to go central with it, drops it down. Who's going to be to it first? Noah. He was caught then between wanting the boost and wanting the ball, tried to go for both. Isn't quite able to, but actually set up RBA nicely. Now on the back line, Catalysm gets a collection, gets not quite that back boost, and get it on the return. Now Exotic 1-2 taps it down, has to get saved away by Mark. He's able to. We're seeing yet again Team 3 get pushed back into their own half, into their own back third. And you have to think, BDS, did they just learn that they were going to be aggressed on?
I don't know. I think it's, again, progress is just the name of the game right now for Team 3. That's the most you can give yourself. But my goodness, BDS, they're so consistent. Even when you start to try and take a series away from them, they're so consistent at being able to come back and correct any mistakes.
Decent opportunity, decent pressure. Wanting to make sure that, again, BDS continuing to sweat as a good dunk from Noah gets it central. A wonderful pass, but Drali's going to be there to intercept. Catalysm didn't have the same idea. Marbier shot on target, Exotic to doink it over the bar. Noah goes low. It's an equalizer, and Team 3 are activated.
We've seen this before, and they came out on top. Can they do it again? Huge pass there from Mark by 8, but incredible finish from Noah Saki, the player that has had so much promise over the years. And we've all just wanted to see him succeed. Baby steps towards it. Pass over to Exotic, though. Sent off by Catalysm. The pressure's not going to stop here. It's a floater. It's a floater from Jolly.
It's just in. It was a pretty weak shot, but where does Noah go? Noah commits up, then changes his mind in an awkward spot. It was the hesitation. He didn't go for the full commit on it, on either way, either defensively or towards Drali to actually get the ball at the source. Marbet was awkward on the wall, but a kickoff is going to leave Noah versus Exotic. Can't quite make up for his past discretions.
Drali just trying to carry this one as high as possible. It got met up into the sky. Catalysm over the mid. Exotic sends this one back down. Still to 1-goal lead. They're trying to tie things up here. Noasaki leaves that for nobody other than BDS to take it back. And that's what I'm so fearful of, is anytime you have the ball, anytime you've got the pressure, it's got to go intentionally to somebody on your team. You can't let this fall out of your hands, because you're going to have very few moments where you're in control over BDS.
And isn't that exactly what we saw in games 1, 2, and 3? It was those shots, or those touches rather, that just go to no one. They were pointless touches. They were hits because you can hit the ball. They had no intention to them. I completely agree. They need to make sure that their shots have ambition to them, that they have a target or a purpose. And we definitely saw that in game number 4.
Just over 90 seconds left. What felt like a sign of life has slowly been going away. Drawley taking the light from the eyes of Team 3 as they know it. My gosh. That's
a lovely shot.
It's just a lovely pass, but that is a slot between the defense.
Yeah, just tipping it past the one defender that's trying to actually bump you off the ball, getting the touch ultimately from Catalysm. That heartbeat that I said about earlier from the butterfly with asthma, it's lost its inhaler. There's no chance for it. It's going to code soon. 3-goal difference, 4-1, 1 minute 25. And the question is raised, do the mods cash it out now? Or are we going to be waiting until like 20 seconds left? Do the mods have that kind of mental? Is the cash out coming?
I want to know if they get in trouble if they're wrong. That's what I want. What happens?
I hope they get fired. I hope they get let go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Terry. A minute remaining, 3-goal difference still. They did it! They've done it! The cash out has happened!
No!
Therefore, it is written in the stars that BDS win this game.
And of course, that means...
Unbelievable. 51.5 million points.
51.5 million!
Yeah, it's a lot of points, that. There's still 45 seconds left.
That's a lot of belief for a Team 3 that's got pressure and Drawley barely making a goal line save.
There's 35 seconds remaining, though. Is it the lead going to be extended even further? Final 30. Catalysm sends it long. Nowhere to receive. They need a goal every 10 seconds. And they've barely got a goal every game so far in this series. Monkey Moon challenges, bounces high, Drawley to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, the payout is going to be correct. You've got your points. The cash out came through. And BDS are going to be going through to the semi-finals of Open Qualifier number 2. They'll be facing off against a resurgent, a spring form from last season, Vitality.
Excited to see that one happen. But there's more coming up later today. But before that happens, do want to give congratulations to BDS. You guys had an interesting Swiss, and you look like your old selves here in the playoffs. So
it was clean.
It was very clean. It was honestly a definition of clinical. Up until like last moments, I could tell they were just they were kind of messing around at points. But
I mean,
even when you mess around, you're winning. So.
I'd like to also say, Team 3, you got through with a 3-1 in the Swiss. That's a top 8. That's a brilliant result against, as we've been saying, the strongest region in the world, against one of the best teams in the world in getting through with BDS. They had great scouts that they took during the Swiss as well. They just could not do it versus BDS when it came down to the quarterfinals. A single life is brutal, but that is what happens here on the Saturdays before our Champ Sundays. They couldn't quite make it through. BDS versus Vitality is going to be coming up tomorrow, but Herc, we still need to see who is going to be facing off against Oxygen.
Oh, man, answer to that question is going to be coming up here shortly, but for now, enjoy the BDS montage of the 1,000,003 passes and shots that we got to see.
All of the Team 3 goals? Not many of them in there?
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2. If you blink, you might miss it, so keep your eyes peeled for it. But for now, go drink some water, get ready. We've got another round in the European Open Qualifier coming up after this.
Majority of the attack, it's been BDS on defense. lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you.
Well, we didn't get a 4-0 sweep, but maybe that isn't a bad thing. But on the flip side of things, that is a good thing if you are a BDS fan. Guys, welcome back here. I'm joined by Cassio. I'm so excited to have you here with me, dude. How are you? First off, that's a lot of progress compared to what yesterday looked like.
Hi, yeah, definitely there's been a lot of progress. We had a shaky Swiss, and we've been working on few stuff, and today felt great and comfortable, not too stressful, and we did the job.
I like the word comfortable. That's what I think a lot of people were waiting to see if you were going to feel. Now, granted, you are supposed to go up against Vitality. What is the scale of 1 to 10 as far as comfortability looks like in that matchup tomorrow?
I have no clue for the moment. I mean, the only time we played Vitality, we beat them, it was on Swiss. We weren't on the same context, so I think we have our chances. I think they are a great team. They are on a good form right now. But I think we definitely have chances, so I'd say, yeah, 50-50, so 5 out of 10, I'd say, probably.
Okay, not too bad, not too rough, but the confidence is still there. It's just been like an upward hill for you guys right now, so nothing too bad. I do gotta ask though, it's pretty much like you and Vitality are trying to recreate history by staying on top, but this time without KC in the mix. Can you tell me a bit about what pressure that might have relieved for you guys?
Definitely, KC missing on this regional is making our run for the major easier. There is still a team that can be annoying, so definitely like we are a bit more relieved, I said, as it will be the same for like Vitality or Mate if they would have like missed on this regional. We still can't be too happy about it, because if you feel relieved at some point, then you start feeling like it's putting pressure as well to feel like you can't lose now because team made your way a bit easier. So we still gotta be like clinical and great to qualify.
Well, you guys definitely had a clinical performance out there on the field. Question is, we're all waiting to see if you can do it again tomorrow. But congratulations to you guys. It was really good to see some progress. Good luck tomorrow, and thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you a lot. See you. Bye-bye.
Cassio, always a wonderful person to hang out and chat with. Very realistic, but confident in the squad, and very approachable. And it's cool to see again how they feel that they're feeling better. Stumpy and Shogun, that they see the progress from yesterday. Because Stumpy, it was a little bit rougher yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And I think BDS can be extremely happy with that result. Ultimately, we say it time and time again, you can only beat what's in front of you. And Team 3, they put up the hardest fight that we have seen today. They won a game. The losing team won a game, everybody. It was a thriller of a series on the EU side.
The speed run is on at the moment. That's all we can really go with.
Yeah, they've ruined it for us. No early nap time for us. That's okay. It just gets us to our final matchup here a little bit quicker, which hopefully, as you said, will be a little bit closer. We've had some blowouts, 4-0, 4-0. When we look at the bracket, our 3 teams already into the semifinals here with 2 more to go. But I want at least one good game. by the end of it.
I think it's going to be a one. I'm backing this one to be a good game. Gentlemates Alpine versus Jobless. Jobless did look very, very good yesterday. They did come in 3-1, but their one loss, a 3-1 loss against Oxygen. I think that actually goes down as a pretty decent loss to have, given the way that Oxygen are playing right now. As for Gentlemates, they need to continue finding form.
I mean, they were the only team to take a game off Oxygen, bear in mind, and they beat BDS. Yeah, Jobless are going to be no slouches here.
Yeah, well, let's break it down a little bit further here because Gentlemates and Jobless are about to hit the pitch. Our final quarterfinals is on its way, and off the bat, I gotta say, is a really cool little tidbit here for Itachi specifically hitting the field for this first game. This will be his 1,000th career regular season game.
Crazy.
Only the third player in EU to reach that behind Alpha and Monkey Moon.
It feels weird to me because I feel like Itachi is such a new player, like respectively, but we just have so many games in the open era, and he has been at the top of that for such a long time. 1,000 is incredible. So yeah, big dubs in chat for Itachi.
It's ridiculous to think as well, like how that started, given, you know, his first season in the Rlcs was maybe one of the worst seasons in Rlcs that we have seen, given, I believe he was with Monaco at the time, and that was
Monaco.
Well, one of the worst seasons that's happened. A 0-7, I think it was, across their season. Also, getting reverse swept to not even win that game. So, given where he has come from and what he has achieved since, unbelievable work from him. But Jobless will like to spoil the party here, Leaf, and Ixo will be more than happy to do so.
Yeah, we'll see if it happens, though. Again, we have to look at Gentlemate's performance recently, and Jobless has to note as well that their online performance for their opponents has been pretty strong. Now, the players on this squad are no slouches either, so I do expect a good fight. That's why I said I want a good one today. I think this can be that. We saw, I mean, the highlight plays, even these guys were going for the confidence. So the number one play, Stumpy was Resi with that pre-jump, just staying in there, that quick thinking, and on the fly is going to be important against Gentlemates.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, bear in mind that Gentlemates is currently sitting number 1 in points so far. Near enough locked. I'm sure Direct is going to at me very shortly to say why that is not the case, but near enough locked to be going through into the major. I think Jobless are going to be putting up, as I said, the strongest fight so far, but ultimately they're here to play spoiler. Considering the quality of teams we have in the top 4 that are competing for that major spot, Jobless need to do a lot more than just get through to the semi-finals. We'd need to see them get through to a grand finals or win from this point on.
Oh yeah, the Shogun, this is a big journey for Jobless ahead of them. And if I'm just looking at the squad themselves, we've seen miracle runs before, but I feel like there has to be something in the mental that lets them know that this will be difficult. Then again, they do have Ixo on the squad that will just tell everyone, don't listen to anyone, let's just do our thing.
I think they'll be reasonably happy, actually, with their position right now. They get this win, they will then tie Grid Serve Resolve for the overall amount of points that they have got. They still remain in that running for those spots. Gentlemates obviously made it through to the grand finals last time, so they've got a decent amount of a buffer. But to be honest, the only teams that are really happy at the moment in terms of Vitality and Oxygen, and maybe Gentlemates, depending on the result of this. But that is no foregone conclusion, because if it's based on yesterday's form, I'd almost say Jobless are the better team coming in. But we've also been here a lot of times where Friday form does not transition into Saturday.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, exactly. Granted, a lot of these teams, the top 4 teams like Gentlemates, are teams though that know how to adjust quickly into the weekend, but that gap is closing a bit further. I got a question. I want to know, both of you guys can answer. Let's start with Shogun. Do you feel like, because we do say top 4 a lot, obviously referring to KC, BDS, Gentlemates, and Vitality. Do you feel like it's really that much anymore? We're seeing so many of these other squads.
I feel like it already changed.
Yeah.
It does feel like the entire community is already. It didn't even take a thought or a conversation about it, because I've seen so much of the community consensus to be is like, oh, EU top 4 is so far out. And I think everyone just sort of figure, wait a minute, we're missing one of them. We've added another one into this. It just feels like, oh, should you slot in?
I think it's completely because of habit that we say top 4. But I think actually, anytime any of the casters say top 4, we mean top 5. We mean Oxygen in there as well, of course. I don't think it's completely impenetrable, but I think it is, as we get further through the season, it becomes a lot harder to work your way up, especially considering how far ahead those top 4 were when we went into the major, and then the points that they then earned at the Copenhagen major. This is a chance, of course, for those upsets to come in, and Jobless, they are hunting for that upset. And I think a lot of these other teams, we've said, oh, this is like one of their first times getting through to the top 8, you know, to the quarterfinals. Jobless, they've been here before. They've been in multiple times before. Like, this is not new territory for them. It's just a massive team for them to come up against yet again.
Well, you guys are throwing your votes in right now. I saw them. You can keep them coming a little bit longer here while we get ours onto the board. But I have a feeling it's going to be pretty heavy on the side of Gentlemates because
I almost talked myself out of it.
Did you really?
As we were talking about this, I was like, oh, but I'm looking at yesterday, I'm looking at Friday. Oh, Jobless looked really good. And I remind myself, I keep doing this. I keep basing it on Friday. Never works for me. So I'm going with the known at this point. I'm going for Gentlemates.
Yeah, I know. I think really at the end of the day, you have to. These guys are starting to prove themselves on the field here in online events. We've seen what they can do when it comes to live events. The question was, can they bring it here? And yeah, through Qual 4 and now here, they've shown they can. The question is, can they finally give themselves a grand final?
It's picking it up. It's figuring itself out.
Come on, Coin. You're handsome but an idiot. This is what I say to myself in the mirror every morning.
I still hold a grudge against it, but even I want it to do well here.
Come on, flip it.
80% in favor of Gentlemates, and I think we have to say, yeah, there's no way I'm even worried about cursing this, to be honest. Did you not see the flip? I heard you just say flip it. I already did.
Wait, that was a flip?
That was the flip. Wait, it flipped like 8 times.
Bro, that didn't even make it up to like your nose height. That is not a flip. That is a reflip. No.
It flipped 8 times.
Bro, reflip. I didn't see it.
Times.
If I get in trouble by chat for reflipping,
reflip,
it doesn't go
that was not a protocol flip. Okay, we have worked on this.
That's not regulation flipping.
Nah. There we go.
There we go. Come on.
Okay, let's get into the game. The Gentlemates are on their journey to another grand finals, and for them, hopefully a win, but they have a few squads to get through first, and Jobless aims to be their downfall. Last game of the day, let's get pumped.
3 down and 1 to go. The major champs take on a team that is in major need of employment. Cool Cole, are you subpar? Are they subpar hiring?
That was really beautiful, CJ. Thank you for that. No, absolutely not. So stop trying to fish to replace my job with Stumpy. I know you. I know that's what you're going for, really. Not about Jobless. Pretend you're trying to scout out opportunities for those guys. But speaking of opportunities for them, I think this is one. I agree with the desk that as far as series go today, this is one that may well go against the script. And Rezi, yesterday's goal scorer of the day, has started off that way.
What is this? What on earth is this? How is Rezi still got that on target? He was wedged up against the post. His tyres were stuck. He could not move. And he able to get that one back on net. They were flailing the Gentlemates. What a great start here for Jobless. Maybe they will get him.
Well, our resident on Twitch mod has been having some fun doing some early calls. I wonder if he's going to give an early call for Jobless. Going 1-0 up. Blow the whistle, ref. I'm sure their fans will be saying. But Gentlemates, watched on, I'm sure, by Gotiga, will be thinking elsewhere. They will be looking to stake their claim even further for London, even further for Worlds, and even further, potentially, for the best team in Europe. Performances today have been sublime, CJ. Can Gentlemates step up to that same level of quality? Because so far, it's Jobless running rings.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong, aren't they? Looking at the season points, the season rankings, that major victory for the Gentlemates did them a world of good. And you know, you look at Vitality, they're all but secured for London. Let's see how Gentlemates go. Without K-Corp as well, it feels like you can have a pretty good crack at a grand final berth here. But it's a great start for Jobless and a fantastic save off the side post. Juicy trying to keep that ball in. I think so. He's trying to control this one. And I agree with you. If you are a Jobless fan, if you are unemployed, stop the count. I've seen enough. 1-0.
They'd love it there. They would love it. But I think what we've learned today is there are plenty of goals on these here pitches today as well, CJ. Can't see too many 1-0s happening in this series or indeed any other right now in Europe. Defending seems to have been forgotten, and Ixo isn't remembering how to defend. He's just attacking himself. Not much boost to play with, so Juicy sends it sideways. I think it's a couple of touches. That's not actually going to help his team too much because Rezi can do more work. He just fully read Gentlemates.
Yeah, they left Itachi last man, said you can handle this one. It's not going to be that great of a shot, but it was perfect. It was bar down, and Itachi had to, just in case it dropped in the net, but he couldn't quite find it. Perfect angle, a little bit of a self alley-oop there for Rezi. He's got 2 in game 1.
Jobless, absolutely loving life so far. Itachi's going to try and change that early doors. Gentlemates, not the start to the series they'd have wanted, as they'd have been watching their direct opponents just romping through everybody, making it look easy here in Europe. Not quite the same now for the green suits as Juicy goes up into that far corner up against Rezi as well. What a weekend it's been for Rezi, CJ.
Yeah, he's been, I tell you what, he was a human aimbot. That's what I called him yesterday. He just kept on popping off. Everything he shot, everything he touched was on net. Unlike RizX, we won't mention his performances yesterday. That's
another stray.
Well, you know, there was boomer mode was activated. No way! What a save from Juicy. Rezi almost getting his hat trick. More pressure coming through. This top corner is taking an absolute hammering so far. Jobless currently coming to this game warmed up and ready to go.
Currently 6 shots taken by Jobless and only 2 for Gentlemates, who are struggling to get anything going. Seiko is on 46 points currently, so we'll keep you posted if he can break the magic 100 by the end of game number 1. As Rezi goes high again, he might get 100 goals at this rate. Gets the floor pinch almost past Itachi, who once more has been left all by himself. And Europe's teamiest team seems somewhat out of balance in Gentlemates.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is almost Seiko lands on that is you've got to give Gentlemates credit. They never look too, frazzled. Even when things aren't going their way, they seem to, find a way back into these sort of series. I might be casting cursing them there, but even though they're 2-0 down, I don't think they're too concerned thus far. Just under 2 minutes left. Nice demo coming through. Itachi. He's getting the pop over the top. Ollie's in an awkward spot. This could be a goal if he can hook it around. Ixo positioning himself. Pressure still on. Gentlemates looking to get one back, but he's that man again, Cole. Rezi keeping them out of trouble so far. Seiko, though, solo play. He's going to fake low. He's going to go the low pitch. Oh, again! That man, Rezi.
He's doing it all. He's on 500-plus score already. Goals, saves, you name it, he's done it. Only can't quite do the same. Itachi does sink this one, and Gentlemates are back.
They are so back in business. What a pass from Seiko. And Itachi said mid, and Seiko said say less. And he's just dropped that one straight on his head. Great shot. Only couldn't make the save either. That is a handy goal, timely goal, Cole. Well, that rhymed. Minute 30 left.
Proud of you, CJ, for learning your rhymes. Ladies and gentlemen, there is CJ. He's learned recently the joy of speaking in rhyme, which you can do any time. There you go, I did one too. Here's Rezi, looking to get an assist to add to his goals. So couldn't quite get in there ahead of Gentlemates defending. Now it's Itachi gets over the top of Oli. No boost yet again for Gentlemates. Normally they've got so much of the good yellow stuff, but in this series it just seems to be squeezed out of them as Juicy gets a flip reset bump. Ixo gets himself in the way. Rezi comes away with the ball. This has been danger the whole time. That Fennec is a menace.
And he went for a pogo, so he's clearly confident, even though it's still 1-goal game, 45 seconds, more angles, more shots coming through. This would be really nice for Jobless if they can get one more. Ixo's just going to keep that ball in the orange half, trying to find a teammate. Seiko on it. Rezi with 100 boost. He just knew that he was whiffing, and he's fired that one on net. Itachi can't get the Psycho. Can get a nice pass down. I like this from Ixo. They're locked in right now, Jobless. All 50s coming through. 25 seconds. They just need to keep this down this end, Cole.
Rezi, not necessarily the human aimbot today, but the human lie detector. Every time Gentlemates make a mistake, Rezi's on top of them, predicting it's going to happen. They try and march it forwards. Not going to happen. Here is Rezi. He can sink it here up against Juicy. Goes for the dunk. Ixo turns away from the ball. Smart play. Buys more precious time right now for Jobless. Oli's coming in. The 50-50 master. Ixo's got no boost. Still goes for it. Wants to kill it. Does kill it. Jobless take game 1. There will be no sweep here unless it's in favor of Jobless.
I tell you what, they might be unemployed, but these blokes rocked up today with their full suit and tie on. It's been business in game 1. How good was the finish? 30 seconds left, Cole. They're not looking to score. They're just looking to lock this ball down. They're not overcommitting, not challenging too hard, over-aggressing, and that was a perfect game number 1. Shout out to the entire team, Rezi in particular, obviously just kicking us off with how has he put that on target, landing on the post.
The men in tuxedos are launching torpedoes right now as far as Jobless are going, and it's led from the front by Rezi. A perfect performance from him. There was a slight question mark from Itachi at the end, but I mean, the better team won game 1.
The better team did win game 1, and you know what? If you gave me these two teams and said which one is unemployed, I wouldn't have said Jobless. I would not have said them. They're looking good early. Rezi's looking like the best player on the pitch. Seiko, you know, he had a great assist, but didn't quite get as active as you'd like. Just the one assist, no saves, obviously no goals to his name either. So not the strongest start here, and you can see the records getting broken here. Itachi just played his 1,000th RLCS game. Ladies and gents, can we get some applause in the chat?
Woo! Congratulations. 1,000s everywhere. Go on, chuck them out. But, I mean, I don't think that one would be how he dreamed of his 1,000th game going, losing to a team called Jobless. And Gentlemates are going to have to step up here on Forbidden Temple if you're major champions to get to yet another semi-final.
Forbidden Temple it is. And the big game number 2 here is, well, it's not the dream start from Jobless, but they do have possession. And it's a... Oh, well, would you want anyone else? Because he's found Oli, and Seiko can't get it out. Surely it's in Oli with the first. How's the teamwork from Rezi?
Just get in the ball and see what happens. Oli on the same wavelength. He did well to finish it in the end. It was teasing Itachi, who thought for a second he might have been able to just keep it out. Got out his fishing rod, tried to reel it, but it wasn't to be. It sinks its way into the goal, and another early lead for Jobless.
Another strong start, but how's the reset? Ixo, huge save. Could have been a follow-up. Was expecting Seiko to be in there. Nice pass across. Itachi is flat-footed, and there we are. We're seeing that midfield game. That was potentially a wide open shot if Rezi put that on net. Oli, though, keeping that ball in this blue half. Gentlemates looking routed. What an infield. It's got the double commit going. Is there a follow-up? Ixo, you look for that backboard pass, but both of his teammates off.
Now, I'm not being funny, but looking at the way Option were playing earlier, looking at how Rezi is playing in this one, this is the return of English Rocket League. It's well and truly coming home. The French are on the ropes right now, as Jobless continue to just tear through their defense. Oli tees up Ixo. Itachi beats into the ball. Gentlemate's in desperate need for something soon. It's all looking a little bit too desperate, I was going to say, but that pass from Itachi, a little bit of quality, tees up Seiko.
Yeah, where's he come from? And then that's disrespectful rotations right there. He stole the corner, he turned around, he was in front of net. Great setup from Itachi, but there he is. Seiko wasn't as active in game number 1, but he's a world champ for a reason. Shows up here, gets the equaliser.
That's exactly what Gentlemates needed. The first time they managed to score a goal, not being at least a couple down. Most important goal of the series so far for them as the demo comes in from Juicy on Oli. That will open things up. Seiko is around the corner. Still not all the boost in the world for any of them. Juicy's pretty low as well. Itachi's on nothing. So all three of them are just sort of using scraps. And it's because Jobless are doing such a good job of getting to that midfield, stealing those central boosts. And when they do get the ball, they're doing something with it. Ixo showing off his own mechanics. They can follow that one up as well. The pre-flip into the ball where Itachi was charging him down. But even after conceding, no signs that Jobless are going to go into their shells.
Yeah, they're not phased at all, are they? Oli trying to keep that one in. He's going to back off, grab the mid boost instead, look for a 50. How about Seiko just dunks that ball? Rezi's up, trying to keep it in. Seiko keeping the pressure on. This is better from the Gentlemates, certainly in a better position than they were in game number 1. And as you said, Cole, they're looking pretty on right now, Jobless. Not too phased about this little defensive set. They've got a lot of boost to get it out. And would you want it in anyone else but Rezi? There's the reset, there's the musty. Oli with the pre-flip. Can't quite get it.
It seems to be a common theme for Jobless right now of getting Rezi the ball and having Oli in front of it. Seeing if he can find him out as another great save comes in from Seiko. Jobless forcing more defending right now from the team in blue. Oli is so good in this position. The 50-50 game, one of his main strengths. So leaves that one towards Rezi as Itachi bypasses the pair of them almost. Itachi... It's just Juicy waiting. Rezi tries to get involved and misses the ball. This could be a chance for Gentlemates. Juicy sets himself up for the flip reset from the ceiling. Oli charges it down and saves.
That setup was absolutely phenomenal. I just don't know how he's forward thinking enough to be able to pre-flip into the reset. But look at the pass to Oli. Can he get the double? No, Juicy's right there. In time. Settle down, CJ. Let's not get too excited. It's only game number 2. Ixo throws it at the sidewall. Seiko up. He says the double. He gets bumped right off, and Itachi's right on, though. Whoa. He's there in time. Bar down. Gentlemates get the lead.
Beautiful pass there in the far corner. Juicy stole some boost as well to make things even trickier to defend. Ixo on the backboard couldn't do anything when Itachi's shot had that much power.
That's much better from the Gentlemates. Now it is on to Jobless. They may be unemployed, but that gives them more time to play Rocket League, I think. Not sure how that works, but Ixo takes it off the kickoff. Gets a nice little pop around and the beat as well. He's almost got that one on net. He would have done exceptionally well to get that on target. Resi with the 50. Juicy, all he can do is parry it. Oli takes it up. Gets a reset, almost on net. Juicy. Oh, hang on a minute. Put that ball in. How on earth? Itachi can just keep it to the side. Goodness me, Jobless, man. I thought they could have pinched a goal there, a little equaliser, but for now, Gentlemate's dealing with the pressure.
They'll keep the attack going, though. Here is Oli faking out 1 or 2, and look how much boost he still keeps. Still 25 to almost do something with. Not quite able to in that occasion, but Resi, the real danger man. He's going upside down. He's trying to go for a plan B, I think, or a pogo or something there. Didn't quite happen, but once again, Gentlemates have to cover every single angle when Resi gets the ball. Reminiscent of his Hogan mode debut in the Rlcs when he was unplayable at times. Tees up Oli, Ixo's waiting, and the ball is just slapped away there by Itachi.
Resi just controlling this pitch. Look at the bump, it's a great 50 as well. Double commit from Gentlemates. They've got no boost as well. They have to go here, Jobless, because Itachi's flailing in net, almost the 50. And look at the boost meters. They've all got no moon. Empty moons everywhere. It's a full solar eclipse. But Gentlemates still get it out with Seiko, and he redirects it on net. Big trouble for Ixo, who misses a touch. Gentlemates looking to pinch one. Luckily enough, Oli with 100 boost can work it out.
And Resi now, he's the man who has the ball. That's exactly what Oli would have wanted. The old 1-2 has been swapped, but it does come back down the other way. More effective when it's Oli being found, it would seem. Here comes Juicy. Huge save down the other side from Oli. Managed to get himself back in time, but Gentlemates are starting to get these first touches past Jobless.
And we go.
So tees up Resi. It has to be now. It's now or never in game 2, CJ. If they do want a job, maybe they'll need to equalize in the next 3 seconds. It's Resi. He's doing everything he can to manipulate his way around the ball, but Juicy will not let him. Oli's clearance has to be perfect and isn't. And we have series parity. Is this an EU quarterfinals? Both teams are getting games.
This feels more like an EU Saturday. Not sure if the viewers will agree with that one, but I'll tell you what, those first 3 series, I said, hang on a minute. What are we watching here? Is this day 1? Is this open qualifier or first weekend? Anyway, we'll forget about those ones. We have got ourselves a series finally, and I'm excited to be here with my best friend in the whole world, Twitch chat.
Oh, you really built me up for about 2 seconds. You really got me there. I wasn't even doing a bit. I was just happy, and then I was sad.
That noise you made was beautiful. Honestly, I regret it now.
Sure, I appreciate that. That's where you're different to Stumpy, because Stumpy would double down on that occasion, but you at least have the decency to feel a little bit guilty.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit bad for that one, but look, you know, we're all having a little bit of fun here as one
can't say that.
timeout. No timeout needed, Cole, on that. And
I could do it one.
You might need one. I've rattled you there. I apologise. It may happen again. I was going to say it won't happen again, but I can't promise anything as we get into game number 3, as you said. Tied series, and both sides looking pretty good. Gentlemates responding in game 2, but it wasn't without Jobless almost finding the net.
Yeah, Jobless definitely seemed to have the mechanical advantage in these opening couple of games, or at least certainly going for these plays more than Gentlemates are. But Gentlemates sticking to the script, doing what they did best, doing what won them a major in Copenhagen. Solid play, 50-50s, challenges, following each other up, making the correct decisions. And finally in game 2, it started to work out for them. But in the opening 20 seconds, I'd say they have the bit between their teeth yet again. Here is Itachi. Force of the flip reset. Juicy's coming in now as well. And yeah, CJ, for me, it's those little passes. They seem to be now finding their mark.
Yeah, I like that, but even Jobless have been doing a similar thing down the other end. Those pre-jump pass plays, using those infields. I love it. This is terrible positioning from Jobless. They're whiffing everything. Luckily enough, Itachi can't get that one on net. Tries to get in there again. Ixo finds Resi, who, well, he wanted the ball in front of him. That is the wrong. Juicy trying to stay in there as well. He's looking very mechanical. Seiko with the flick. Over the top, bumps coming through. Ixo clearing the ball to Oli. Takes it upstairs. But there's Itachi on the backboard. Both sides just feeling each other out. And I like the aggression so far. Gentlemates have the upper hand. It's only early here in game 3.
Yeah, Gentlemate's happy to play the slower game, keep a man deep in defence. Their time will come. They don't have to force anything because there's an opportunity for them. As long as they have the boost, which has been at times questionable for them this series, they'll have an opportunity to break through, but so too, you can say the same about Jobless, as Seiko has to stay strong and tall behind that ball. Resi's got a chance now. As he passed to Oli, he maybe should have done because that demo flew in from Juicy. They're starting to learn how well Resi is playing.
Double commit coming through. I tell you what, Resi third man just said, forget about it. I'm going at the ball. Someone get behind me. Oli Trying to get that ball across as Juicy's just tracked the ball. That is not the pinch that Resi might have wanted. It's given it straight to Seiko. Off the side, faking Exo. Early jump came through. Ball pops, forcing 2 to commit there. Juicy's trying to find an infield. Is anyone ready in time? Ball pinching across a lot of midfield play, but it's got to be won by Resi. Redirect Seiko off the post. This is so good from Jobless. They've always got someone ready in case they need that fast counter-attack.
Yeah, it seemed for a second they had a gentleman's agreement to just sweep the ball from left to right, and then Oli says no, retracts his handshake, almost sets up the redirect. Now the attack continues going. It's Oli on the back wall. Can he get it towards Resi? He can, but he's bumped out the way by Itachi as well. Like a pull clearance right there, and still no opening goal.
Oli thought that was wide open. He put it on net, but if he had his time again, he would have gone the free double touch. He didn't choose the right path there, but they're still on. And there's it somehow with a whiff coming through. Follow up. There's the shot on net. It is Exo. He gets himself on the board, and Jobless strike first.
Too speedy there from Exo. Oli read the juicy miss, and Exo knew that Seiko had nothing in the tank to get that clearance. Yet again, we have a Jobless lead.
Saw someone in chat say this is a great series, and I agree. I think this is a great series, smiley face. I'm quite enjoying myself here. Resi keeping that ball out of his net. He's struggling a little bit. He now gets time. Goes low 50. Juicy can turn on this with corner boost if he wants it. He's going for the He's got a with the demo as well. Almost opened it up. Look like get the touch though. There's the pop. Exo taking it slow, looking for the support here. It's going to be Resi putting it on net. Should be easy to deal with for Seiko. Yeah, he does find Itachi downfield. Again, it's a lot of midfield game, this one, isn't it, Cole? There's not too many chances either end, but this could be a perfect chance. He has to go here, Resi. Gee whiz, you've got someone on your back post. Took that one very casually. Gentlemates circling like sharks in attack.
They're going to have to keep on going, though. Time is going to start to tick away for them. That charge down didn't quite happen. Juicy has a chance to take a clean touch. Exo's up so fast, though. Look at the pace of him. Seiko up against Resi, and yet again, Jobless destroying Gentlemates for pace. They cannot get a clean hit on the ball. Itachi might change that, trying to find Juicy, but Oli, even in not getting the ball, does enough. Once again, Jobless come forward. That one might be just going in. Itachi gets it to the side, but it's Oli that's going to get the next touch. Gentlemates unable to spring 2 passes together. They'll try the floor pitch instead of the dunk. Out of nothing. When you have a player the quality of Itachi, that's what can happen.
It was disrespectful defense. Resi just not expecting the touch to come through, and Exo, well, he's throwing a 1-2 there straight to Itachi, and that's a goal out of nothing. That's what Gentlemates can do. Now, they could be in trouble, but this is a perfect kickoff. Resi's going off, big trouble. Itachi, huge save, follow-up. Oli's pre-jumped and passed it backwards.
Oh, no.
It's in your own net.
Unbelievable. You do all that hard work, and then Oli does 1 touch too many. Exo's got nothing in the tank. Juicy just says, that was the plan. That's what I knew was going to happen, so don't even worry about it. We were always going to take this lead that way. It's fine. It's fine.
I can just imagine the comms. Oli's hit that. He's gone.
I reckon he dropped the classic, oh, I thought you'd be behind me. As in, why weren't you behind me, you idiots? It's your fault.
He's definitely hit that and gone, retreat. He had a free shot. He couldn't get it. 30 seconds left. Jobless, they had the lead. They lost the lead. And they lost it in fine style here. Can they find an answer? Can they find a late equaliser? Or is it going to be game? Resi made that save look harder than I thought it was going to be. Great save coming out. Triple commit, though, from Jobless. They're looking to panic. They're looking a bit rattled after that goal. And Itachi's trying to call game. Reset over the top. Beats 1, bumps 2, but accidentally saves the ball himself.
It's all got a bit divey for Jobless, but they do come away with the ball. Here is Oli, tees up Exo onto the backboard. Is anybody following up? It's Resi, but Itachi, the hero, once more, at least for now. One more looping ball into the center. Juicy sends it as far as his car can send it. Exo to the ceiling. Resi's to his right. He finds him. Oh no, but Resi for once didn't get the touch. And Gentlemates say thank goodness for that as they take series lead.
He just stubbed his toe, didn't he? He tried to catch it. He tried to pop it. And the ball weighed more than him. He just headbutted the ground, went nowhere. Couldn't keep it up.
Thought he was in boomer mode. That's what it was. He forgot this is regular physics.
He definitely broke his big toe hitting that. Goodness me. That wasn't the touch that Resi wanted. He was so clutch in the first game, but well, they absolutely pinched that. It was Itachi with the equaliser out of nowhere, really. Poor defense from Jobless. Now they get the series lead.
But it is a massive performance from Itachi because his team have been somewhat under the weather so far in this series. He stepped up hugely in this one. Look at this though. It was the first the ground pitch attempt, and then look at leading to the dunk, and then the goal that he scored to take the lead. It's an ugly one to concede for Jobless.
Yeah, that touch from Oli when they had pressure, they almost had the kickoff goal to give it. It's just a 2-goal swing you can't afford to have against, well, the best team in the world. So don't want to be doing that, gentlemates. Oh, don't want to be doing that, Jobless. And now they're in a little bit of trouble. No timeout still. So clearly they're happy with that. For 4 minutes, they were in the lead. Well, not in the lead the entire 4 minutes, but you get me. They should have probably held on there. So, you know, the alarm bells aren't quite ringing yet if you are Jobless.
Important game right now for Jobless. If they can just steal themselves the first 30 seconds or so, they'll be okay. But if Gentlemates get a goal or two here early doors, it could be a long, long way back for the team in orange. Wanted to get back to the office, wanted to get back to an org, I think is what they're after, really. With a name like Jobless. You have to be able to win series like these ones. If you can, it's just a huge statement. And they are more than capable, CJ.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic to add to their resume, Cole. Could do them
CVs over here.
What are they called?
CVs?
CVs?
Curriculum vitae, I believe. I think it's Latin.
Isn't that a department store? No? Anyway.
I mean, other department stores are available, but no, it's a CV, not a resume. So you know,
put it on your CV. Get these guys employed. We're into game number 4. No timeout called. They're confident of how they're playing, but gentlemates, well, they won the major for a reason. They went undefeated internationally back in Copenhagen for a reason. And right now, they're starting to flex their muscles a bit, at least in that final minute. Nice reset from Juicy. He's going to go to ground pitch. Oli's ready for it. 0 boost. He's going to do well to get a beat, and he does so. Seiko gets a nice touch onto the backboard. They are looking a lot more comfortable. I'd like to see some demos. I was going to say on the side of Jobless, but it's gentlemates to strike in that department.
Itachi gets it one into the centre, though, where Ixo was waiting. That's better positioning so far from Jobless in this game. They were starting to slow down just a little bit, I think, and as you mentioned, Gentlemates were beginning to have too much of the ball, in my opinion. Jobless have stemmed that flow for now, but Seiko has it again over the top of Ixo. Oli has to charge down Juicy. Seiko just followed it on. The man was not to be stopped, running the entire length of the pitch, and almost getting his just rewards from it.
Still no one to strike here. 2 minutes gone. Here on the lovely Utopia Coliseum. Dusk, Juicy takes it downfield. Resi has to just back off. He does steal the boost, which is going to help in their defensive bounce. But the huge fake comes through. Double commit. Oh, what is happening? Yeah. It was saved. It was in. It was out. It was back in again. Goodness me. Oli can just carry that one out. Jobless flirting with trouble there for the first goal, but now they've worked it down the other end. Nice 50 coming through. Ixo wants it, but Seiko so quick. Juicy even faster. But there's one better. Ixo! Oh. Dish, it would have been insane, the Devo shot, but he doesn't connect.
Right, somewhere out there, Devo was watching. He turned to his screen. He sensed that his goal was about to be scored. So did Doomsy for the dish. And both of them were left wanting, unfortunately. Ixo not quite able to do it. What a goal it would have been. But that will give them some heart, some hope that there are goals in here for them. Especially as they've gone through half of this game without conceding, Jobless. So far in this series, Resi's going to have time to slow this one down. Itachi, he gets faked out, does he? Yes, he does. Juicy, he doesn't go for the double fake. Resi puts it in the center, but Seiko saw it coming. Then he fakes out his opponent, Oli, who gets nowhere near the ball. Eventually it falls to Itachi, who just snooker shots it into the top corner.
Fantastic placement from Itachi, but what happened down the other end? Where were the teammates? It was a perfect infield. And Gentlemates were more ready. They get the counter-attack, work it down in transition. Great play from Seiko, just to bait in that last man in the middle, or the third man, first man. And fantastic placement from Itachi. Hasn't he been impressive this series?
Ooh, Seiko with the edgeable bump. Simple as you like. Old school, you gotta love it.
Yeah, it's really nice. Just as we pump up Itachi, it's going to be Seiko. It's simple. It's a bit of Jesse gameplay. He was looking wobbly in the air, but it is no-nonsense Rocket League. Who needs air roll when you can get rid of the last man? 2-0 to Gentlemates, and they are flying to be a massive game win to have.
You see, everybody, you don't need air roll to be a good Rocket League player. All right, just simple stuff done well. Oli's so good at that himself, and he gets Jobless back in it.
We are so back in business. It's Resi again with a lovely assist. Gets around Juicy, one-on-one for Oli. And again, No nonsense rock. Just gets the instant flick. Right-hand side. Minute 44 left. This is unusual circumstances here for Jobless, Cole. Usually in front and then choking the lead. They need to make the comeback.
Oli will do the exact opposite this time. He'll be about to concede an own goal, then pass it backwards somehow. It'll lead to a goal for them. Mark my words. But first he needs the ball. Juicy. He's going to send that one towards Oli. Let's get this one to the ceiling. Does he have the mechanics in him? No, it's a little bit sideways, so Seiko can steam in there. Rezi up against him. Rezi has slowed down a little bit. Demos like that don't help either with regards to him waking back up. And suddenly it's Gentlemates getting the ball time after time. Jobless can't get hold of it. Gentlemates only have one goal ahead. It's going to be more. And look at Itachi. Another little bit of brilliance.
Yeah, just when you think maybe Jobless can get into it, Itachi's faked everyone. And Ixo, well, he's just decided to put it up into the top-hand corner of the goal, the top side. And 2-goal lead resumes here for Gentlemates. That is going to give them a little bit of breathing room here in game number 4. If they can move on to match point, it is a long road back for Jobless. They need it here in the last minute. The bumps are coming through. They're showing the aggression. Rezi wants to get in, but Gentlemates are just building that wall in front of net.
Gentlemates, if they can just hold out, they will be massive favourites in this series, which of course they were before it started, but from game 1 it wasn't going that way. Oli sets up Rezi. Can Rezi get the angle here? No, it goes over the top of him towards Ixo, who goes for the backboard. Seiko saw the whole thing coming. And Itachi can just wait to see what Oli's touch is like. Seiko and Itachi getting in each other's way somewhat. So Rezi and Jobless will have a chance to send this ball forwards. They just need one, CJ, and they will believe.
No, they need 2. They definitely need 2. I've done the math, and now they only need 1. Ixo!
And so they believe!
I believe! I fully believe! He didn't do it down the other end, but he's made up for it. Great shot, and it's just the aggression. Look at the bump. Clear that guy out there. Oli just gets rid of Seiko. 31 seconds. Game on.
As I was saying, CJ, they only need 1, and then they will believe that they can take this game. But 1 more goal mathematically is indeed needed as Seiko takes a touch to send it to the sky. He could kill it here, could he? It's blocked up the side by Rezi.
I'm glad we clarified that because they definitely needed 2, not 1. But now they only need 1. 13 seconds. They have to go. Where's the demos? Where's the aggression? They've got to throw the kitchen sink. Screw it. Throw the entire kitchen at this attack. Get moving. Get upfield. Oli has to go. He just completely whifties. The fake from Ixo. Get that ball up in the air. 0 seconds. Gentlemates want it down. Jobless. They want employment. Rezi gets it in. Juicy with the clear. Somebody get this ball down. It's still in the air. Ixo, no boost. Enormous 50. Juicy. Well, just decides to almost own goal. We get it in there. Finally, we get the ball on the ground. And Gentlemates 3-1. That was an intense little... Was that an intense 0, or was I just forcing that to
that was intense until the moment it fell towards Oli. And you know when sort of a cat jumps up and tries to bat something away, or a dog tries to catch a ball and misses? Oli's jump sort of reminded me of that.
I'll be honest.
Which is probably what they'll be discussing in this timeout that they've just called.
I'll be honest, that was a blur. I'm not sure what happened in that 0-second play, but what I do know is there's a timeout for Jobless, probably coming at the right time. If they call it in after the next game, the series is over. So mathematically, fantastic time to call the timeout. They definitely need to do it now. Take the buff, try and win game 5.
But as we were discussing earlier, all Jobless need is 1 more game, and they will believe that they will then go on to win the series.
Just a little bit of hope. As you said, you know, even if you need 2 goals, 1 goal is enough to give you that little bit of belief. Forget about maths. It's all about belief.
Oh man! But okay, let's be serious here, CJ. I mean, you are, you know, one of the greater analytical minds in Rocket League, a very recent pro. What are you seeing from Jobless? What's changed? What's gone wrong? What do they need to mix up?
Well, you see, when they're behind, you can see they honestly played the best Rocket League there when they were 3-1 down, and that's because they knew they had to be aggressive. And then you saw Oli go for the bumps on last man. Now, when I played Seiko, that guy sits so far deep third man. You know, back in the day, we're talking about Sweden, full major. We're talking 21 snooze fest. I know it was a while ago.
Good times, man.
But
good times.
If you can get demos, if you can isolate that last man, Gentlemates, they play such a structured triangle sort of gameplay. They rely on the 50s, losing 50s to the guy in behind. If you can get some demos in, that can really disrupt their play. They only went for those demos, though, Cole, when they were behind, when they needed to. I want to see it from 0-0. I want to see the aggression off the bat, not when they have to.
Jobless need to play as if they are losing, just full send right now against Gentlemates. And I agree as well, because the start of this series, they launched out 100 miles per hour, and Gentlemates could barely deal with that. Since then, understandably, they've slowed down somewhat. I would say the fact that they've made 1 or 2 errors, some really poor touches that have led to goals against them, maybe has spooked them a tad. They have to have used this tactical timeout to unspook themselves, get back up to that full belief system they had in games 1 and 2, and take it from there. I back them. Let's go. Let's have more of a series.
You have to be unbiased. Please stop supporting a team. That is a competitive integrity ruling. Here we go. Game number 5 is underway. Is the timeout buff real, Cole? Well, we're about to find out here. I fully believe in it. Resi can take it up. Early chance here. Early kickoff pressure from Jobless. They're winning some challenges. Nice reset. Perhaps one more. Almost. There's no follow-up though. You see Ixo, how deep he was sitting there, third man. Just love to see him push higher up because that's a fantastic pass to Juicy. It's an even better shot. And there you go. Counter-attack. Gentlemates, all the hard work from Jobless. They just undo it.
Yeah, things get super difficult now. They were so near to getting the opening goal, which really might have been that shot in the arm, to then have it go down the other end and concede. Suddenly, all that stuff you talked about in the tactical timeout of, yeah, we can do this, I believe, let's focus on this, focus on that. If you concede in the first 25 seconds, that starts to go out the window. So they have to get it out the window and keep on going.
Yeah, but that might be, that might ignite them to play that aggressive style that I was talking about. Now, I know that you don't want to concede a goal, but if that's what it's going to take to play some aggressive Rocket League, then that's what you got to do here. They have to take the positives. Still a lot of time left. 4 minutes. Resi takes it up with a reset. Seiko pre-jumped. It's over the top. Double commit here from Gentlemates. This is where they have to go here. Jobless put the foot down there. Low boost. Ixo gets it across. Juicy with 0 attach. He has to go back corner. Here we go with a double. But once again, the only guy with boost on Gentlemates is the one that Jobless find in net.
It's amazing how often, as you mentioned, they are low on boost, and yet they're never stretching for the ball. It was starting to make them struggle a little bit offensively earlier on, but defensively, one of them can have 100, the other 2 10 each, and their positioning is so perfectly that still they seem at times impenetrable. The Jobless were through them time after time at the start of this series. It can happen again. Itachi just tees up Oli, and that one goes to the side. Here is Resi. Not much boost in the tank this time. Needs the floor pinch. Fakes out the floor pinch and also fakes out Ixo, who was not expecting it. Poor Ixo thought he'd have a chance. Instead, it remains 1-0. Nothing happening so far.
Keeping pressure on, however, it's in the right end. But as you said, they're not really threatening thus far. They need a demo. They need a bump. Someone open this net up as Juicy gets the clear downfield. There's no one there for Gentlemates, so it should be easy enough for Jobless as Oli decides to drive to the ceiling. Wants to check out the weather up there. Reports are a little bit cloudy. Oli takes it up now. Gets a nice pop as well.
Underwater?
Well, that's a great call. A little bit bubbly. As Ixo gets it across. Resi now with space. Look how passive Gentlemates are sitting. Look how deep they are. They're just going to hold on to this. They want to hold on this 1-0 lead here. 2 minutes 40 left. That might be the overcommit. The pinch comes through, but again, the rotations, as you said, Cole, they're never stretching too hard. There's always someone there. And now Juicy on the counter-attack. Can he get the double on net? Oh, safe from Ixo. But there's still no counter-attack because Seiko is sitting so deep, third man.
Oh, almost. Oli gets over the top of Juicy, but still somehow he gets that final touch. Gentlemates doing what they've been doing this entire season. Frustrating teams who are trying to play a mechanical game. Breaking them down, getting their cars in the way. Resi gets it past Juicy, though, wants to get the bump and can't. And now Seiko has a chance himself with a flip reset over Ixo. It's going in, is it? Until Oli saves the day and gets the block.
And they need it down the other end, though. They need that goal. This isn't good enough. This is playing right into Gentlemates' hands here. 2 minutes left. They have to get it down the other end. Where are the bumps? Where are the demos? Who's willing to be that player to push downfield, take a risk? Oli gets one, gets it past 2, but again, there's only one player on Gentlemates with 100 boost. It's the Itachi on the ball here, and look at the time that he is buying. They just want to kill time of the clock. 1-0, that's enough for them.
Someone just hit it. Someone just chuck your face at the ball when Itachi has it. Don't fall for his tricks, Jobless. So far they have been. Resi doesn't get the boost either, so he's not got much to play with here. Flicks it over the top of Itachi. Can only do the second part of the job, not quite. Juicy just about nips in. Ixo as far out as Oli, who does pick out 100. Ixo can get the doink, but he's gone for the bump instead. Get the doink. Why don't they have a doink, CJ?
Turn your ball camera. The ball is right next to you.
Doink.
The perfect opportunity. The redirect was right there. They can't quite I get it. Gentlemates they've just fully parked the bus here on this one goal. I've seen more exciting play styles out of my grandma playing Scrabble. This is a polar opposite, Gentlemates, than what we saw in the previous game. And it might come back to bite them. No, it doesn't. They're still hanging on in there.
I mean, your grandma is a very aggressive Scrabble player. Shout out CJ's grandma in the word games. My goodness. Anyway, here's Oli off the back wall. Slows it down himself, taking a leap out of Itachi's book. Gets it past Juicy 2. That boost will spawn, but not enough for him. Looks out Itachi. Oli's cooking something here. Oli keeps going. Oli keeps faking. Oli just has to force it in the net. In the end, it's Resi. They have their equalizer. Jobless almost have done it.
Finally, and it's just brute force. It's ugly. It's never pretty when you're playing Gentlemates, when you need to break down that defensive triangle. But with just brute force, they just get one home. 27 seconds. That's giving them...
But here comes Seika, though. We can kill it right now. Itachi's trying to come in at the far post. Ixo, get rid of that ball. Good clearance. Oli gets it long. Juicy's up, though. This could be a good moment for Gentlemates. If they can get the ball, they almost tackle each other. That would have been disastrous for Gentlemates. Resi sends it long. Oli here. Itachi and Juicy. Resi, one more chance maybe. On the back wall. Resi, couple of touches. Is it going to surprise Gentlemates? Not quite this time. Too solid. I think it's going to hit the floor, CJ, unless here comes Juicy. Resi do not own goal that. My goodness, that would have been a disaster. But instead, it's overtime.
They've done well to get it overtime. Gentlemates now, they have to change the play style. They were not looking to score, I'll tell you that much, for 4 minutes. Now they do need one. And Jobless, as I said, they've got a little lifeline here. They're hanging on. They need to get this win to keep this series alive. Itachi with the whiff. Resi's ready. Juicy throws that one on net. Ixo into the corner, into safety with 100 boost as well. Nice clear downfield. Seiko should be able to catch. He's got a full moon. He's going in front of net. Oh, goodness me. Tell you what, he swapped teams for a second there. It was a fantastic infield if he was on Team Orange. Oli over to Ixo. 100 boost. Does get the catch, gets the pre-flip as well, but it's going to be a counter-attack for Itachi. Not too much boost to work with. Resi just gets it to the corner, gets it to safety once again for Oli.
Yeah, right now Jobless playing as solidly as CJ's grandma playing Boggle. My goodness, she plays a solid game of Boggle. Here's Resi, up to the ceiling, gets the flip reset. Could be massive for Jobless. Ixo in the corner. Couple of touches, fakes it out actually. Oli's in the center, he finds him. Does he get the bump as well? Does he need to? He doesn't. Oli tries to force it in, not quite able to, but so close yet again.
He's gone for the exact same strategy as that first one. Just brute force trying to wedge it in. It's a fantastic pass.
Oh!
Goodness me. We have a series. Jobless take the game and we go to 6.
They just keep on going. They never give up. And finally, Oli is on the end of it. Gets it done. Jobless stay alive.
How did they do that? Gentlemates got the early goal, completely parked the bus. I didn't see them in the orange half. And then through brute force, somehow Jobless get the goal. And the OT, all of a sudden, do they build off this? Do they create a little bit of momentum? And if they get to Game 7, this could be one of the series of all time.
Before we move on, quick question. Do they have Boggle in Australia? I'm sensing
I'm not sure
some places don't have Boggle.
Please don't talk about my grandmother like that. I'm not sure what you mean.
You're a solid Boggle player.
Haven't played Boggle. I think I know what it is, though. It's got the words. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's look,
yeah, the letters, right?
Look, I'll bail you out there. You're in trouble. You're in trouble, but I'll bail you out.
Give it a Google.
But look, we have a series. Jobless. How good was that? They just decided to be aggressive, brute force, no nonsense, straight on net, straight lines. They found the bumps, found the pressure, and you can see Ixo celebrating there. They'll be very happy with that game because I'll tell you what, for 4 minutes, I thought this series was over.
I love the fact that Jobless have used Gentlemates' best skill against them. Those huge, massive 50-50s. And in the end, it was just Jobless getting the ball, catching it, keeping on the floor, refusing to die. And we end up on Neo Tokyo. Gentlemates have the superior quality, but this is just one of those series that's got that little bit of spark about it. Are Jobless able to continue their work? Will Gentlemates step up and devour them?
Crazy things happen here on Game 6. As soon as you see those Neo Tokyo lights, it's going to be nice little kickoff win here for Seiko. 100 boost, instant challenge from Ixo. I do like it, but Juicy is going to keep this pressure on for Gentlemates. Oli, great beat, I love it. Reezy's got boost downfield. Seiko's been bumped. Seiko's been demoed. Someone get it in, but the ball doesn't want to bounce anywhere near the net. That could have been 1-0. Gentlemates got lucky.
Yeah, it just wouldn't fall for Rezi. Had to sort of hover in the air, try and force it inwards. It wasn't quite going to bounce that way. And Gentlemates do survive the early onslaught so far, but Rezi gets another chance. Beautiful first touch, sets himself up for the flip reset. Juicy read it. Ixo up against Itachi. So follows up Itachi. Itachi gets it towards the middle. Oli was waiting for it. Oli another fake. That man is the menace of the floor right now. Then he gets a flip reset. Not bad in the air either. But Gentlemates still solid defensively.
Still though, pressure is on. Oli with boost. He's caught that brilliantly. Double commit. More pressure. Gentlemates still able to grab boost and to ground pinch across. Seiko with a huge beat. Get back. Somebody get back. That's on your net. Oli able to control it. Fantastic catch as well. He gets the pass downfield. It's just Itachi last if the catch is beautiful. And it is. Reset for Rezi. Juicy last. Just keeping it out. This is from Jobless. They pressure. They're looking like they're really settling into this one.
Gentlemates, though, more than capable of holding out against barrages like this one. As Itachi takes the first touch, will send us back to the orange half. Been a while since we've been here. Itachi flip resets his way forward. Seiko up against Juicy. They race each other. Seiko wins the race, and rightly so, giving Gentlemates the lead.
Is anybody home? Third man. Ixo with the clear. Oli goes for a boost instead of net. Juicy and Seiko that one. It is wide open. You cannot afford to give Gentlemates a freebie. They do strike first, but they did that in game number 5 as well, and you know what happened there.
Whereas he might be able to get this one, but he has to turn around the ball, sort of wrap around it. Quite that possible, really. Has to just leave that one for Seiko. But fortunately for him, and for Jobless, as for Ixo, is a little bit unsure what to do with this ball. I think he was more than happy just to go for a huge 50-50 and get rid of it. Let's charge down now. Gentlemates looking to double up their lead, maybe finally finish this series and finish this day, which has turned into one of the more eventful ones. At least this series is trying to drag it as far as EU quarterfinals go. Juicy sends it forward towards Oli. Oli can't do anything with it yet again. The ball's is not quite falling for anyone at the moment, CJ. Neither team able to do much with it.
Oh, it's a nice 50 as well. Is Itachi still on somehow? He's got 0 boost, and Juicy, third man, just threw himself. Different play style here for the Gentlemates. They probably thought that playing Scrabble wasn't the right play style when you are 1 goal up. Might be able to get one more to secure this. Rezi going for the 50. He's done really well. Juicy has the boost, however, and should be able to get a hand on that. So Oli's trying to catch, trying to pop, but the first touch wasn't great. And Juicy's got open net. Rezi with an enormous save. Could have been 2-0 right there.
Yeah, caught that so finally. It actually turned into something of a counter-attack for Jobless right now. Oli gets the flip reset onto the back wall. Rezi's coming in. Big save again from Itachi. Now it's Ixo to the ceiling. Juicy, good first catch. Oli up against him. The 50-50 is just purely drawn. Juicy comes away with it and sends it high. Who's going to be first to win this one? Oli for now. Wants the flip reset here? No, instead he just sends it long. Seiko read it. Ixo did the same. Onto the back wall. Juicy can only get it as far as Itachi. It's so awkward right now for Gentlemates. They're always directly underneath the ball. No momentum to play with. And somehow still they get it away and still have their lead.
They just keep sitting in front of the ball. There's always someone there. There's always a hand up. This is nice from Rezi. He does have the underneath support, but again, the blocks come through. Oli trying to keep it in. It's a nice dunk. It'll keep pressure. It'll keep possession. As Ixo doesn't quite get the touch that he wants, but Jobless, they're trying everything. They're playing great Rocket League, but you're seeing a masterclass here in defensive play from the Gentlemates.
As he leaves it towards Oli, Juicy just sprays it out wide where Itachi was waiting. Ixo has to do something with this ball. He gets it underneath Itachi. Could have been dangerous. All these touches for Jobless, so near to leading to something. Perilously close right now for Gentlemates. They have to stay strong. They've been doing it all season. They're more than capable. Can Jobless break them down? It's Oli found by Itachi, and Rezi has to restart.
Oh, there was the bump, but the miscommunication. He didn't throw it on that. Rezi reset. Can he get one more? Bumps come through. Ixo there as well. Triple commit. Gentlemates, get this ball on net. Juicy goes again. He's still got boost. Gentlemates doing everything they can to hang on. Rezi just wants the reset. Can't find it middle, and Juicy's there again. Pin this ball out.
You can see that Jobless are not lying down on the job at all right now, continuing to fight every second of the way. All 3 of them forwards when they can be, but Itachi has a chance right now for Gentlemates. Seiko sends it high. Ixo on the far wall needs a big clear and needs a teammate to keep things going.
Here we go. This is it. The infield's free. It's a wide open net. It's a wide open net. It was a wide open net. If you want to shoot the ball on target, 18 seconds left. Jobless, that was the chance. Can they still strike? Itachi's up. Gears into the side. 10 seconds. Cole, take it. I've lost my voice.
Seiko sends it long. Oli has a chance. Rezi wants to turn around and get this one. He has boost. Wants to make up for that whiff. Oh no, Rezi hasn't got the touch either. Oli steams in. Can't get the challenge on target. Juicy might have just killed One mistake too many for Jobless, and they remain unemployed.
They had the chance again. It was a rinse and repeat of game number 5, but they just decided to put a hole in the backboard because looked like the optimal play instead. They don't find the net. It was wide open. We all saw it. You saw it. It was a quick infield, albeit, but Jobless, they go home. It was certainly the most entertaining series for mine of the quarterfinals here today. Super Saturday EU qualifier number 5. But, gentlemates, through to Sunday.
Man, that is so harsh. Jobless just worked constantly for 3-4 full minutes, just trying to get an opening, trying to get anything out of Gentlemates. It's an impossible task, squeezing blood from a stone. Finally, they had the moment, CJ. And missing 50-50s, missing open goals, something you know all about. How does that feel?
Yeah, as someone that is really renowned for also missing open goals, it's not the best feeling. I'll admit it. And
really
it does look easier than it seems when you are watching the stream. Look, it was a tough infield. He absolutely blasted that pass at him, but, you know, the touch could have been more controlled. And thanks for that, Colin. You get me back by the end of it. Gentlemates, though, congratulations to the major champs. They will move on to Sunday. And there will be, they'll join Oxygen in that semi-final, so that'll be a fantastic matchup. But we do have... we do have some analysis coming up from the desk in a moment, Cole. But what were your thoughts on that series? Jobless? They had a good crack.
I loved it. I'm so happy the way Jobless played. You know, they slowed down a little bit, but I don't think that was them being overawed by the situation. I think they just ran out of steam, rallied, stepped back up again. They did everything we could have asked, CJ. It was a very, very fun watch.
Yeah, they tried their best, but in the end, well, we had fun along the way. Gentlemates move on, and we have the desk right here to wrap the day up.
Hey, alongside CJ and Cole, they at least gave us something fun at the end there, Shogi. Something to close the day off because, again, before that was a bit of a cruise.
Man, what could have been right there? Just get over the ball. It's in. It's open. Instead, we see Gentlemates moving on, and maybe the most predictive. You can already see what it did to my hair. Actually, I went like that, like as it happened, and it has not settled since then. So.
Yeah, it got you so excited you ran around in the wind.
Brutal at the end. It was such a good play, great pass. But overall, the series, it's the closest series that got played today. It went to 6. It was Jobless looking fantastic. They came up against the Gentlemates that I don't think expected the quality that Jobless were going to be putting out, but it still shows they've not got an org. They are still an absolutely top caliber team.
Yeah, I think the important thing that they need to walk away from this was that while, sure, they're not in the semifinals now, that they are proving in the overall picture here that so many teams are close to these top 4. That I think we can agree is really falling apart at the seams. It's more of like...
Oh, yeah. The top 4 shaking right now. Europe has never been more wide open.
Yeah, no, I think it's phenomenal. So shout out to Jobless. Again, you want those tighter moments to clean up a little bit. You know, there was a little bit of slop, stumpy here and there, but it still overall shows good promise for the squad.
Yeah, for sure. And then the quality of some of those goals well proves. Oh gosh, sorry, a light just fell on my desk. I don't know if you heard that.
You have so many things falling around.
Ignore it. It's okay. The fact that we saw a lot of quality coming out of Jobless here, and they still didn't get the job done. It makes me so excited to see what they're going to be doing in the next Open Qualifier. Gentlemates, though, they're continuing through that journey, and we have probably our top 4 question marks about KC in our semi-finals tomorrow. So anybody who's in chat being like, oh, I'm bored of all the European Saturday, come back tomorrow. You'll see an absolute belter of a Sunday.
Yeah, I love it. Definitely come back tomorrow because, I mean, well, that's where we end up crowning a champion. But we do have the semifinals to get through. But for now, to round out that win, we do have Herc standing by with an interview.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. But most importantly, Itachi, congratulations on the win, but also congratulations on your 1000th game ever. How does that feel in junction with the win here today?
I didn't know the second information, but thank you. Now it doesn't change, like it's a good stat, but yeah, I just knew it right now. Thank you for the info, but yeah, always a pleasure. Like I always played this game since I was 14 years old, so really good to reach this milestone. And yeah, about the series. What was the question about the series? Sorry.
Just how did it feel? I mean, you guys had probably the closest series throughout everybody today. You went to game 6. Was that expected to go going in against Jobless?
No, not really. Like I think we could have closed out this series earlier, maybe 4-1, like the game before that we lost on Aquadome, the game 5. I think we choked. Like we were leading 1-0 and it was 30 seconds left, and we could have won that game, but we did a mistake. But I think Jobless is a really good team and really mechanical. They put us in a lot of awkward positions, and but yeah, we didn't expect to go this far in the series.
Okay. Well, not a bad showing, and congrats to being able to close it out. I do have to ask, though, when we were all at the major, so many people didn't believe in you guys. At the desk, we were all constantly going against you. What can we expect tomorrow? Should we be in your favor again? Is there some questions around you? Especially, you're facing up against Oxygen, who's looked very insane recently.
Nah, you guys can do whatever you want. If you want to believe in us or not, we don't get affected by that. But yeah, tomorrow we play Oxygen. We know how they play. We played them last regional, and they're a really good team. Like they're showing really good things on the field. And yeah, we know how they play. I think they know how we play, and tomorrow is going to be a really good match, I think.
I think so too, and congratulations again, 1000th game, great win here today. Looking forward to see you on another Champ Sunday, and yeah, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Such a wonderful, he's a gentle mate, I guess he fits it appropriately.
He's such a gentle mate, and he's also a gentleman. Yeah, that was a nice way of him saying, hey, I don't really care what you guys say.
No, that was a nice way to say it.
Yeah, I love that you're here. I love that you do your job, but it doesn't affect us at all, which makes complete sense, and clearly not. I mean, they obviously won the major, looking to then go forward into another grand final if they can beat Oxygen tomorrow to hopefully secure their spot and actually getting an open qualifier win, which they still somehow failed to do.
Yeah, this, again, I think looking at this, the final, who's on here, looking at the teams we have in the top 4, is this exactly what we would have thought? Is Shogun on the desk? I totally forgot.
I am here.
Okay, hello.
I thought Shogun was muted, to be completely honest.
What? I was letting you talk there, Stumpy. I was not required. You were having
Here's the
your
thing.
moment.
The players don't care what we say. Half the time, we don't care what we say. But Shogun, for you, semifinals, these have to be the 4 teams looking at. Like, it's a new top 4 at least.
Yeah, at least coming into this event, this is the 4 that you would have expected to get through. Maybe at the start of the qualifiers, not quite the case. I mean, KC are a huge outlier. It's sort of the shadow that's been cast upon this entire open qualifier here, but it's also of, somewhat their own doing, and they're gonna have to fix that. Well, somehow fix that, because as of BDS making it through, Gentlemates making it through, everyone that we expect making it through, it's a horrible position now for KC. They needed Resolve and BDS to be eliminated today. It has not happened. They got half of it, but BDS march on.
And now I have to mention it because I've just seen a couple people asking, wait, where's KC? There's probably genuinely people that are tuning in now not realizing KC did not make this weekend. They didn't even make it through the qualifiers. And that was one of the big storylines coming into this that really opened up the floodgates, Stumpy, going towards the majors too. It just, it allowed these other teams to have that space.
I mean, we've said all along, top 4, top 5, whatever we want to say. Well, right now, our top 1, 2, they're sitting in 10th in the current split standings. Whereas then you look at Worlds, and they're currently overall in the season 3rd. They just got beaten by Vitality this event after they managed to take home that win. So I am intrigued to see what Karmine Corp are going to do, because we only send 4 teams to Worlds, bear in mind.
Yeah, this is It's just getting tight. I think I love that it's coming together so tight for this, right? Because it very easily could have been a just a locked in, here's your top 4. And now that narrative's kind of falling apart, it's making that rush for this major in London so much tighter. Get your tickets, by the way. You see it down there, ticketmaster.co.uk. Join us there. And a reminder, single-day tickets are available too. But it's so cool how the storyline... Europe knows how to deliver, Shogun, on some fun
this is 2
show day.
seasons in a row now where we kind of thought we knew what was happening, and then the final split goes ahead and we're like, oh yeah, no, we ain't got a clue. I mean, last time around it was the emergence of Vitality, and just like, how legit do we actually think they are? This time around it's sort of the, all right, who is that 4th team? You know, we don't get 5 plus anymore. It is 4 right now. The realistic one is we sent Oxygen, and KC are hoping Oxygen have the single worst major that they can possibly have. That could be it, but at the same time, we don't know yet. It still could be a massive twist.
I mean, my biggest question mark is what happens to KC if they don't turn it around for our 3rd open qualifier.
Yeah.
They, right now as well, bear in mind, we aren't done with all of the points to be doled out. The top 4, before of the top 5 teams right now on that points table, they've still got potentially more points to earn. Like, in KC, they sit there on 9. That is not a good spot to be in. They need to win, I believe, the next one to even have a shot.
I mean, we've seen teams in that position before where they did really well for the most part. Hogan mode will be the example I go towards. Great overall split, great overall time, but they missed one. And that was back when we had more spots to go to these. I can't see it, to be completely honest with you, but they need Vitality to pull them out a big solid in that first match.
I reckon. Sorry, I know. I'm pretty sure we got a graphic on screen. People look at that at your own level.
They can read what that. I think people have figured out what that is.
That's what's happening tomorrow. So, how weird would it be if we're a time traveler, or a time traveler comes back to us before this major qualifier started, and they said, okay, what you're going to see is Joyo make the major in London in the copper box, and Rise and Vatira don't. I wouldn't have believed it. I would not have believed that time traveler. I would have said to them, no, absolutely not. That's outrageous.
At the same time, my heart does believe it. You know,
I want them both there.
Well, that's true. I would like. I want every single player there. Let's just bring everyone, top 128 from every region at LAN. How about that? I want to see everyone having that experience, right? That'd be really fun. But unfortunately, that's not to be. And it does get tighter as we get closer and closer. Before I send it off, I just need you to raise your hand. Right now, early thoughts. Do you think KC does not make the major? And double hands if you think they also don't make Worlds.
Stand down, baby.
Yeah, we can't fight against them.
Oh, faith.
What, the KC are making it?
KC, if you think they don't make it, raise your hand. And if they don't make both, raise both of your hands.
I'm putting one hand up.
So you think they don't make the major?
I don't see how it happens. I mean, they are closer to Belagol at the moment than they are to a major spot. They are 11 points off a major spot. They are 3 points off speed. Okay, I know which way I'm thinking of this.
That's crazy. Well, as to send us out, give us a 1 if they don't make major, a 2 if they don't make both in chat as we send it off. Thank you guys for joining us. Remember, tomorrow, 4:30 CEST, same time for the pre-show. It's always a blast with the European crew. And then, of course, 5 o'clock CEST for that kickoff. We hope to see you all here tomorrow when we crown a champion for our European qualifier number 5. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.